As Enlin's foot fell, heaven and earth suddenly transformed. An incredibly huge spell formation suddenly began to revolve, encompassing the entire sect and beyond. Everyone looked up into the sky with shock and horror etched onto their faces. The sky had transformed. There were 99 layers of skies stacked on top of one another, exuding boundless heavenly might. In the first layer of the skies, there was no light, nor any stars. It was completely pitch black, and destructive winds swept through the air, sweeping through thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye and leaving a path of annihilation in its wake. If a soul formation stage cultivator was to come into contact with the wind, they would be instantly torn to shreds. All 9 layers of the skies above this one were imbued with heavy killing intent. Just those 10 layers of skies alone would be enough to severely wound a return to void stage mighty figure should they be stacked together. In the second layer of skies, there was a deathly silence and complete sensory deprivation. Boundless sealing power permeated through the air, and even if a return to void stage mighty figure were to entire this layer of sky, they would be stripped of all their senses, thereby subjecting them to the unspeakable torment of complete sensory deprivation. Following the sensory deprivation stage, the victim would experience a ghastly sensory assault during which they would see countless terrifying things and be forced to listen to the most ear-splitting noises. Past the 10th layer of the skies, each and every layer had the power to slay a return to void stage mighty figure. There were a total of 99 layers of skies, each of which replaced the original sky, creating a marvelous spectacle of death and annihilation. Countless cultivators had already collapsed to the ground from fear. Even return to void stage mighty figures were trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat poured like rain down their faces. Their instinct told them that Enlin would be able to kill them with ease using such a terrifying spell formation. They could perhaps tear through 1 or 2 layers of skies, but how were they going to survive all 99? Zhu Shan and Lu Wenbin had completely paled from terror. If it wasn't for Lu Mingxuan's aura offering them protection, they would have been paralyzed by fear. However, even with the protection they received, they weren't faring much better. The horrendously powerful might unleashed by the 99 levels of skies was enough to make them tremble uncontrollably with just a single glance, and Lu Wenbin was crying at the top of his lungs for his father. Lu Mingxian looked up at the immensely terrifying spell formation overhead, and his expression finally took on a drastic change. He could sense an aura from the formation that made even him a little wary. The power of this spell formation could pose a threat to him. The 99-fold extreme heavenly spell formation drew on the power of heaven and earth, and its power was vast and infinite. It could even restrict a Dao integration stage super mighty figure within it. This was the biggest trump card of the 4-9 Immortal sect. I told you, this is my sect, so you'll have to do as I say. And Lin's eyes flashed with golden light, and his voice erupted forth like God's decree as the 99 layers of skies rumbled with his rage. All the cultivators present were trembling uncontrollably, as if they were bearing the wrath of the entire heavens. A semi-transparent celestial sword floated before Lu Mingxian, and it too was trembling from fear and excitement. Thus, the standoff progressed to its climax. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Mingxian waved a hand and withdrew his celestial sword as his aura receded. And Lin also took a step back upon seeing this, and the spell formation dissipated. The 99 levels of annihilation began to disappear, revealing the clear blue sky above. The light of the sun shone down upon the 4-9 Immortal sect, and all the cultivators present were on the verge of shedding tears of joy and relief. Dear God, peace was such a good thing. Thank God the battle didn't actually erupt. Otherwise, they would all be screwed. Lu Mingxian looked at Enlin with a profound expression before turning to look at the elderly woman and the little girl behind him. All the trump cards Enlin displayed were quite shocking to him. But what was even more surprising to him was that Enlin would go as far as to reveal all his trump cards and challenge him to a battle for these two people who he didn't even know. Why? Lu Mingxian was perplexed. This is my sect, and you pissed me off. It's as simple as that. And Lin offered a straightforward explanation. Lu Mingxian, this super mighty figure, who stood at the pinnacle of the entire continent, fell completely silent. He was hesitating. In the end, He heaved a light sigh and took one last look at Lu Qianhuan before turning and walking away. Let's go. The entire Heavenly Sword sect entourage stared at their sect leader incredulously. What the hell? Their sect leader was backing down. Zhu Shan's features had turned completely pale. She followed behind Lu Mingxian as if she had lost her soul. Lu Wenbin's mouth gaped open in a scream, but no sound came from his mouth. Sect leader Lu, I have some words of advice, and Lin said all of a sudden. Lu Mingxuan's footsteps faltered. Make sure to discipline your son. He's only so young, but he's already in the great danger of walking down a dangerous path. If he continues to develop like this, he is most likely going to die an early death after messing with someone he can't afford to mess with. It would be too late to regret not disciplining him when that time comes. And Lin continued. Lu Mingxian, Zhu Shan, all the onlookers. Lu Wenbin was dumbstruck. Lu Mingxian harumphed coldly before walking away again. Thus, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and his entourage left. No, to put it more accurately, they had been kicked out by Lin. Sorry, Lin. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble for you. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes were filled with guilt as she apologized in a low voice. It's not your fault. And Lin turned to Lu Qianhuan with a warm smile. But it has to be said, the members of your family sure are a bunch of weirdos. Zhu Shan is an Academy Award-level actress. Wenbin is a little shit. And your dad is a super mighty figure who can't even instill the right values in his son. Lu Qianhuan burst into laughter upon hearing Lin's evaluation of her family, and her beautiful features appeared especially vibrant and enchanting under the light of the sun. That's why I don't want to return to a family like this. It's exhausting. Everyone turned their eyes toward Lin again. But this time, there was no more disdain and scorn, only awe and veneration. If a person was to challenge an ancient ferocious beast in order to save two vulnerable little rabbits, everyone would denounce him as a stupid cunt. However, if that person was to do the same thing and actually chase away the ancient ferocious beast, they would call him a badass instead. As for those two little rabbits that instigated the whole thing, no one gave a shit about them. Many of the female cultivators present had denounced Lin as a stupid cunt earlier, but all of them were now full of praise, admiration, and awe for him. Some of them even felt that he was extremely manly and kind-hearted for provoking a Dao integration stage super mighty figure just to save two mortals. In any case, no one dared to treat the 4-9 Immortal sect lightly anymore. Who would dare to look down on a sect that was able to kick out Lu Mingxian? The 9 Imperials families and the other 3 great sects were all surreptitiously transmitting their voices to one another, discussing whether they should up the stakes on the celebratory presents they had brought with them. This is a super coattail. We have to make sure to hold on to them tightly. But wouldn't we be incurring the wrath of the Heavenly Sword sect if we side with the 4-9 Immortal sect? It looks like they're going to be sworn enemies from here onward. That's valid. If the Heavenly Sword sect decides to take revenge someday, we might have to pay for our decision. That's not a concern. Aside from the Heavenly Sword sect, all the other 3 great sects are extremely close with the 4-9 Immortal sect, so the Heavenly Sword sect would be powerless to do anything even if they wanted to. Just as everyone was embroiled in a heated discussion, another loud announcement sounded. Celestial Maiden Tianyu and her entourage have arrived. A woman in a simple Taoist robe with a refined and refreshing disposition slowly made her way toward Lin. Her arrival instantly attracted all the eyes of the cultivators present. There was no way not to focus their attention on her, as the power she represented was an absolute colossus. The Heavenly Court ruled over the human race within the kingdom of the 9 states and transcended beyond even the 4 great sects. This was one of the first-rate powers even in the boundless Taichu continent, where tens of thousands of tribes resided. Even if the cultivators present hadn't seen Celestial Maiden Tianyu before, they would all know of her title. This was the Celestial Thearch's 7th daughter and his most adored one as well. Her arrival was enough to indicate the Heavenly Court's attitude toward the 4-9 Immortal sect. Even the Heavenly Court has come to this grand opening. The 4-9 Immortal sect is certainly a force to be reckoned with. Of course he wouldn't be scared of the Heavenly Sword Sect with the Heavenly Sword Sect as his backers. Quick! Tell someone to give some more celebratory gifts. Just say that the previous gifts we had given were only the first part, and that we're offering the second part now. All the cultivators present racked their brains for how best to proceed in order to curry the favor of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Even if some of the sects didn't want to side with the 4-9 Immortal sect, they wouldn't be stupid enough to mess with them. And Lin, that battle just then was quite riveting. As expected of the small war god of the heavenly court. An elegant smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face, making her appear as if she had walked straight from a painting. Her compliments seemed to be directed at Lin, but she made sure to bring up the small war god of the heavenly court, thereby extending the compliment to the heavenly court as well. Were you just nearby? And Lin asked. That's right, I was just nearby, but I couldn't bear to interrupt your flexing, Lin Junjun replied. And Lin, was there really a need to be so honest and blunt? The 4-9 Immortal sect really has surprised me with its power. But it looked like the MVP was the formation disc made by our Heavenly Court's Emperor Changsheng. It even managed to scare away the number 1 sword immortal in the world. Lin Junjun praised while looking at him with her bright eyes. And Lin's expression darkened. She was complimenting the Heavenly Court in a roundabout way again. Was there no end to this? At this moment, Dabai ran over to save him. Big brotherin, you were so cool just then. You stood up against a Dao integration stage super mighty figure and managed to remain calm and collected throughout. Not only that, but you were able to make a thrilling retaliation and kick him back to where he came from. You truly are an exceptional prodigy worthy of being the sect leader of our sect. Woof! It's not a big deal, don't make a big fuss. And Lin waved his hands with a modest smile. This was what it should be. This was how compliments should be delivered. Lin Junjun rolled her eyes adorably. Right at this moment, the little girl behind Lin suddenly came to a realization as her eyes glazed over. The elderly woman who had been saved by Tina also had a similar reaction as she turned her eyes on Lin and Dabai, and her mouth gaped open slightly. When they had first seen Lin, the situation was too intense for them to think about anything. However, when Dabai appeared before them, they finally made a connection. A white-robed man and his huge white dog. Fragments of memories began to resurface in their minds. The gallant figure who had ridden off into the sunset had been etched permanently into their minds. The little girl stared at Lin with her large eyes, and her intricate lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to call out Lin's name, but she was a little conflicted and hesitant. In the end, she mustered up her courage and spoke in a soft, trembling voice. Dog riding hero? The little girl's voice wasn't very loud, but all the people gathered here were cultivators, so there was no way her words wouldn't be audible to them. Dabai's interest was piqued by the dog riding part, while Lin's interest was piqued by the hero part. Hence, both of them turned toward the little girl. Little girl, are you calling me? And Lin asked with a smile. Big brother this little girl looks a little familiar, woof. Dabai's big, round eyes lit up. You monster! How could you target little girls like this? And Lin was extremely enraged by Dabai's cliché pickup line. The little girl aimed a pair of glowing eyes at Lin, and her expression became a bit more animated. Dog-riding hero, it's me. Back when we first met, my grandma and I tried to scam 200 spirit stones from you, but you gave us 500. The little girl's words faltered as tears flowed down her face. Meeting Lin for a second time should have been a joyous occasion for her. However, the first time they met, the little girl had tried to scam him. As a result, there were many mixed emotions in her heart. The little girl could only recount this in order to remind Lin of who they were, and a sense of guilt and remorse welled up in her heart as she spoke. The little girl spoke in a broken voice between sobs. Wah! Dog-riding hero, you're such a good person, but I repaid your kindness by doing something like that. I'm such a bad person, wah! Before she knew, the little girl was suddenly enveloped in a warm hug. And Lin picked up the little girl and hoisted her up in his arms with a warm smile. I remember now. You're that little girl from the Wind Plain state. You're growing up to become more and more gorgeous. I gave you those 500 spirit stones for your grandma to treat her ailments. I'm really pleased that your grandma is looking so healthy. But the little girl still wanted to continue. However, and Lin placed a finger over her lips to prevent her from saying anything else. I knew about what your situation was like back then. That money was for your grandma to treat her ailments. All right? More tears flowed down the little girl's porcelain-like cheeks. Big brother, you're such a good person. Upon seeing this, all the onlookers marveled at how miraculous fate could be. Su Xiaolin, who was standing with the Vermilion Bird sect representative team, clicked her tongue in wonder. And Lin really does have a way with women. He spent 500 spirit stones to buy a little girl's heart. That's not a bad bargain. Lan Yen immediately burst into laughter. Hey, Xiaolin, you're not jealous of a little girl, are you? Su Xiaolin glared at Lan Yen. What goes on in that head of yours every day? Mo Hai immediately took this opportunity to help Lin out. Xiaolin, I think you need to have a stronger sense of urgency. By the time your 100-year agreement or whatever with Lin comes to a conclusion, that little girl would have grown into an exquisite beauty. Lan Yen nodded in agreement. This little girl is so adorable already. She clearly has the makings of a gorgeous young woman in the future. And Lin provided spirit stones to her during her time of need and even rallied up his entire sect to face off against the Heavenly Sword sect for her. Those are some heavy favors. Tisk tsk. The little girl probably won't forget the things that he had done for her until the day she dies. Maybe she'll even pledge her entire life to Lin. Are you really not scared? Su Xiaolin's lips twitched upon hearing this. I really am feeling a sense of urgency now. Everyone erupted into a burst of raucous laughter. In contrast, Su Xiaolin was feeling a little disconsolate. She was wondering if an agreement of 100 years was too unreasonable and pretentious. Should she shorten the time period of the agreement? She then shook her head as she turned toward the man in the distance with a confident smile on her face. Geez, why am I thinking so much? Don't I trust Lin? It's quite normal for an outstanding man to attract admirers, but the woman he loves is me. And Lin looked at the little girl with an inquisitive smile. Why did you suddenly decide to come here? He was almost certain that the little girl had only recognized him upon coming here. As such, it was extremely baffling that the two mortals would suddenly come here. An old Taoist priest with a cow nose told me that there would be a fated person here, the little girl replied. A Taoist priest with a cow nose? And Lin was unable to envision just what that would look like. Do you have any other information about him? Like his name or what sect he's from? The little girl shook her head with a blank expression. I don't know anything else. All I know is that he can fly and is really strong. He told me that he had read my fortune and that there would be a fated person waiting for me, so I decided to come here. Upon hearing this, Lin was very curious about just who this cow-nosed Taoist priest was. There shouldn't be anyone who knew about what had taken place during his first encounter with the little girl. But this Taoist priest was able to predict that their fate would be intertwined. However, Lin wasn't the type of person to overthink and get hung up on things. He really liked this little girl, and that was enough for him. He cradled the little girl in his arms and asked in a gentle voice, What's your name, little girl? My name is Yiling, the little girl replied excitedly. As if she was elated that she finally had a chance to introduce herself, she then pointed to the elderly woman beside her. My grandma's name is Shan Rushuan. My name is Lin. And Lin also revealed his name to them. Big brother Lin. A sweet, adorable smile appeared on the little girl's face. And Lin arranged for Yiling and Shan Rushuan to be seated in the VIP area. The clash between the Heavenly Sword sect and the 4-9 Immortal sect was still being enthusiastically discussed upon by the various Immortal sects in attendance. However, based on the outcome of the clash alone, the reputation of 4-9 Immortal sect would receive a huge boost. At the very least, the majority of the Immortal sect representatives already viewed the 4-9 Immortal sect as equal to the 9 imperial families. Various sect leaders conversed with Lin, and they all showed him great respect. However, this made Lin feel a little uncomfortable. There was even an old cultivator of the Return to Void stage who addressed him as Senior and Lin was completely dumbstruck at the time. This fucking guy, you're at a higher rank than me, and you're also older than me. Why the hell are you addressing me as Senior? And Lin politely declined the elderly cultivator's honorific way of addressing him. However, the elderly cultivator still persisted. He said that an impressive individual who dared to challenge the #1 sword immortal of the continent had to be viewed as his role model. In other words, treated as his senior. What else could An Lin say? Abiding by the principle of respecting the old and cherishing the young. And Lin let the elderly cultivator call him whatever made him happy. The sect founding ceremony of 4-9 Immortal sect was about to begin, and the representatives of various large sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States had already arrived. The representatives of the Heavenly Court, 3 large super sects, 9 imperial families, 55 first-rate sects, and over 500 medium to large-scale sects were all gathered upon a spacious Dao plaza, which was paved with space-gray jade. In total, there were over 10,000 powerful and esteemed cultivators in attendance. A feeling of immense pride welled up in An Lin as he walked up to the stage of the Dao Plaza and gazed at the tens of thousands of sect representatives who had come from all over the Kingdom of the Nine States to congratulate them. Would you look? These cultivators have all come to my new sect to congratulate us. There was a glimmer in An Lin's eyes as he stood on the stage. His white robe was graceful and elegant, and his shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the wind. He appeared noble and otherworldly. Everyone had their eyes fixed on him. A look of adoration appeared in the eyes of many female cultivators as they gazed at the male on the stage. Even male cultivators were in admiration of his poise and demeanor. They felt that he was the embodiment of true manliness. At this moment, An Lin was dazzling. This wasn't because of his status alone, it was also due to his matching strength and courage. An Lin cleared his throat and started delivering his sect founding ceremony speech. First off, he thanked the various sect representatives for finding time in their busy schedules to attend this founding ceremony. They'd come to gift money after all. Of course he had to thank them. Then, he started expounding the foundational ideologies of the 4-9 Immortal sect. In the past, An Lin hated listening to speeches delivered by higher-ups. That was because he found their speeches to be boring and full of nonsense. However, when the moment came for him to deliver a speech, he suddenly discovered that the feeling of speaking before tens of thousands of people was truly amazing. Could you envisage it? A scene where tens of thousands of powerful cultivators were gazing at you as they listened to you speak. Even if you were speaking nonsense, the feeling would still be amazing. Thunderous applause sounded from below the stage as An Lin finished off a section of his speech. An Lin squinted his eyes in satisfaction as he listened to the applause. If he were given the chance, he could utter absolute nonsense for days on end. Moreover, he finally understood why the higher-ups were always so animated and enthusiastic when they uttered complete drivel on the stage. It truly felt amazing having tens of thousands of people listen to you as you rambled on. And Lin paused for a moment before continuing. Next, I'll speak about the 4-9 Immortal sect's core values. Prosperity, democracy, culture, harmony, freedom, equality, rule of law, love for the sect, dedication, integrity, and friendship. The core members of 4-9 Immortal sect all wore faint smiles on their faces. In contrast, the tens of thousands of sect representatives all had looks of confusion and bewilderment. This is the cultivation world. Understand? Did something strange just make its way into this world? And Lin started speaking again. I'll talk about prosperity first. Wealth and resources are the cornerstones for the foundation and expansion of this sect. Thus, our sect will strive to grow larger and stronger. We'll strive to have more spirit stones than others. We'll strive to have more magic treasures than others. We'll strive to have more powerful cultivation techniques than others. And we'll most definitely strive to have more powerful disciples than others. Strength is the only universal law. For 9 Immortal sect's aim is to become the most powerful sect in the world. Lu Qianhuan, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qianyun, and the other core members of the sect all started clapping enthusiastically. The tens of thousands of sect representatives were completely dumbfounded as they hesitantly clapped along. So, this was what prosperity meant? Number 2 is democracy. The 4-9 Immortal sect isn't a sect where the sect leader has absolute say in all matters. We adopt the system of cabinet meetings, whereby each pavilion lord and elder has one vote in the decision of all important matters. Number 3 is culture. We don't bully mortal humans. We don't bully the weak. And we condemn evil and encourage good. We aim to be civilized members of society. Number 4 is harmony. We'll never attack others for no reason. However, if anyone actively provokes and challenges our sect, then our 4-9 Immortal sect will crush them to death. Number 5 is freedom. It's the 4-9 Immortal sect's freedom to do whatever it wants. As long as it isn't something abhorrent, I hope that other sects all keep their noses out of our business. If anyone speaks out of turn or tries to interfere, then don't be surprised if the 4-9 Immortal sect comes to pummel you. Number 6 is equality. Dozens of reporters for various well-known newspapers scribbled furiously as they recorded Lin's words. The more they wrote, the more worked up they became. These core values were absolutely marvelous. These values were domineering and advanced. They would definitely cause a huge stir throughout the entire continent. Afterward, Lin also detailed his vision regarding equality, rule of law, love for the sect, dedication, integrity, and friendship. These core values covered all facets of the sect, from its external relations to its internal relations and to its internal running. Everything was well-founded and brilliant. Not only were the audience members astonished, but they were also able to feel the unique nature of this new sect. Another round of thunderous applause sounded as Lin finished his speech. Bai Ling, Tang Shimin, and the other core members were all smiling in gratification. Many sect representatives were also feeling heartfelt admiration for this new sect. Their views on the 4-9 Immortal sect had been washed anew. Love and adoration twinkled in the eyes of some of the female cultivators as they gazed reverently at the white-robed male on the stage. In their eyes, Lin was a commanding sect leader. Fanciful daydreams of the commanding sect leader falling in love with them were already running wild in their minds. There was a faint smile tugging at the corners of Lin Junjun's lips. The core values of 4-9 Immortal sect are too domineering, don't you think? Setting aside their strength, their values are overbearing and almost bordering on tyrannical. Only shameless people like Lin would dare to expound such values before all the immortal sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States. Lin is the perfect choice for the role of the sect leader of 4-9 Immortal sect. Another member of the Heavenly Court nodded and said, representatives for the other sects were also conversing quietly about this new sect. If other small-scale sects babbled out such core values, they would definitely be lambasted as stupid cunts. However, the strength of the 4-9 Immortal sect was clear for all to see. Thus, the discussions all revolved around light-hearted banter or the anticipated direction of development. Some representatives from smaller-scale sects had their heads in the clouds, and they truly started discussing the possibility of the 4-9 Immortal sect becoming the #1 sect in the world. Their absurd remarks were naturally the target of ridicule for other nearby sect representatives. Just leave these fanciful thoughts to yourself, yeah? They've barely founded their sect, and you're imagining them shooting up to the stars. You're dreaming, right? I hereby declare the establishment of the 4-9 Immortal sect. At this moment, deafening applause reverberated through the heavens. Boom! Iridescent rays of light lit up the entire sky. As if under the influence of some invisible power, bursts of propitious auras rose from the earth. Divine sounds hovered in the air, and the shadows of dragons and phoenixes danced in the sky. Like a rain of petals, boundless amounts of golden flame feathers drifted down from the skies. They were dazzling in their magnificence. Blue arcs of lightning flashed across the sky, and the rumbles of thunder that accompanied them sounded like the explosions of firecrackers. The cultivators all raised their heads to witness this spectacular scene. At this moment, the divine atmosphere reached a climax. With hundreds of sects as their witnesses, the 4-9 Immortal sect was formally established. Su Xiaolan tucked her loose hair behind her ears and looked up toward the dazzling phenomenon in the sky. Her lips curled up into a smile. This was a sect that she and Enlin had established together. In the distant future, we'll still be happily living in this sect, right? Next up was the military parade. Next up was time to introduce the leaders of the sect. The core members of the 4-9 Immortal sect made their way up onto the stage. The 4-9 Immortal sect had established 10 pavilions: Su Xiaolin's Flame Pavilion, Lu Qianhuan's Sword Pavilion, Shenyuan Cheng's Spirit Pavilion, Su Qianyun's Moon Pavilion, Xiao Zhe's Dragon Pavilion, Debai's Beast Pavilion, Little Lang's Man Pavilion, Tina's Realm Pavilion, Bryce's Blood Pavilion, and Bai Ling's Purple Star Pavilion. The tens of thousands of sect representatives were given a fright by the diversity of inheritances contained within the sect. The inheritances of the 4 great sects, the inheritance of the Blood Tribe, the inheritance of the Heavenly Court's Moon Pavilion. These renowned inheritances were already enough to astonish them. As for the inheritance of the Primordial Dragon Tribe, the inheritance of fairies, the inheritance of the Ancient Man Tribe, and the inheritance of the Purple Star, these were all supremely powerful inheritances that had been lost long ago. Their reappearance stunned the sect representatives. How could this be put? If any one of the 10 pavilions was separated out, they could undoubtedly become a first-rate sect in the kingdom of the 9 states. After the pavilion lords walked on stage, the sect elders, who were equal in standing to the pavilion lords, also made their way up. Tang Shimin, Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, Little Tian, and Lin Junjun all made their way up. When the cultivators saw Lin Junjun, they were stupefied once again. "What's going on?" a cultivator in the audience gasped. "The celestial Thearcha's daughter is assuming the position of an elder in the 4-9 Immortal sect? It seems like we've underestimated the relationship between the Heavenly Court and the 4-9 Immortal sect. They're all set now. Who will dare challenge them?" Countless cultivators were engaged in heated discussions, and looks of respect and reverence appeared on their faces as they gazed at the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The plain-clothed and graceful female on the stage was smiling warmly. Her appearance was refreshing and pleasant, like an elegant celestial maiden from a painting. Numerous cultivators were mesmerized by her beauty. "Oi, have you realized? The 4-9 Immortal sect has plenty of stunning beauties." "You're right. The looks and natural talents of such breathtaking females are extremely rare even in the kingdom of the 9 states, and yet several of them are gathered here. I'm so envious of Enlin. There are also plenty of handsome males. Apart from the plain-looking Tang Shimin, the other males all look mightily handsome, especially Shenyuan Cheng. He's so handsome." Up next was the introduction of the pavilion elders. Yao Mingxi, Yao Xiu, Xian Zhu, Zhao Huayin, Hu Guan, Lu Debao, Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, Sun Xinglian, and Zhong Yongyan assumed the positions of the pavilion elders. Next, it was time to introduce the disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect. There was only one disciple, Yi Ling. The little girl was a bit tense as she stood on stage. Her nervousness only disappeared when Enlin held onto her small hand. When she heard the thunderous applause coming from below the stage and saw Enlin's happy and triumphant expression, she finally couldn't help but smile broadly. She, a very unique individual, was the first disciple of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Not only was she a child, but she was also a mortal human who had 0 cultivation base. Because of some mystical fate, she and the 4-9 Immortal sect had been brought together. Just like that, the sect was completed. Not only were there leaders, but there was also a young disciple now. And Lin's sect founding ceremony speech ended. Next up was time for the banquet and polite chit-chat. This was quite a meaningless process. After walking around and conversing with a few representatives, and Lin started chatting with a few old friends. He followed Su Xiaolan to the Vermilion Bird sect representative team and greeted Mo Hai, Yang Yuan, Lan Yen, and the others. And Lin mentioned the recent situation regarding Shangguan Yi to them, and he described the encounter he had with her in the ancient Tai Chu realm, the protection of snow maidens, the change in her bloodline. Everyone sighed with emotion upon hearing this. Fate was unpredictable and ever-changing. Sai, Sister Shangguan Yi, is so ill-fated. Why does she have to bear the burden of all hardships and suffering? Lan Yen bit her lower lip while lamenting about it. There was a look wistfulness on her face as she recalled her times with Shangguan Yi. "Don't worry, it'll all become better," Yang Yuan said. "I heard that a devastating environmental catastrophe swept over the holy glacial lands. The Snow Maidens are now planning to shift the location of their holy glacial lands." Yang Yuan had ranked up to the Return to Void stage and had also become an elder of the Vermilion Bird sect. Thus, he was more well-informed regarding such matters. And Lin's interest was instantly piqued. Where are they planning to move their holy glacial lands to? Yang Yuan shook his head. "I'm not sure. Their initial plan was probably to obtain fragments of the realm core in the ancient Taichu realm, then construct a small world to act as their territory. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to find any fragments of the realm core. Not only that, even the realm essence crystals were scarce and extremely hard to come by. Thus, they can only search for other options now." And Lin rubbed his nose. It was probably his fault that they obtained so few realm essence crystals. After all, he had looted the storage rings of a few soul formation stage and returned to void stage Snow Maidens. The Snow Maidens were definitely thinking of him now, right? After chatting with the Vermilion Bird sect representatives for a while, he walked toward the Mythological Beast sect representatives. Then he saw a few debays playing and rolling around. He quietly walked away. That was a paradise for doggies. It wasn't suitable for him to head over there. He would be drenched wet by their licks. And Lin turned around and walked toward the Greenwood Imperial family. There, he met the Imperial family's Professor Yang again. It was Professor Yang who had helped him construct the power cores of Gundam 1 and Gundam 2, and he had helped Lin out greatly. Professor Yang rubbed his hands as he continually glanced toward Bai Ling. It was as if he had seen some rare treasure. And Lin almost thought that Professor Yang was attracted to Bai Ling. After asking him about this, he learned that Professor Yang actually wanted to hold scientific exchanges with Bai Ling. And Lin couldn't agree to this by himself. He still needed to ask Bai Ling for her opinion. Afterward, Lin went over to the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect representatives and met with Kuang Ri and Tang Xiwan. These were old friends who had screwed him over before. Kuang Ri hadn't changed at all, and he still looked strange and retarded. On the other hand, Tang Xiwan had become much livelier, and she didn't speak in a weird manner anymore. "And Lin, who would have imagined that you would change so drastically? I felt like I was in a dream when I listened to you delivering your speech." Tang Xiwan wore a carefree smile when she spoke. She looked like a friend expressing her envy. And Lin chuckled modestly. "I've come across quite a lot of great opportunities lately. In fact, I'm a bit regretful about establishing this sect. I just wanted to play around at the start. Who knew that it would suddenly shock the Kingdom of the Nine States? I suddenly feel a great weight of expectation and responsibility on my shoulders. So much pressure." "You truly haven't changed," and Lin laughed heartily. "Staying true to oneself is very important. I've always been this modest and grounded." Tang Xiwan smiled and nodded. "No, you've always been this shameless and fond of flexing," she whispered in her mind. After chatting for a while, Lin bade farewell to them and walked off. Tang Xiwan quietly put away the jade pendant in her hand as she gazed at Lin's disappearing figure. She recalled the conversation they had in the bamboo forest. "You don't know when your feeling of love budded, nor do you know when they will end. Some relationships can be rekindled, while others can only be stuck on two sides of an impassable gulf, one that is dug out by the massive changes in each other's lives." A carefree smile appeared on Tang Xiwan's face as she gazed at the disappearing Lin. She then bade him a silent goodbye in her mind. The 4-9 Immortal sect founding ceremony celebration lasted for a full day. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there were always singers and dancers performing on the stage. Tens of thousands of cultivators chatted and talked nonsense. At night, all kinds of spell technique fireworks lit up the night sky with brilliant and dazzling colors. After celebrating for an entire night, the sect representatives all started to bid farewell and leave the next morning. Lin gathered the members of 4-9 Immortal sect in the main palace, and they started discussing the future direction of development. The sect leader, 10 pavilion lords, and 5 elders all sat around a large round table. The 10 pavilion elders and 1 disciple sat on the stools nearby as they listened in on the discussion. Yiling's grandma, Shan Rushuan, went to cook, and Lin called on the sect's mascot and fortune dog, Pavilion Lord Dabai, to announce the congratulatory gifts that they had received in the sect founding ceremony. Dabai clapped his paws and placed 10 high-rank storage rings onto the table. He cleared his throat and spoke with an air of authority. I tallied the items with Elder Tang for a full day today. My dog paws had already gone numb by the time we finished tallying all the items. Everyone turned their gaze toward Dabai. Dabai continued, in total, we received 0 immortal tools. Everyone remained calm and composed upon hearing this. After all, even a significant portion of return to void stage cultivators couldn't get their hands on immortal tools. If any sect gifted them an immortal tool as a congratulatory gift, then that sect was definitely fucked in the head. We received 8 immortal pills and 18 immortal fruits. Woof! They were all delighted upon hearing this. Now they had the resources necessary for cultivation. Immortal pills and immortal fruits could be viewed as top-grade cultivation resources of the sect. It was truly a delight that they could receive so many of such items. Through Dabai's explanations, they learned that these immortal-ranked items were mostly gifted to them by the Heavenly Court for great sects and 9 Imperials. When the Heavenly Sword sect came, they also gifted them with an immortal pill. And Lin was extremely touched. Dabai continued to announce what they had received. We also received 70 spirit tools, 163 spirit pills, 220 spirit fruits, 450 magic tools, over 600 kilograms of various herbs and spiritual plants that comprised of over 100 different types, and 2,500 kilograms of various tool refinement materials, and finally 35 unique items. They all drew in a sharp breath. Just these items alone were already worth over 10 million spirit stones. Dabai slapped the table with his paw and gestured for them to calm down. Do you guys know how many spirit stones we received? Woof! 10 million. And Lin guessed hesitantly. Dabai's lips curled up into a smile that revealed his 2 canine teeth. He raised 3 claws and chuckled. 32,500,000. Woof! And Lin was stunned. Holy fuck! Lu Qianhuan sucked in a deep breath. This many? Lu Debao almost fell off his chair in fright. His large round eyes were wide with shock and surprise. You didn't count wrong, did you? Tang Shimin spoke at this moment. It's absolutely correct. Dabai and I counted everything 3 times. Gasp! They all drew in another sharp breath and exchanged surprised glances. They wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. Presenting gifts was very straightforward in the cultivation world. Everyone liked to gift spirit stones. This was because spirit stones were the most abundant, and their areas of use were also the most wide-ranging. They could be used for cultivation, tool refinement, pill refinement, spell formations. It could be said that spirit stones were a physical currency that would never depreciate in value. Hundreds of sects had attended their sect founding ceremony, and Lin had imagined that it would be a good result if they gifted tens of thousands of spirit stones each. He didn't expect for them to receive over 30 million spirit stones. Didn't this mean that many sects gifted them with over 100,000 spirit stones each? So, our sect has instantly become this rich? Su Xiaolan murmured. We've amassed such great wealth in just a day's time. So impressive. Stars were twinkling in Su Qianyun's eyes, and it was as if she could see the bright future that lay ahead of them. Student Lin was right. Magnifying the scale of our sect founding ceremony was indeed a way of amassing more wealth. To be honest, there's so much wealth that I'm feeling a bit dazed now. Shenyuan Chang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They had received over 40 million spirit stones worth of wealth simply by holding a sect founding ceremony. What kind of experience was this? The higher-ups of the 4-9 Immortal sect felt that this was absolutely euphoric. This was the amazing feeling of making a fortune overnight. As the leader of the sect, Lin couldn't help but say, I have a bold idea, Dabai replied. To this bold idea of yours, I have an immature suggestion. Lu Qianhuan clapped her hands impatiently. Stop blabbering nonsense. Spit it out. How many more times are we going to hold sect celebration ceremonies? We'll hold one a day, endlessly and for all eternity. Receiving gifts will become our eternal path to riches. Xianxia exclaimed aggressively. And Lin held down Xianxia's fluffy white body and snapped, "Stop acting cute. If we hold celebrations daily, who will still come? Everyone will become tired of it. We must have cool-down periods between celebrations and ceremonies." Xianxia had his hands on his hips and looked to be deep in thought. After a moment, he said, "We must have valid reasons for holding celebrations. Otherwise, other sects won't attend them. Moreover, they can only be held periodically. Only in such ways will we be able to keep making money from it." Su Xiaolan snapped her fingers and chuckled. "Why don't we hold annual celebrations to commemorate the sect founding anniversaries? 1-year anniversary, 2-year anniversary, 3-year anniversary. We can hold such celebrations endlessly and be bathed in wealth." Everyone's eyes lit up. "That's a genius idea," and Lin was overjoyed. It appeared as if they had discovered their sect's path to riches. He paused for a moment before asking, "Are there any other suggestions?" Lin Junjun, who was participating in this meeting as an elder, had her arms crossed before her chest as she looked at the others in disbelief. "This sect development meeting is the strangest and most outlandish meeting that I've ever attended. A bunch of higher-ups is seriously discussing how to take advantage of celebrations to make money." The others all looked at Lin Junjun in confusion upon hearing this. It was as though they were saying, "Is there a problem?" Lin Junjun felt frustration build up inside her upon seeing their reactions. Was she wrong to say that? Why did it seem like she was a misfit here? "Comrade Lin Junjun, I think it's best that you understand this concept. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat." And Lin said sincerely, "Since the sect can make money from this, why not take full advantage of it?" But this kind of development is unhealthy and unsustainable," Lin Junjun protested. "A sect should have proper avenues of generating wealth." "I didn't say that we're giving up other avenues of generating wealth. It's just that we're discussing this method of generating wealth through celebrations first. Even if we don't earn as much in the second celebration, say we only make 10 million or perhaps just a few million spirit stones, it's still better than making nothing, don't you think? Think about it. This is a brilliant method of generating millions of spirit stones at once. Why don't you want to utilize it?" And Lin explained his reasoning earnestly that he left Lin Junjun at a loss for words. Thereupon, the 4-9 Immortal sect's higher-ups launched into a heated discussion about holding celebrations. Lin Junjun fell deep into thought as she looked at the bunch of unprofessional and fanciful-minded higher-ups. Should the Heavenly Court also hold some kind of celebration to rake in some wealth? For example, a celebration for her birthday? And more celebrations for her 1st to 6th sister's birthdays? Or maybe hold a heavenly peach banquet? The discussion revolving around sect celebrations eventually came to an end, and Lin and the others finally started discussing development plans relating to the other areas of the sect. There are 4 key areas that we need to focus on regarding the development of our sect's power: resources, cultivation methods, mystic realms, and talented disciples. And Lin glanced at the people around the table. "Half of us still need to return to the Heavenly Court to study. Are there any thoughts on how our sect should develop in the next 2 to 3 years? We don't need to worry about cultivation methods at the moment," Su Xiaolan said. "The cultivation methods that we possess are wide-ranging in type and are also of the highest purity and deepest profoundness. We're unparalleled in the kingdom of the 9 states in this regard. Bar for the Heavenly Court," Lin Junjun added. Su Xiaolan shot a sideways glance at Lin Junjun. Lin Junjun smiled indifferently and tilted her head upward. Her slender and pale neck was like that of a proud and haughty white swan. And Lin rolled his eyes. He felt like a traitor had appeared in his sect. "As for the mystic realms, we can only leave it up to luck," Xianxia said. "There's no need to be in a rush. So, that only leaves us with 2 areas to work with: resources and talented disciples. Anything that can aid in the growth of one's cultivation base can be viewed as a resource: spirit stones, pills and elixirs, materials and items, and so on. There are also some types of foods and peculiar matters that can increase one's cultivation base. Our sect can try to search for these types of resources. Bai Ling also voiced her opinion. We're a bit short on human resources, don't you think? Lu Qianhuan was a bit troubled about their lack of disciples, especially regarding the mining of spirit stones. We need huge amounts of human power to search and fight for them. This is just my opinion as a bludger. And Lin looked toward the others and said, "No worries. Our sect doesn't need to focus on developing rapidly. We can worry about obtaining resources later. Don't forget our original intentions for founding this sect. This is merely a place for us friends to chat and relax. Don't get too hung up on sect development and growth. Take it easy and don't tire yourselves out." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the hints of smiles returned to their faces. They didn't despise Lin for suddenly encouraging them to not act responsibly. Rather, they felt that this was what they had envisioned their sect to be like. After being stunned for a moment, even Lin Junjun had a glimmer in her eyes as she looked at Lin. Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up. "Could it be that you want to forge a Buddhist-style sect? What do you mean by Buddhist-style sect?" And Lin was a bit confused. You know, the type that just parties every day. When fate dictates, the sect will naturally develop and grow stronger. Lu Qianhuan giggled as she spoke. "And Lin? Everyone?" And Lin's expression became dark. "Sister Lu, are you misunderstanding something about the term Buddhist style? A sect that parties every day sounds like heaps of fun." Su Xiaolan had a look of anticipation. "I also think it sounds great." It was as though Tang Shimin had found a like-minded friend. "But such a sect will be almost impossible to maintain. How will we run the sect? Where will the money for food and entertainment come from?" Shen Yuancheng felt that this was an unrealistic idea. "We'll just hold a few more celebrations or ceremonies," Lu Qianhuan answered without hesitation. "That makes a lot of sense. This is the fastest way to make money." Su Qinyun agreed in her mellow voice. Su Xiaolan nodded. "I agree." And Lin also wore a smile on his face. "Great idea." Just like that, they reverted back to talking about holding celebrations and ceremonies. Lin Junjun was in shock as she gazed at the fellow higher-ups before her. They had only just started a normal discussion regarding the development of the sect, and yet after a mere few minutes, the topic of discussion had completely veered off the path again. Fortunately, Bai Ling eventually pointed out that the main focus for the future was still their cultivation. They couldn't slack off regarding cultivation, meaning the sect couldn't focus purely on fun and games. Their sect also required development in other areas, as this would be essential for them to acquire the necessary cultivation resources. This remark managed to forcefully steer the discussion back on track. Lin Junjun glanced at Bai Ling gratefully. Thank God. There was still a reliable big sister in this sect. Otherwise, this sect really would soar toward an unimaginable direction. And Lin clapped his hands together and said, "The prerequisite to obtaining material resources is having enough human resources. These human resources include outstanding cultivation teachers as well as outstanding disciples. Next, I'll confirm the teaching candidates. After the break ends, who is willing to stay at the 4-9 Immortal sect?" Lu Qianhuan, Xianxia, Bai Ling, Xiaoqiu, White-Scale Wolf God, and Xiao Zhe raised their hands. And Lin looked toward the White-Scale Wolf God in surprise. "Little Lang, don't you need to teach little Tian on how to break through to the heaven creation stage, too?" "I've taught him everything there is to be taught," White-Scale Wolf God replied. "It's all up to his own understanding of this knowledge now. Master, I want to fight and conquest land for you." Shui Zhantian flapped his exquisite, snowy white wings and said confidently, "Rest assured, Master. I, Shui Zhantian, am a supremely talented individual. Lately, I've attained all kinds of enlightenment. I'm just a step away from reaching the heaven creation stage. I definitely won't disappoint you." And Lin nodded. "How about this? We'll start recruiting disciples for Lu Qianhuan's Sword Pavilion. Bai Ling's Purple Star Pavilion, White Scale Wolf God's Man Pavilion, and Little Zhao's Dragon Pavilion. You guys can determine how many disciples to recruit. I suggest that you only recruit elite talents as core disciples. Normal disciples are just coolies, and I suggest you accept more of such disciples. The threshold to enter the sect as a normal disciple was low, and such disciples were usually unfortunate cunts who had to roam far and wide in search of cultivation resources. Core disciples, on the other hand, were valuable and integral members of the sect. Both their natural talents and dispositions had to pass stringent tests and trials before they could be accepted. Bai Ling volunteered to design the trials. She was especially fond of designing tests and trials. And Lin, Bai, Miao Tian, and the others all shuddered involuntarily upon recalling the terrifying nature of the various trials in the Purple Star ruins. A feeling of sympathy for the future core disciple candidates welled up in their hearts. And Lin let the others decide how to accept disciples, and they finally formed a plan regarding this matter as well. Eventually, they started talking about how to obtain resources again. And Lin thought of the 30 million spirit stones and suddenly asked, "How should we spend these 30 million spirit stones? How about we give our sect an ordinary makeover?" Lu Qianhuan and Su Qianyun said in unison. The two adorable celestial maidens exchanged an understanding smile. Perhaps it was most girls' dreams to live in a more beautiful place. And Lin also wanted to give his sect a 30 million spirit stone, ordinary makeover. Think about it, he'd call the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator back after just a few days. After that, he would chuck a massive 30 million spirit stones in her face and say, "Don't you fucking leave! Hurry up and give my sect an ordinary job." TSK. That would be such an amazing feeling. However, and Lin couldn't make this decision on his own, and he had to ask for the others' opinions. For important matters such as this, they needed to cast votes to reach a decision. Then, he found that Shen Yuancheng, Tang Shimin, Xiao Chou, and many others all thought that the spirit stones would be better spent on expanding the sect. They believed that renovating the sect could wait till later. The sect had only just been established, thus this 30 million spirit stones was extremely important for growth and development. There was a dispute, and reaching a resolution would be simple: casting votes. In the end, over 60% of the higher-ups supported using these spirit stones for the running and development of the sect. The ordinary makeover suggestion was disappointingly defeated. This meeting regarding the development of the sect lasted for a long time, yet it wasn't drab or boring. Rather, it was boisterous and lively. They were all schoolmates and friends, so they could talk about whatever they wanted in an unrestrained manner. The Bludger sect leader and Lin didn't give a toss either and let them say whatever they wanted to. Thus, they were all extremely enthusiastic and passionate as they debated over the various topics. It was as though they were constructing a new home, one that they were all part of. In the end, they reached decisions on a few important matters. The finances of the sect would be managed by Bai and Xiao Zhe. Because Bai needed to continue following in Lin, Xiao Zhe was temporarily in charge of all the sect finances. Members of the Dragon Tribe were naturally talented in the management of treasures and finances, so Lin felt at ease leaving it all to Xiao Zhe. The Sword Pavilion, Purple Star Pavilion, Man Pavilion, and Dragon Pavilion also started recruiting disciples. The Purple Star's Phoenix Research Institute was classified as the first mystic realm of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Bai Ling would modify this mystic realm to have it become more suitable for cultivation and training. The business of maintaining world peace officially launched into action. At the same time, the Mystical Department and Divine Mirror Enforcement Department were also officially established. After a day, the events that occurred during the 4-9 Immortal Sect's sect founding ceremony had spread throughout the entire kingdom of the 9 states. The magnificent event, which gathered almost all the first-rate cultivation sects and tens of thousands of esteemed cultivators, became a popular topic of discussion. Immensely powerful inheritances, several supreme beings of the Return to Void stage, a terrifying sect protection formation which could even force the Heavenly Sword Sect's sect leader, Lu Mingxian, to leave, and a domineering speech by sect leader and Lin. News of these matters swept throughout the kingdom of the 9 states and Taichu continent and stunned the world. The 4-9 Immortal sect became renowned immediately and soared to an unparalleled level, and it became the most talked about sect. It was as if the trending page had been hijacked by the 4-9 Immortal sect, as even ordinary humans who couldn't cultivate learned of this sect's imposing might. Not long after, the 4-9 Immortal sect spread the news that it was recruiting disciples. This was an explosive piece of news, and it caused a huge stir throughout the kingdom of the 9 states. Countless cultivators itched with anticipation as they turned their attention toward this fabled sect. Sitting within a tea-house in Baihua State was a stunningly beautiful female. The cultivators sitting at surrounding tables couldn't help but glance over at her. However, the cultivators didn't dare to act too wantonly upon seeing her icy cold face. Her chilly expression was like a warning that told them that she was not someone they could provoke. There was a pair of exquisite dragon horns on the female's head, and they appeared especially pure and beautiful under the warm glow of day. She held a newspaper in her hands, and the icy cold expression on her face melted away when she saw the impassioned and worked-up male pictured upon it. Who would have thought? It's only been a short while, yet you've already achieved such greatness. There was a faint smile on her face, and the expression in her eyes was especially warm and gentle. She quietly labeled the male as successful in a venture in her mind. For 9 Immortal sect, huh? The primordial dragon tribe's inheritance of the dragon pavilion sounds fairly attractive. It's just that, I don't know if he'll accept me. A person who's fled from the dragon court, on an island in the East Sea. A round, fruit-like gremlin creature was holding onto a newspaper as it sprinted toward the king's throne. Why, Your Majesty. The 4-9 Immortal sect has officially started recruiting disciples. On the throne, a green-haired male who had bright and piercing eyes accepted the newspaper. There was a look of bewilderment on his face as he stared at the picture of the male. It's him, it's really him. What's going on with this world? The once young and immature youth has now become the sect leader of such a powerful sect already? For this, has it truly only been 2 years? Nowadays, the Dragon Court is forcing me to accept their enlistment. How about I seek refuge at the 4-9 Immortal sect? Taking into account our acquaintance at the Winter Dragon Tomb, and Lin can perhaps watch over this island. The male fell deep into thought. In the end, he finally made a decision. He was definitely going to grab onto the 4-9 Immortal sect's coattail. Taichu Continent. In a realm where sinister spirits and violent beasts roamed, a dragon tribe male was standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and he held an information-holding jade tube in his hand. He had found this jade tube in a violent beast's spatial magic tool. A smile suddenly spread across his face. Authentic primordial dragon tribe's inheritance? Interesting. It looks like it's time for me to meet my ancient ancestors. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. The Great Long Outyen. Holy Glacial Lands. The holy city was blown to bits by an unknown power. Hundreds of snow maidens died in the explosion. A terrifying heat burst out from below the holy glacial lands. This was unbearable for the snow maidens, a tribe that liked to live in chilly conditions. Thousands of snow maidens started migrating away from the holy glacial lands. Within the migrating group, a golden-eyed and white-haired female was currently staring at a newspaper. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Priestess Xianxia, why have you been staring at that newspaper for so long? Whenever I see that male, I feel a throbbing pain wrench at my heart. Absolutely detestable. Yan Hua's body shook in fury as she recalled the scene of him looting her storage ring. Xianxia awkwardly put away the newspaper and explained, "This is a new sect in the kingdom of the 9 states. We need to better understand our enemies in order to defend against or attack them." Yan Hua shook her head. The great empress and high priestess harbor a very peculiar attitude toward the kingdom of the 9 states now. Whatever, let it be. Let's head to the opposite shore realm first. Xianxia glanced at the straightforward Holy Palace leader. She felt that Yan Hua wasn't bad-natured, and her mind was also pure and simple. She didn't hate this snow maiden. In fact, many snow maidens were straightforward and didn't have complex thoughts. Many of their battles were simply for one aim, to survive. However, it was because of their strong desire to survive that they come to more resolute decisions, and thus they became the female demons in the eyes of many foreign tribes. For example, their current migration to the opposite shore realm was not only to seek refuge but also to war and conquer the land. The holy glacial lands were already unsuitable for their survival, so they could only head to nearby territories. The kingdom of the 9 states was too powerful, and they would definitely be wiped out if they were to go there. The East had transformed into a deadly piece of land since long ago, so they could only head west and travel to the rumored realm of death-deceased souls. When they arrived, they would determine whether or not they could bully the ghosts away. Meanwhile, in a utopian land that was filled with the songs of birds and fragrance of flowers, a female who was shrouded in a divine glow was humming as she watered a divine flower. This water was collected from the immortal jade dreamy soul water, which sat in the highest realm of heaven. If a mortal human drank a cup of this water, they would descend into a 3,000-year dream and experience countless illusory lives. She had fed a dying mortal a cup of immortal jade dreamy soul water once, and that mortal thought that they had died and passed through into a foreign realm. Then, that mortal human experienced an epic life filled with both happiness and tragedy. They toiled through countless hardships and successfully became the most powerful individual of that world. They even saved the world and eventually ascended into the immortal realm. After ascending into the immortal realm, they woke up from the dream. Laying on the familiar yet unfamiliar bed, the mortal realized that it was all just a dream. The real them were actually still lying on the bed. What ruler of the world, what kingly conquest? It was fake, all fake. It turned out that they were all fucking dreams. Trash is still trash. The incurable disease is still an incurable disease. The mortal human had a mental breakdown, then they cried themselves to death. Who could have imagined? A supreme being who had succeeded in attaining an unparalleled Tao suffered a pitiful fate of crying to death. The female, who was shrouded in divine light, continued to water plants with the immortal jade dreamy soul water. The trickle of water sounded heavenly and free from all imperfections. What are dreams? What is a reality? If I didn't wake the mortal up and stop their dream after their immortal ascension, then they would have been stuck in the dream world forever. If that was the case, then I'm afraid that the dream would have become the mortal's reality. Little Hay, do you think that we're also living in a dream world that we might wake up or might never wake up from? The female, who was shrouded in divine light, looked toward the snake-tailed female next to her as she asked this question. This snake-tailed female had beautiful black hair. The black-haired female was none other than Black Spirit Snake, who Lin had almost infuriated to death not long ago. When she heard this question, she started chuckling leisurely. Your Majesty, if this truly is a dream, then we still have to be the happiest individuals in this dream. It appeared as though the female in the divine light was chuckling in amusement, and the divine glow surrounding her became even brighter and more dazzling than before. Little Hay, I've detected a hint of dissatisfaction and uncertainty from your demeanor. Black Spirit Snake pursed her lips. So be it if I lost my villa and phoenix egg to them. I can still seek him out and find a chance to pummel him in the future. However, your Majesty even bestowed a land of fortune upon him. The female chuckled. Are you dissatisfied? Are you aggrieved? Do you really want to hit someone right now? Black Spirit Snake. This world is about to deteriorate, and I naturally have to arrange and move my pieces. And Lin's rapid rise proves that he's blessed by the heavens. It's beneficial for us to form good karma with him. You should also stop thinking about those matters all the time. Black Spirit Snake bowed her head slightly as she replied in a respectful tone. Little Hay doesn't dare to. However, her mind was thinking about the opposite of what she said. Good karma? No matter how good the karma is, I still need to beat him up first. For 9 Immortal Sect, Bai Ling, Lu Qianhuan, Xiao Zhe, and Little Lang were all busy with recruiting disciples. As sect leader, Lin roamed around the sect leisurely and indulged himself in the beautiful mountains and waterscape. Generally speaking, badass sect leaders didn't need to busy themselves with all the trivial matters of the sect. Much like how they were portrayed in movies and novels, Sect leaders would only appear when earth-shattering events occurred. They would turn the tide with their impressive powers, and they would also seize the opportunity to flex in front of others. As for the remaining times, God knows what these sect leaders were doing. They could simply tell others that they were cultivating in seclusion. If they were caught partying outside, then they could simply say that they were training themselves in the mortal world. Others wouldn't doubt their words. In fact, they would think them even more profound and enigmatic. Enlin and Su Xiaolan held hands as they wandered around, and they eventually arrived atop the full moon mountain. Enlin could see the entire sect from the mountaintop, and he could also see the endless stretch of green grassland far off in the distance. A feeling of pride instantly welled up inside him. He pointed at the vast stretch of palaces and buildings below and turned toward the beautiful female beside him. Xiaolan looked down the mountain. "What do you see?" Su Xiaolan blinked hesitantly and answered, "The territory of our 4-9 immortal sect?" "Wrong. My queen. That's the land that this emperor has conquered for you." And Lin chortled. Su Xiaolan pursed her dainty pink lips. "You're becoming naughtier by the day," she said in exasperation. "My queen, don't you like it?" A look of grief emerged across Lin's face. Su Xiaolan tried her best to contain her laughter. Her mesmerizing eyes had already squinted into adorable crescents. She cooperated with Lin's act and spoke in a pleasant and gentle voice. "This concubine doesn't care how much land your majesty can conquer. She only wishes for your majesty to know that regardless of rain, hail, or shine, there will always be an unwavering heart that stays warm for your majesty." And Lin was dazed to the spot. He never expected for Su Xiaolan to provide him with such a perfect answer. Although Xiaolan's answer was teasing in nature, and Lin could hear the sincerity behind her words. He recalled that day. He recalled everything that Su Xiaolan did for him as he was wavering on the brink of life and death. Regardless of rain, hail, or shine, there will always be an unwavering heart that stayed warm for him. And Lin was stuck in a trance as he gazed at the female before him. There were all kinds of feelings and emotions in this world. Yet which of them could compare to the radiant and enchanting smile of the female before him? "Are you in awe of my quick-wittedness?" Su Xiaolan found Lin's dazed expression hilarious. "Don't speak. Kiss me." And Lin shuffled over. It was Su Xiaolan's turn to be dazed. Their lips met at this moment. This kiss was sweeter than the sweetest nectar, and it was an experience that surpassed countless matters of the world. After a moment, the two of them sat down on a boulder that stretched over the clifftop and gazed at the vast and pleasant scenery in the distance. The clear blue sky, the pure white clouds, the rolling green hills, these were all monotonous in color, yet as a whole, they appeared especially pleasing and attractive to the eye. "The scenery is so beautiful," Su Xiaolan sighed. She sat leaning back with her hands supporting her from behind, and she was facing toward the sky. Her long hair billowed in the gentle breeze, making her appear graceful and otherworldly. And Lin stared at her for a few seconds before remarking, "Even the beautiful spring scenery pales in comparison to your smile." Su Xiaolan shot a sideways glance at Lin. "Would you cut it out already? Honest people all speak this frankly," and Lin said seriously. "Su Xiaolan." The two of them continued to chit-chat. Su Xiaolan's rank had already reached the soul formation intermediate stage, and her speed of ranking up was phenomenal. Perhaps this had to do with her vermilion bird bloodline. After all, that was the essence bloodline of a holy beast. Combined with Xiaolan's supreme talent, it was only normal that she was so badass. Su Xiaolan's rank was the same as Lin's now, and she could also overtake him at any moment. This put Lin under a lot of pressure. He felt that he needed to rediscover his masculine might. After all, he and Ritian couldn't be reduced to be Xiaolan's bitch, right? How should I rediscover it? And Lin focused his attention on his sea of vital energy. All this had to do with Kirin. He remembered that the closest he came to success was when he formed a magnificent cloak using Lu Qianhuan's lightning tribulation. And Kirin was like his small electric motor. Any ability that he could use and Lin would also be able to use. For example, the golden void lightning and the white lightning that possessed that devastating sword intent. He could occasionally borrow the power of the white flame vermilion bird as well. However, that vermilion bird was insanely haughty, and he would often be unable to draw on its power. As for the miniature whale, which Kirin treated as his mount, this was a freeloader who didn't pay its rent. And Lin couldn't do anything about it, and he could only allow it to swim freely around his sea of vital energy. Xiaolan, do you still remember the golden child that I spat out when I was facing lightning tribulations that day? And Lin suddenly asked. Sure do. And Kirin, yeah. I was the one who named him. Wasn't he eaten by you? Su Xiaolan blinked in curiosity, and Lin's face twitched. I didn't eat him, he corrected solemnly. I swallowed him into my sea of vital energy. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. Same thing. I want to give him an item of clothing right now because he's been running around my sea of vital energy naked this entire time. I can't get used to it. Do you have any ideas? Su Xiaolan. At that time, we all saw Kirin naked. I don't recall you saying that you were uncomfortable with it. What? So you've suddenly become uncomfortable after seeing him run naked around your sea of vital energy by himself? Su Xiaolan was slightly amused, and Lin was speechless. In all honesty, he didn't feel any sense of oddity seeing Kirin run around his sea of vital energy naked. After all, he was just a little kid. Running around naked was called innocence. It was called authenticity, and Lin could only tell Su Xiaolan the truth. Fine, I need to give Kirin an item of clothing to teach him the virtue of shame and humility. By doing so, I'll be able to rank up to the soul formation final stage. Su Xiaolan was stunned. And Lin, I've realized that your method of cultivation is straying further and further from the correct path. And Lin had a look of despair. I don't want to do this either. I can't think of any other method, and I've already been stuck at this rank for almost a year. What else can I do? Chill. It's only been a year. Some cultivators are stuck at the rank of the soul formation stage for thousands of years. Rushing yourself might prove to be detrimental instead. Take it slowly. Su Xiaolan waved her hands and gestured that this was nothing unusual. And Lin shook his head. No can do. If I can't find a way to rank up, then I'll feel uncomfortable all over. If I can't rank up a stage a year, then what's the point of cultivating? Su Xiaolan. Sometimes I feel like the students at our university are really cultured and inclusive. And Lin understood the meaning behind her words. If one isn't powerful enough, they'll be beaten if they try to flex. If a supremely powerful individual tries to flex, however, they'll attract a large group of fans instead. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Even if we fight, I won't be able to defeat you. Correct. And Lin chuckled. So, Xiaolan, what ideas do you have to help me break through this obstacle? None. I've never raised a kid before, much less raise one in my sea of vital energy, Su Xiaolan snapped. Investigate it yourself. And Lin grabbed onto Su Xiaolan's hand. Come on, don't be like this. Help me. Please. Su Xiaolan was stunned. She looked Lin up and down with her pretty eyes and exclaimed, And Lin, you're wheedling up to me? And Lin? Yeah. Why was he wheedling up to Su Xiaolan? Gasp. Was this still how Ritian should behave? Was it because Su Xiaolan's aura was too strong? Or was it because his might was too weak? And Lin suddenly turned towards Su Xiaolan and used his fingers to tilt up her slender chin. He put on a sinister smile and said, Woman, you must come up with an idea for me. Otherwise, this sect leader will be unhappy. Su Xiaolan? This sudden act of dominance took Su Xiaolan by surprise. A rare blush appeared on her soft and delicate face. However, before Lin could even continue, a pair of hands had already rested on his shoulders and pushed him back aggressively. Boom! And Lin was pressed down onto the boulder by Su Xiaolan. The female's hands were pressing down on the male's shoulder, and a holy flame was lingering around her. A pair of eyes that contained a supreme dragon might was currently looking down at the male condescendingly. You! And Lin had an expression of shock as he looked at Su Xiaolan. Your domineering act came too suddenly. I don't like it that way. Su Xiaolin wore a faint smile, and there was a hint of triumph on her face. And Lin took a deep breath. I'll have you become used to it. Boom! For divine flames all appeared at once. As the flames crackled and exploded, the earth and mountain also started to tremble. Instantly, the 4-9 immortal sect's full moon mountain was filled with sword intent. Lightning arced around the sky, and flames soared toward the heavens. The members of the sect all clicked their tongues in wonder as they looked up at the commotion on the mountaintop. Xianxia couldn't contain his urge to comment. Master and female master are stuck together like glue again. Come together in marriage, shifting battle positions. The roar of gunfire reverberates through the heavens. Dabai yawned and lazily slapped Xianxia's ball-like body around. Even without looking, it's obvious what's going to happen. In the end, Big Brother and will definitely be rubbed into the ground by Xiaolan. Woof! Why? Xianxia had a quizzical look. Master is a being who can fuck the heavens. Although Xiaolan is also very strong, how is it possible for her to defeat Master? Dabai started chuckling in an enigmatic manner. You don't understand. There's a kind of power called making love, and this power can suppress Big Brother and's true strength. It prevents Big Brother and from ever defeating Xiaolan. Making love? Xianxia nodded in confusion. After an intense struggle, and Lin was taken to the ground by Su Xiaolan again. They were both panting heavily, and it was clear that the battle had sapped large amounts of their energy. Phew! That felt amazing! Su Xiaolan chuckled as she wiped the sweat off her brows. You've become a lot more powerful after ranking up to the soul formation intermediate stage, and Lin said as he sighed. If this continues, I'm afraid that I really will be overtaken by you soon. Su Xiaolan held a handkerchief in her slender hand and helped Lin wipe his sweat. How do you feel? She asked in a gentle voice. After sparring all out, has your cultivation base increased by a teeny-weeny bit? At the mention of this, Lin fell into despair again. Not at all. Not only that, even Kirin has stopped reacting when I borrow the power of his golden void lightning. All he does is sleep. In the past, he would always muck around when I borrowed his power. He would stand there and point his finger toward the heavens. Su Xiaolan, why do I feel like this is better? And Lin sighed. I'm done for. And Kirin doesn't even flex anymore. How will he wear clothes? Sure enough, he's become a bludger. And Lin's quest to break through to the next rank eventually ended in failure. And Lin felt that his system was completely fucked. The conditions are so vaguely worded. How am I supposed to complete them? Just fucking tell me how I should clothe Kirin. No matter how he asked this question, the only reply that he got was a deathly silence from the cold and lifeless system interface. 2 more days passed with him living like a bludger in the 4-9 Immortal sect. Bai Ling designed a trial called Ghost Soldiers in the small world of the Phoenix Research Institute. This trial could target and examine trial takers' divine senses and Tao hearts. In a dimly lit space, countless waves of ghost soldiers would surge toward the trial takers. All types of strange and uncanny illusions would materialize, and these would cause the minds of the trial takers to waver and crumble. Dabai took this trial as a lab rat. Dabai took this trial as a lab dog. When designing trials, one had to take care when designing the difficulty. Otherwise, if the disciples were to die inside, it wouldn't be called a trial anymore. It would be called a slaughterhouse. Thus, Dabai personally took the trial to test out its difficulty. Then, based on the gathered data, Bai Ling would make the necessary adjustments and perform some fine-tuning. Unexpectedly, Dabai attained sudden enlightenment when he was taking the most difficult ghost soldier's trial. Ferocious silver winds materialized in the dreary realm and instantly ripped all the ghost soldiers to shreds. Bai Ling was momentarily dazed. And Lin, who was spectating the trial while crunching on melon seeds, suddenly stood up. His face lit up in delight. Dabai was dazed for a few seconds as he stared at the silver wind sweeping around him. He started shouting in joy when he finally came to his senses. Ha! I finally formed my own domain, woof! Dabai's domain was very powerful. Not only did it contain the power of the wind, It even possessed a power that could attack one's divine sense. It could be said that this was an attack that targeted a person's physical body as well as their divine sense. At night, everyone gathered together to celebrate Debai's breakthrough. Thank you, Big Brother In, for providing me with immortal pills and spirit pills. Thank you, Big Sister Bai, for giving me the sea pearl immortal fruit. Thank you all for supporting me. Cheers everyone, woof! Debai raised his wine glass and took a huge gulp. He appeared to be in very high spirits. They all raised their wine glasses happily and toasted Debai's breakthrough. In this sect, everyone was family. When a member broke through to a higher rank, everyone would be overjoyed. I'm the happiest that Debai has broken through to the half-step soul formation stage. And Lin raised his wine glass as he stood up in excitement. After all, he was the only one yet to reach the soul formation stage in my group of beast pets. As his master, I was naturally worried about this. Think about it. How embarrassing would it be if his rank didn't budge a single bit after an entire year? Gasp! Everyone drew in a sharp breath. They were in shock as they stared at the speaking male. We're not like you, they screamed in their minds. Fortunately, Debai has finally managed to raise his rank. I'm also able to feel at ease now. Here, a toast to Debai. And Lin raised his wine glass. The others all raised their wine glasses and drank to Debai's achievement. Tang Shimin, who was still stuck on the spirit nurturing final stage even though he was nearing graduation, was absolutely smashed. What kind of fucking useless prodigy am I? He asked with tears streaming down his face. Even a dog is more powerful than me. Shen Yuancheng patted his shoulder in encouragement. Don't mention it. Even I'm feeling a heap of pressure. I've decided that I'm going to take advantage of this break to raise my rank to the soul formation initial stage. If I don't break through, I won't return to school. Tang Shimin, are you really here to console me? Why do I feel even sadder? Don't try to compare yourself to Big Brother and's beast pets. His beast pets all have a minimum rank of the soul formation stage. Senior, don't get too hung up on this. Miao Tian also patted his shoulder in encouragement. When Tang Shimin saw Miao Tian's adorable smile, he finally felt a little better. A relieved smile appeared across his face. What junior male student? They can all fuck off to the side. Sure enough, junior female classmates are better. That's right. Student Miao Tian is spot on. Luo Zipping nodded in agreement. Take Shui Zhantian for example. He's clearly just a ball, yet he's already on the brink of the heaven creation stage, which is equivalent to our return to void stage. We can't say that Senior Tang is more worthless than a ball, right? That wouldn't make any sense at all. Tang Shimin's expression darkened. He pointed at Luo Zipping and yelled, "Leave! I don't have such a heartless schoolmate." Everyone burst into laughter. The air was suffused with a boisterous atmosphere. Lu Chenhuan poured herself some fine wine and took a small sip. A carefree smile also spread across her face as she looked at the lively scenes before her. She never would have imagined that her whimsical suggestion to Enlin would materialize into tonight's spirited and harmonious scenes. Huan Huan, a toast to you. Here's to our sword pavilion becoming strong and prosperous. A long-haired beauty smiled as she walked over. Lu Chenhuan looked up and saw that it was Xianxia. She was a close friend who had come here to cultivate with her after graduating from the heavenly court. Lu Chenhuan smiled and clinked glasses with Xianxia. Don't worry. Our sword pavilion will definitely surpass the heavenly sword sect in the future. After saying this, Lu Chenhuan drained her wine glass. Night. A bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Under the pale glow of the moon, a small and petite figure was currently meditating on a boulder. She was 4-9 Immortal Sect's first, and only disciple Yi Ling. A faint amount of vital energy coursed through her body, and it was evident that her meridians had already been opened up. She could absorb vital energy into her body now, and she had officially become a cultivator of the first stage Dao body. She raised her limpid and intelligent eyes and looked toward the white-clothed and otherworldly figure in the distance. After a long time, she finally shook her head and came to her senses. Master One, I'll definitely cultivate earnestly, she murmured. I'll strive to become stronger, so that I can repay you for all that you've done for me. Linger definitely won't disappoint you. Yi Ling came to a resolution in her mind, and a determined look appeared on her delicate little face. She focused her attention back on cultivation. Her cultivation aptitude was excellent, and she could definitely become a brilliant cultivator in the future. The next morning, a flat, frisbee-like machine flew out from the Phoenix Research Institute and hovered above 49 Immortal sect. It was hundreds of meters in diameter, and its sleek white body dazzled under the bright morning sunshine. It appeared especially sci-fi and futuristic. Lu Qianhuan was extremely excited. Wow! Isn't that a UFO? Shen Yuancheng also expressed his feeling of surprise. Have we seen that thing somewhere before? There was a similar-looking UFO in Celestial Immortal Shou Yang's tomb, and Lin said. They all came to a sudden realization. No wonder it looked so familiar. Shen Yuancheng and the others recalled the terror of being dominated by the bald male. Tang Shimin, on the other hand, recalled the horrors of lying on the stretcher like a useless bludger. Whoosh! The white UFO disappeared in the clouds and flew toward the distance at an insanely quick speed. Today was the day where the prospective disciples would be taking their trial. According to an unofficial estimate, the number of people who wanted to enter the 49 Immortal sect numbered in the millions. Males, females, old or young, these prospective disciples came from all walks of life. After 5 days of careful selection, Donghua, White-Scale Wolf God, Lu Qianhuan, Su Qianyun, Xiao Chou, and Xiao Zhe whittled the field down to tens of thousands of disciples. These were individuals who had reached the minimum criteria. Right now, Bai Ling was heading toward the Purple Star State selection grounds to bring the tens of thousands of prospective disciples over to undergo the final trial. In the end, Lin and the others, who all believed in elitist education, would perhaps only accept a few dozen individuals as core disciples. As for the acceptance rate of normal disciples who would be responsible for dealing with more trivial matters, that would be completely up to their moods. After whittling down the field of prospective disciples, Xiao Zhe teleported back to report to Lin. Master, the disciples who will attend the final trial include 16 soul formation stage cultivators, 309 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, 2,333 Dao body stage cultivators who are above the 6th stage Dao body, 5,201 Dao body stage cultivators who are below the 6th stage Dao body, and 1,210 mortals who have decent aptitude. Master, I saw a supreme grade female as well. Are you interested? He asked in a whisper as he shuffled toward Lin. As he spoke, he glanced at the distant Su Xiaolan out of the corner of his eyes. Master's wife didn't hear that. And Lin chuckled. What kind of person was he? How could he target the disciples of his own sect? Little Xiao, I'm not scolding you, but you're already a pavilion lord. How come you're still so immature? If we want to grow our sect, we need to create a good and harmonious atmosphere. If you become so giddy after seeing a beautiful female, how are you going to act as a role model for others? We need to lead by example and strive to be honest and upright. This is the atmosphere that a top cultivation sect should aim to create, understand. And Lin didn't hold back in his scathing reprimand. Xiao Zhe lowered his head in embarrassment. Master is correct. So, tell me which female it was who made you so giddy. And Lin stood up straight as he asked this. Xiao Zhe was momentarily dazed. She's a cultivator from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, he whispered. Not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, but she's also supremely talented and extraordinarily powerful. Her bloodline is also extremely pure. As long as she cultivates earnestly, she even has a chance to reach the Dao integration stage. What do you say? Is she a supreme grade female? And Lin was stunned. Such a capable individual actually wants to join our sect? Is the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas willing to let her go? That's a talent who might reach the Dao integration stage. He wasn't belittling his own sect. It was just that there was absolutely no need for that female to join them. What was in it for her? How powerful was a Dao integration stage cultivator? One such cultivator could match an entire super sect. This is the most exciting part of her story. I heard that due to some reasons, she fled from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas not long ago. Otherwise, there's no way we would be able to snatch such a prodigy over. How's that? Are you interested, Master? As he spoke, Xiao Zhe started making strange faces at Enlin. It was as though he was saying, I'm sure you understand. When Enlin heard this, he immediately felt that it sounded familiar. Say, is this supreme-grade dragon female that you speak of called Bei Lian? Xiao Zhe was startled. Holy fuck! Master, how did you know? Enlin. At this instant, the white UFO reappeared in the sky. It started to descend slowly. 10,000 cultivators who were about to undergo the final trial appeared on the territory of the 4-9 Immortal sect. A stunningly attractive female who appeared like an icy lotus appeared before Xiao Zhe and Enlin. Xiao Zhe pointed toward the female and was just about to speak. However, that female had already started walking toward them. Her mesmerizing eyes swam over Enlin's body, and she gracefully extended her delicate hand. Enlin, we meet again. Enlin smiled as he shook her hand. Dragon Princess, long time no see. Welcome to 4-9 Immortal sect. Bei Lian covered her mouth and chuckled. I hope that sect leader Enlin isn't contemptuous of me. How could I be? If you want to join my sect, I'll let you enter through the back door. We can do away with the trials and whatnot. Enlin spread his arms as he spoke lavishly. Nah, I'll play by the rules. Sect leaders need to maintain their impartiality. You can't break the rules for me. Bei Lian's aloof expression had already been replaced by a carefree smile. That's fine by me. With your strength, you'll pass the final trial easily. That's right. How have you been these 2 years? Me. Xiao Zhe's eyes were wide with shock. He glanced at Enlin, then he glanced at Bei Lian. The two of them were conversing cheerfully, and he couldn't join in on the conversation at all. He suddenly felt like he was an extra. At the same time, Xiao Zhe also felt a great sense of admiration for his master. As expected of his master, after finally discovering a stunning female, it turned out that she was actually Master's friend. He had female friends spread all throughout the world. He truly was a ladies' man. Xiao Zhe was extremely envious. He couldn't help but glance toward Master's wife. Her eyes were filled with a killing intent, and Lin suddenly shuddered for some reason, and he immediately chuckled. Bei Lian, I wish you all the best for your upcoming trial. I look forward to having you join our large family. This was a clear sign that Enlin wanted to finish the conversation. Bei Lian smiled and walked back to the group of disciples. Xiao Zhe sighed with emotion upon seeing this, and he started to feel a bit of sympathy for his master. So what if he was a ladies' man? A single glare from his wife, and they would all be dead. The 10,000 disciples were all in an exuberant mood as they checked out the sect which lay before them. So magnificent! So this is an immortal sect. Its scenery and environment are on par with that of imperial palaces. Not only that, each breath that I take is also extremely comforting and refreshing. The vital energy here is especially rich. I agree. I worked as a captain of the guard at the Thousand-Sword Imperial family before. The density of the vital energy here is even greater than that of the imperial city. The other disciples were all astonished upon hearing this. The vital energy here was even richer than the imperial cities of the 9 imperials. This was definitely a top-notch cultivation location. With this in mind, the disciples became even more excited. Their yearning to become core disciples grew stronger and more resolute. That male is the legendary Enlin, right? It's definitely him. Such elegance and grace. His jet-black eyes look as if they contain countless galaxies. Stunning. The female cultivator's eyes were sparkling as she spoke. He's walking over. Oh my God. The white-robed male walked before the trial takers. Sect leader. Good morning, sect leader. Countless cultivators tried to make a good first impression. An awkward expression surfaced on the white-robed male's face. I'm not the sect leader. I'm the pavilion lord of the spirit pavilion. Your sect leader is over there. The male pointed toward some location. there was a handsome white-robed male standing there. Everyone. An uncanny silence fell over them. Many cultivators who had shouted in greeting looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were dazed to the spot. So awkward. There were also some other cultivators who took great pleasure in their misfortune. You guys didn't look at the portrait of the 4-9 Immortal sect leader before coming here? Are you guys fucking stupid or what? I didn't tell you guys on purpose. You guys can all make a bad first impression. That way I'll have an advantage. Xianxia Cheng smiled calmly when the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Don't worry. I won't mention this to the sect leader, he comforted. Just be more careful next time. Also, try your best in the upcoming trial. You'll all be treated equally in this trial. Good luck. The male's smile was as heartwarming as the spring sunshine. The cultivators were all mesmerized by his dazzling smile. How can there be such a handsome male in this world? We'll definitely be more careful next time. Pavilion Lord Xianxia. I'll definitely give this trial my all. The cultivators spoke excitedly, and the female cultivators all looked to be in a daze. Even the male cultivators had fervent looks in their eyes. Such a gentle and good person. At this moment, Xianxia Cheng's standing in their minds skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. Even if it was just for Xianxia Cheng, they still had to try their best to stay at 4-9 Immortal sect. Under Bai Ling's guidance, the trial takers arrived before a gigantic light door. This was a door that led to the Phoenix Research Institute. Now, this realm had already been renamed as the Small Phoenix World. No matter what happens inside, there's one thing that you should all remember, Bai Ling said. That is persistence and perseverance. Understand. May I ask, what kind of trial is this? A female cultivator asked feebly. Bai Ling smiled faintly. Not telling. It's a surprise. Everyone. Since she said this, it definitely wasn't a surprise. It was more likely a fright, right? And Lin had a first-hand experience of these surprises. And he suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude upon seeing these adorable little disciples walking toward an unforgettable experience. Come experience the terror of being dominated by the most heartless trial designer. My name is Li Tong, and I'm from the Heavenly Battle Sect. I'm the most talented core disciple of the Heavenly Battle Sect. The Heavenly Battle Sect is well known, but it's only a medium-sized sect in the Kingdom of the 9 States. The strongest cultivator is only a soul formation stage ancestor. At only 100 years young, I successfully became a powerful cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. It can be said that I'm a supreme prodigy with an exceptional natural talent. However, I also understand that regardless of how strong one is, there is always someone stronger. Take this legendary 4-9 Immortal sect for example. This sect is destined to become a sect that stands head and shoulders above the continent. People should always fight to move upward, so I came here to challenge myself. After leaving my old sect and walking into the embrace of the 4-9 Immortal sect, I'm definitely going to start a new chapter of my life and reach the pinnacle of the continent. A boundless battle intent burst forth from Li Tong's eyes, and he was brimming with confidence as he stepped into the light door. A light flashed past, and the space distorted and transformed. He arrived in a vast white space. Before him, there was a set of steps that stretched into the heavens. One will pass this trial if they reach the end of these stairs. If you say, I give up, then you will be able to leave this trial. Bai Ling's voice sounded from above. Li Tong smiled leisurely. A test of perseverance and resolve? Heh, I'm not bragging or anything, but I can persevere until I die. Rumble. A mysterious power descended and stripped him of all his immortal powers. I've become immortal? Li Tong blinked, yet he wasn't all that surprised. This was nothing unusual. In fact, this was quite a standard way of holding trials. Li Tong started walking up the flight of steps that had no end in sight. Each of his steps left its print. He steadily walked up. The end was nowhere to be seen, but he knew that the finish line was before him. Thus, he was extremely relaxed as he walked. An eternity seemed to pass, and beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. His legs also started to tremble in exhaustion. Phew! I'm so tired. It's been ages since I've experienced the feeling of exercising as a mortal. Li Tong chuckled quietly, yet he wasn't discouraged in the least. If the trial wasn't difficult, then how could the others be eliminated? The more difficult it was, the better. The more challenging it was, the better. In any case, the person who was going to become one of the core disciples was him, Li Tong. 1212, 1212. Before he knew it, he had taken another 10,000 steps. Li Tong wiped his sweat and sat down in exhaustion. When he looked down, he already couldn't see the bottom of the steps. When he looked up, there was still no end in sight. Fuck me. How far away is the finish line? Li Tong couldn't help but grumble in frustration. However, he wouldn't give up. He still hadn't reached the finish line yet. How could he give up? After resting for a while, he continued climbing the steps. He walked and stopped, walked and stopped. When he was exhausted, he would sit down on the steps to take a breather. He walked another 10,000 steps. He had already walked up to almost 100,000 steps. Li Tong was completely worn out, and he was also starving. He was in extreme admiration of himself. Holy shit! How long is this set of steps? If it wasn't for my amazing perseverance, there's no way I could have made it here. I'm sure the finish line is not far away. He walked for another 10,000 steps. Li Tong couldn't walk anymore, so he started crawling, slowly yet steadily. Before he knew it, he had climbed millions of steps. Blood was seeping from his hands, and his feet were full of blisters. He looked down the steps, and there was no end in sight. He looked up the steps, and there was also no end in sight. How fucking long is this set of steps? He wailed in anguish. Li Tong was about to have a mental breakdown. His body was trembling, and he sobbed quietly as he continued to climb upward. As a prodigy of the heavenly battle sect, he had managed to endure for so long. Li Tong was moved by his own greatness. He climbed and he climbed, and he climbed and he climbed. He climbed until hunger swept through his entire body. He climbed until thirst made him think of nothing but water. He climbed until he had no energy to speak anymore. He climbed until his body was aching with unbearable pain. Li Tong didn't give up. He knew that when heaven was about to place a great responsibility on a great man, it always first frustrated his spirit and will, exhausted his muscles and bones, and exposed him to starvation and poverty. He finally saw the finish line. He saw a stone tablet at the end of the steps. Tears were streaming down Li Tong's face as he climbed over. Oh, he didn't have any more tears to cry. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he wanted to cry as he climbed toward the stone tablet. Eventually, he reached the stone tablet. He finally passed this terrifying trial of perseverance. Li Tong's persistence had paid off. Li Tong clutched the stone tablet as he read the words engraved on it. Congratulations. You've already completed 1/10,000th of this trial. Li Tong rubbed his eyes after reading this. Then, he looked up toward the endless flight of steps. 1/10,000th, and he was already on the brink of death. He still had to persevere through another 9,999 times of what he had just experienced. Fuck your mother. Li Tong's voice was extremely hoarse. After whispering this curse, blood rushed into his head, and he drifted into unconsciousness. Li Tong fainted. This was a pitch-black world, and an eternity seemed to pass. He slowly regained consciousness, and he struggled to open his eyes. A vast expanse of white appeared before him. Next to him was a stone tablet, which signified that he had completed 1/10,000th of this trial. Hunger, exhaustion, and pain ate at his body. Li Tong couldn't comprehend this at all. Could anyone pass such a brutal and inhumane trial? This broken body of his would probably fail before he could complete the next 1/10,000th of the trial. There was no way he could reach the finish line. He would die on the journey there. Yes, he would most definitely die on the journey there. Think about it, he had almost died, yet he had only completed 1/10,000th of the trial. What kind of experience was this? This was also the reason why Li Tong fainted in despair when he saw the words on the stone tablet. Now that he had regained consciousness, he was still feeling a deep sense of despair. Impossible. No one can pass this kind of trial. You're toying with me, aren't you? Li Tong looked toward the sky and yelled in despair. There was no reply. The only thing that faced him was the deathly silent space and the endless flight of steps. Li Tong trembled with exhaustion, and he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gazed at the endless flight of steps and raised his foot with great difficulty. I'll continue to climb. I definitely won't give up. This was clearly an impossible task, yet for some reason he really didn't want to give up. He didn't want to fail here. His perseverance was unparalleled, and he was going to climb until he died. His body trembled as he continued to climb, and he found that his body was starting to ignore his commands. An eternity seemed to pass, yet he had only made it up another 10,000 steps. Li Tong smiled wryly. I'll probably die long before I see the second stone tablet. He, a prodigy of the heavenly battle sect, had traveled thousands of kilometers to the 4-9 Immortal sect to realize his dream of becoming stronger. However, this dream was about to evaporate into nothingness. Li Tong didn't want it to end like this. How could he leave like a defeated dog? He gritted his teeth and continued to climb. The thought of giving up had crossed his mind countless times already. His body, which was aching with unbearable pain, pleaded for him to give up. His pride as a prodigy begged for him to give up. His reasoning ability yelled for him to give up. However, he really didn't want to give up like this. Li Tong's mental state underwent some transformation, and the trivial thoughts in his mind all disappeared. There was only one thing left in his mind, to continue climbing upward. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll just die on the way to the finish line. Sometimes it only took an instant to grow from immaturity to maturity. Li Tong forgot how long he had climbed for. He fainted several times, yet he continued to climb after he regained consciousness. He was still nowhere near the second stone tablet. He kept crawling until he fainted once again and woke up to suddenly find himself in a spacious hall. Surrounding him was the thousands of cultivators who were also here to undergo the trials like him. Have I failed? Li Tong's eyes were bloodshot as he murmured to himself. Then, he discovered that the other cultivators were all staring at him. The look in their eyes was a bit strange. What was going on? Why did it seem like there was a hint of envy in their eyes as they gazed at him? A failure. There was even a hint of admiration. At this moment, an extremely beautiful female appeared before him. She was dressed in white, and she wore a smile on her face. This white-clothed female was Bai Ling, the person who had designed this trial. Congratulations, Li Tong. You've placed first in this trial. Bai Ling congratulated. First. Li Tong was baffled, and even his speech became stuttery. But I didn't make it to the finish line. He remembered that he hadn't even made it to the second stone tablet yet. After fainting countless times, he finally appeared in this place after fainting for the last time. Finish line. Bai Ling blinked a few times. That trial doesn't have a finish line. Li Tong was baffled once again. After taking a moment to compose himself, he asked, "Didn't you say that one had to reach the finish line to pass this trial? Moreover, that stone tablet also marked the distance to the finish line." "Oh, I lied. In reality, those steps stretch on forever. You'll never be able to reach the end." Bai Ling calmly revealed her lie. Li Tong. Li Tong's feeling at this moment was indescribable. He wanted to vomit blood. The thousands of other cultivators all looked at him in sympathy. When they learned of this news, they also felt like absolute shit. In fact, some cultivators even fainted from anger and frustration. Bai Ling clasped her hands behind her back and gazed toward the void. It was as though she could see through the river of time. That set of steps is infinite. Is the journey of seeking Tao not the same? In the countless days long gone, how many have fallen on their journey of seeking Tao? No one can see the end destination. The only thing you can do is to continue walking forward. It's an endless struggle to see who can walk further. The difficulty of seeking Tao will cause some to feel despair. It will cause some to collapse. It will also cause some to give up quickly. However, there will also be those who would never stop walking. They're unwilling to stop where they are. Their only thought is to keep walking, to walk further. They walk on the path that appears to have an end destination that they will never be able to reach. In the end, they die of exhaustion in their struggle to walk further. The cultivators fell deep into thought as they listened to Bai Ling's words. Some were even hanging their heads in shame. That's right, this was a test of perseverance. They all understood this. However, understanding and doing were two very different things. There was an approving look on Bai Ling's face as she turned toward Li Tong. Out of all the people here, you're the only one who didn't give up. You walked for the longest time and you climbed the most steps. You deserve to get first place. Li Tong was once again moved by his own perseverance upon hearing Bai Ling's words. Clap, clap, clap. Someone started clapping, and the applause soon became thunderous. Most of the cultivators were in awe of Li Tong's perseverance. Tears brimmed in Li Tong's eyes. As expected, I'm a supreme prodigy, he sobbed. As expected, I'm the most impressive individual. When the other cultivators heard his victory speech, their applause started to die down. Bai Ling. Next, the top 1,000 cultivators are going to undergo the second trial. The rest of you remain where you are and await orders. You guys can join as normal disciples, but you'll also need to pass a trial for that. Whether you leave or stay is your choice. More trials. Li Tong's eyes widened in shock. Bai Ling chuckled coldly. Do you think that becoming a core disciple of our 4-9 Immortal sect is that easy? Li Tong didn't reply. With a single trial, 9,000 of the 10,000 trial takers were eliminated. The next trial would only be more terrifying, right? A sense of panic welled up in Li Tong as he cast his mind back to his brushes with death. Even in Lin, Shen Yuancheng, and the others were stunned. Even just thinking about that trial, they could feel just how nightmarish it was. In fact, it was hard to say whether they could do better than Li Tong. Climb steps until death. Are you afraid? As expected, Bai Ling was a professional trial designer. These trials were absolutely terrifying. The cultivators who were eliminated were those who gave up the earliest. Although they were disappointed, there was nothing they could do. Right now, the only choice facing them was whether or not to stay and fight for a spot to become one of the 4-9 Immortal sect's normal disciples. Normal disciples dealt with the peripheral matters of the sect, and the cultivation methods and resources that they received would definitely be inferior to those received by core disciples. However, sect leader Lin announced that normal disciples who performed well would be given opportunities to be promoted to core disciples. Li Tong and the other 1,000 or so trial takers followed Bai Ling toward the second trial. Li Tong arrived before a vast expanse of crimson land. Bizarre blood-colored plants dotted this land, and some of them were even burning with raging flames. Huh? Where is this? A crisp female voice asked. It might be the rumored small phoenix world of the 4-9 Immortal sect. A rough male voice answered. Li Tong turned around and found two familiar-looking people standing next to him. They seemed to be cultivators who were participating in this trial as well. He sensed their cultivation base and found that, like him, they were also of the spirit-nurturing initial stage. At this moment, Bai Ling's voice traveled down from the sky, and she said, "In order to pass this trial, you need to find a black-colored lake in this small world." Li Tong instantly knew what this trial was about upon hearing this announcement. Searching-style trial? If that was the case, then it was clear that the cultivators next to him were put there on purpose by Bai Ling. They weren't his competitors. Rather, they were his teammates. "Hi, fellow cultivators. I'm Li Tong. Will you guys search for the Black Lake with me?" Li Tong greeted his teammates in a friendly manner. The pretty female cultivator was momentarily dazed. Then she chuckled and said, "Hi, Li Tong. My Dao title is Ding Xiang. I look forward to searching for the Black Lake with you." The brawny male nodded in greeting. "Hi, Li Tong. I'm Chang Yingxiong. I recognize you. Your performance in the previous trial was exceptional. I also look forward to working with you." "You flatter me, I was just lucky," Li Tong replied modestly. His mind was dancing with joy. It appeared as though he had made quite a good impression with his performance in the previous trial. "Would you look?" That lilac-like girl was gazing at him with a look of reverence and trust. Why was that? It was because of his personal charm. Just like that, the three cultivators happily formed a team and started searching for the Black Lake. This trial clearly wouldn't be as simple as just searching for the Black Lake. There were definitely other hidden dangers. Otherwise, how would the other trial takers be eliminated? This was indeed the case. On their journey of searching for the Black Lake, they encountered fire-breathing plants, violent flame beasts, and flaming bird beasts. All three of them were of the spirit-nurturing initial stage, so they had no problems disposing of these enemies. They were given surprises, but they were never in any real danger. 2 days passed, yet they still hadn't found the Black Lake. However, they had already become very well coordinated. On the 3rd day, they flew over some crimson ravine and discovered a lake at the end of it. "Look over there. There's a lake," Ding Xiang exclaimed in excitement. A look of joy lit up on Li Tong and Chang Yingxiong's faces, and they made their swords fly even faster. They became excited every time they saw a lake. Regardless of whether it was the Black Lake that Bai Ling spoke of, they would always fly over to try their luck out. Chang Yingxiong was the first to arrive at the lake. Although the lake water is murky and has hints of red, it's clearly not the Black Lake. He frowned. Disappointment flashed across Li Tong and Ding Xiang's faces as they looked at the lake. Right at this moment, a huge explosion of water erupted from the surface of the lake. Boom! A huge flood dragon, which was over 100 feet long, leaped out and bit at Chang Yingxiong. Chang Yingxiong's expression changed drastically, and he instantly activated a protective spell technique. Meanwhile, the gigantic flood dragon's bloody jaw had already enveloped his body. He immediately raised his sword above his head and prevented the gigantic flood dragon from snapping its jaws shut. "Ah! Save me!" Chang Yingxiong was struggling to keep the flood dragon's jaw open, and it was clear that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Boom! 2 more gigantic flood dragons swam to the surface of the lake. A dangerous glint sparkled in their crimson eyes. Chang Yingxiong. Upon seeing this, Li Tong was just about to charge over. Right at this moment, however, Ding Xiang pulled him back. "Li Tong, don't be rash," Ding Xiang yelled. "The 3 gigantic flood dragons are all of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. They're clearly waiting for us to charge over. We're only of the spirit-nurturing initial stage, and if we charge over, it's very likely that we'll all die here. But there's still hope," Li Tong said through gritted teeth. "Are you stupid?" Ding Xiang screamed. "Don't forget what our objective is. It's to find the Black Lake and pass this trial. It's not to die for our teammates." Boom! The 2 flood dragons, which had just appeared, spread their wings and pounced toward Li Tong and Ding Xiang. Their speed was incredibly quick, and it was clear that they had decided to launch into action. "Run!" Ding Xiang yelled. Then, she turned around and ran. Li Tong trembled with indecisiveness. Chang Yingxiong was about to succumb and be swallowed by the gigantic flood dragon. It wasn't completely impossible to rescue him from the gigantic flood dragon. However, the danger was too great. "I'm sorry, Chang Yingxiong. My dream is to pursue the paramount Tao. I can't lose my life here," Li Tong shouted at the top of his lungs as if trying to rid himself of the strong sense of guilt that gripped at his heart. Then, he turned around and fled. "Li Tong, save me!" Chang Yingxiong's anguished shouts sounded from behind him. Li Tong shut his eyes. He gritted his teeth and kept fleeing into the distance. The angry roars of the pursuing flood dragons and the sound of Chang Yingxiong's flesh being ripped apart grated on Li Tong's ears. Li Tong fled like crazy. Then heaven and earth became pitch black. He was momentarily dazed. Then he descended into unconsciousness. This was an abyss of infinite darkness. He slowly regained consciousness. Li Tong struggled to open his bleary eyes. "This is... why am I here?" An ominous feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. He glanced toward the hundreds of other cultivators who had also appeared here. All of them were ashen-faced. There was a look of sympathy and pity in some of the cultivators' eyes as they looked over at him. "You failed." Bai Ling looked up at the dozens of screens in the void, and she spoke without glancing back at him. How have I failed? Li Tong yelled. I clearly didn't die. I didn't find the Black Lake either. The trial hasn't ended yet. Could it be that there was a time constraint? He suddenly thought of a possibility and blurted it out. Bai Ling smiled indifferently. Find the Black Lake? No, there is no Black Lake in that small world. Boom! Li Tong felt like he had been struck by divine lightning. He suddenly thought of another possibility. The objective of finding the Black Lake was all a lie. It was like the stair-climbing trial, where the existence of a finish line was also a lie. Bai Ling nodded. That's right. You failed because you abandoned your teammate even though you had the opportunity to save him. Li Tong's breathing became erratic. Discontent, refusal to accept this reality. Why? I would be placing myself in grave danger if I tried to rescue him, he reasoned loudly. Isn't it normal to make this kind of decision in order to survive? Bai Xian chuckled. I didn't say that you were wrong to do that. Under those circumstances, anything you chose to do would have been understandable. However, for 9 Immortal sect prefers those who are willing to risk their lives to save their teammates. It's my freedom to choose as I please. Why would your thoughts matter to me? Li Tong opened his mouth dazedly. Right at this moment, there was some movement beside him. A brawny male sat up. Huh? Li Tong? What's going on? How come I arrived here after rescuing you from the giant flood dragon's jaws? Li Tong stared at the male beside him in shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Si Cheng Yingxiong? You're still alive. Chang Yingxiong punched Li Tong's chest lightly. Oi, you haven't been scared silly, have you? He laughed and said, I did almost die, but I rescued you and we fled together, didn't we? Huh, where's this? Another familiar voice sounded. Ah, Li Tong. I'm so glad that you're still alive. The female sobbed. I rushed over to save you, but you were eaten by the giant flood dragon. I felt so powerless at that time. The female started sobbing in joy upon seeing that Li Tong was safe and sound. Li Tong had a dazed expression on his face. Felt like there was something stuck in his chest. Fake. It's all fake. The scenes from before were all illusions. Weren't they? That was so stimulating and I'm so fucked. Congratulations, Chang Yingxiong, Ding Xiang. You two have passed the trial. Bai Ling grinned at the 2 cultivators. After a momentary pause, Chang Yingxiong and Ding Xiang started whooping with joy. Although they didn't know why they had passed the trial, Bai Ling had personally told them this. So, they had definitely passed. That's right. Li Tong, you woke up before us. Did you also pass the trial? Ding Xiang asked cheerfully. Li Tong shook his head solemnly. I failed, he said bitterly. Huh? How come? Chang Yingxiong exclaimed in surprise. Li Tong couldn't bring himself to speak as he looked at the energetic Chang Yingxiong. Tears threatened to pour out of his eyes. What was with this awkward, strange, and sad atmosphere? After all, he couldn't say that he had failed because he had left Chang Yingxiong to die, could he? There was a gigantic screen suspended in the void, and on it was the visions of all the cultivators who had participated in the second trial. Tang Shimin felt a pang of sympathy as he looked at the despairing Li Tong. Li Tong's disposition is actually very suited for cultivation. Can't we make an exception and accept him? I agree. I feel like we'll lose a lot of potential talents in this second trial. Su Qianyun also felt a deep sense of sympathy, and Lin shook his head. I agree that we'll lose a lot of talents this way. I also understand that love and friendship aren't necessarily determining factors in how successful one can become. Cultivators who cherish their own life over others' lives might indeed achieve great success in the future. However, I hope that our sect is more caring and compassionate. It doesn't need to be the strongest sect, but it needs to be a sect that everyone loves. It needs to be a large and caring family. Think about it. If the disciples are sincere individuals who care about their teammates' safety, we'll also be more at ease when passing cultivation methods down to them. Am I correct? And Lin's words caused Tang Shimin and Su Qianyun to fall deep into thought. He's right. This kind of caring sect is what we want to create. If the sect is full of strong yet selfish and cold-hearted individuals, then what joy will there be? There was a glimmer in Su Xiaolin's eyes as she gazed at Enlin, and a look of pride also emerged on her face. It was as if she was saying, "Look, that's how loving and caring my Dao partner is." Shen Yuancheng and Lu Qianhuan also nodded in approval. It was evident that they agreed with what Enlin said, since they were friends who had been through thick and thin together in the past. Enlin's words were right up their alley. In the end, only 52 of the 1,000 people passed the second trial. This wasn't to say that all the cultivators were cold-hearted. Rather, most cultivators valued their lives greatly, and many people would choose to flee rather than save someone who they barely knew. This was completely understandable. In fact, Li Tong had performed relatively well. He had hesitated for a long time before choosing to flee. If Bai Ling's illusion wasn't so underhanded, creating a teammate who urged him to flee, there was a strong possibility that he would have stayed to rescue his other teammate. As for those who chose to stay and risk their lives for their teammates, perhaps they were dumb cunts in the eyes of many other cultivators. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect liked these types of dumb cunts. Thereupon, those 52 cultivators entered the final round of selection. To Enlin's surprise, Li Tong, who had failed to pass the second trial, resolutely decided to participate in the normal disciple selection trial. In truth, proud and talented people like him were probably better off joining other sects. He wants to strive to become a core disciple through becoming a normal disciple first? Interesting. Enlin grinned in anticipation. Enlin didn't dislike Li Tong. Rather, he found him to be very honest and forthright. Thus, Enlin was eager to see what he could make of himself. Out of the 10,000 trial takers, only half decided to stay and participate in the normal disciple selection trial. In reality, most people had come in the hopes of becoming a core disciple. Many of them were uninterested in becoming normal disciples. They knew that normal disciples were merely coolies and that there was little room for development. Shen Yuancheng was in charge of the normal disciple selection trial, and he led them over to the number 2 testing ground. The cultivators had all experienced the terrors of Bai Ling's trials, and some of them were still trembling uncontrollably as they walked. What kind of strange and daunting trial was awaiting them? The space distorted and warped, and the remaining 52 trial takers arrived before Enlin and the others. Of these 52 trial takers, 8 were of the soul formation stage, 15 were of the spirit nurturing stage, 20 were of the Tao body stage, and 9 were mortal humans. Of the mortal humans, Enlin had a strong impression of a little boy called Ning Reek. In order to protect another little boy, Ning Reek was bitten several times by a wild dog. Although he was in tears, he still persisted and attacked the dog with rocks. In the end, he managed to scare the dog away. In the step climbing trial, he was also the third last to give up. This kind of perseverance and maturity didn't seem like something a 5- or 6-year-old boy would possess. It was also worth mentioning that Dragon Princess Beilian was the second last to give up in the step climbing trial. She finally gave up after persisting for a long time and fainting several times. Enlin could barely bear to watch her suffer. Beilian's sulky expression when she glanced at Bai Ling after leaving the trial was still imprinted deep in Enlin's mind. Enlin appeared before the 52 trial takers. His white robe fluttered gracefully, and his eyes were piercing and profound. He had a haughty look on his face. Congratulations on passing 2 extremely difficult trials. It's now time for the final selection. The pavilions which are currently recruiting disciples include the Dragon Pavilion, Sword Pavilion, Purple Star Pavilion, and Man Pavilion. You guys can nominate a pavilion that you want to join. Also, you can't change your decision. After choosing, the pavilion lords will also make their choice. If they accept your request to join, then congratulations, you will have succeeded. If not, then you will have failed. A commotion broke out among the trial takers. What the fuck? So they would fail if they were unfortunate and the pavilion lords didn't like them? Their hard work from before would all go to waste. This kind of recruitment process was far too casual. However, they had become accustomed to the 4-9 Immortal sect's unique recruitment process long ago. Thus, they didn't grumble for long and quickly started pondering over their options. They glanced at Xiao Zhe, Lu Qianhuan, Bai Ling and Little Lang, and they mulled over which pavilion lord would like them more. Bai Lian walked toward Xiao Zhe with confidence. Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up. Bai Lian, you're the type of talent that my dragon pavilion needs. Bai Lian smiled daintily. Thank you for accepting me, Pavilion Lord Xiao Zhe. Please look after me in the future. The others were all surprised upon seeing this. So it's actually this easy? A male cultivator became giddy, and he walked up to Lu Qianhuan. Pavilion Lord Lu Qianhuan, please look after me in the future. Lu Qianhuan glanced at the male cultivator, and the shadow of some ancient sword flashed past her eyes. Then, she shook her head in disappointment. Your aptitude for the sword is too weak. I can't teach you, sorry. Boom! It was as if he had been struck by a bolt of divine lightning. The male cultivator swayed dazedly. He almost fainted upon hearing Lu Qianhuan's words of rejection. I failed. I was rejected because my aptitude for the sword Dao was too weak. Dongzhen, a four-tailed firefox that had come from the myriad mountain realm, stood up and ran toward White-Scale Wolf God's man pavilion. A female cultivator felt that the wolf person was more amicable, so she also ran over to him. However, she was brutally rejected. The trial takers were eliminated one after another. The remaining trial takers became more and more terrified. The reasons for rejection were infinite in variety. Insufficient aptitude, unsuited, fate, not smart enough, you're a good person, but what the fuck? The group of trial takers was about to have a mental breakdown. They had initially thought that they had a good chance of becoming a core disciple. After all, there were only a few dozen trial takers left. Who would have thought that the elimination rate in this final round of selection would be so high? Moreover, the reasons for rejection made them want to spew blood. In the end, only 15 of the 52 trial takers succeeded in becoming core disciples. Lu Qianhuan's sword pavilion recruited 3 people, Ning Rik, Ding Xiang, and Peng Yu. Peng Yu was a sword cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. Xiao Zhe's dragon pavilion also recruited 3 people, Bai Lian, Sun Xiaodai, and Gong Shichen. Bai Lian was a member of the dragon tribe, and the other 2 were both soul formation stage cultivators who had dragon bloodlines. White-Scale Wolf God's man pavilion recruited 4 people, He Xiang, O Huang, Dongzhen, and Jiang Ba. He Xiang and O Yang were both of the Dao body stages. Dongzhen was a four-tailed fire fox of the spirit nurturing stage, and Jiang Ba was a golden-furred lion person of the soul formation stage. Bai Ling, who had left deep scars in the minds of the trial takers, ended up accepting the most disciples. Her Purple Star Pavilion accepted 5 people, Chu Ming, Zhou Yu, Meng Mei, Chang Yingxiong, and Liu Bei. Chu Ming and Zhou Yu were both intelligent mortals, Meng Mei was of the Dao body stages, and Chang Yingxiong and Liu Bei were of the spirit nurturing stage. As for the other trial takers, some of them left, and some of them chose to stay and participate in the normal disciple selection trial. And Lin sighed as he looked at the leaving cultivators. Sometimes, simply being talented wasn't enough. For example, what the final trial looked for was fate. Bai Lian was in a good mood after being selected as a core disciple, and she ran over to Enlin. Sect leader Enlin, please look after me in the future, Bai Lian said happily. Enlin smiled warmly. Do your best and cultivate earnestly. My disciple is from the primordial dragon tribe, and his inheritance is very authentic. It's not like the incomplete inheritance that the dragon court of the eastern seas has, where you still need to figure it out for yourself. Something that Enlin said caught Bai Lian's attention. Hang on. What did you just say? Your disciple? Who's your disciple? Don't tell me. Bai Lian's eyes widened in shock. My disciple, Xiao Zhe. Enlin pointed toward Xiao Zhe and chuckled. Only my friends know of this secret. I haven't made our relationship public. How's that? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Bai Lian's body swayed slightly, and she stared at Enlin in disbelief. She took a deep breath. Are you teasing me? Master, should I take the core disciples to the Dragon Pavilion and brief them on the things that they need to be aware of in this sect? At this moment, Xiao Zhe walked over cheerily. Go ahead. And Lin waved his hand in approval. Bai Lian's delicate pink lips were slightly agape as she dazedly stared at the scene before her. She felt that this was completely absurd. Xiao Zhe was her master, and Enlin was Xiao Zhe's master. Then didn't that mean Enlin was her grandmaster? Surprising? This was fucking terrifying. Bai Lian clutched her chest. She felt like a herd of alpacas was storming through her heart. She gazed at Enlin sulkily. She didn't speak, and she silently labeled him as a bully in her mind. What happened to move forward together? How come you've suddenly become my grandmaster? Bai Lian couldn't describe her feelings right now. She felt a bit aggrieved as she followed Xiao Zhe to the Dragon Pavilion and listened to him introduce her to this sect. After a day, the normal disciple selection trial also came to an end. The elimination rate was much lower this time, and 3,000 of the 5,000 trial takers passed. However, the 5,000 people all appeared listless. It was as though they had faced endless amounts of torture and been sucked dry. Some cultivators who had passed the trial started laughing in joy. However, their laughter sounded more bitter than weeping. What on earth did they experience? And Lin was astounded. Shen Yuanchang shook his head. No idea. I heard Sister Bai Ling say that this trial tested them on their overall abilities. Anyhow, they were thrown into a black box that mimicked all kinds of environments. It was an exploration of their personality or something. It sounds so profound, woof. Dabai's face was a picture of curiosity. Dabai, it looks like you want to test it out? And Lin chuckled. A look of undecidedness emerged on Dabai's face. After all, no one would seek to torture themselves. However, the question of what lay inside that black box was especially intriguing. The more unknown something was, the more alluring and intriguing it would become. Moreover, a dog's curiosity was boundless. As the proverb says, curiosity killed the dog. Bai Ling completed her job and walked over. The 3,000 normal disciples were gathered together by Bryce to undergo induction. Big Sister Bai, what's in that box? Woof! Dabai glanced at Bai Ling and pounced over curiously. He stuck his tongue out and wagged it around. Not telling. Bai Ling smiled mysteriously. If you want to know, I can let you experience it for yourself. Dabai wagged his large, white tail hesitantly. He still had a vivid recollection of the hollow expressions on those cultivators' faces. It was as though they had experienced something especially harrowing. Dabai, some of the trial takers were only of the Tao body stages, and there were even a few mortals. Yet even they made it through. How can you, a beast of the half-step soul formation stage, cower and be afraid? And Lin egged Dabai on. I'll go, woof. Dabai gritted his teeth and finally came to a decision. Go, Dabai. And Lin cheered. Of course he wouldn't tell Dabai that he could actually ask those 3,000 cultivators. Go, Dabai, go. Dabai appeared valiant and spirited as he walked over. Under Bai Ling's guidance, Dabai entered the black cube, and Lin and the others chit-chat as they awaited Dabai's return. Bai Ling, what on earth is in there? And Lin asked. Bai Ling's eyes squinted into a smile. Not telling. I can give you a little hint though. He'll discover the value of his dog life in there. And Lin. That sounds so scary. Bai Ling's fame as a professional trial designer was there for everyone to see. A chill shot down in Lin's spine when he heard her mention the value of his dog life. 1 hour later, an opening appeared on the pitch-black box, and a white figure stepped out into their view. The white figure swayed from side to side as it slowly walked out of the box. Dabai's tongue hung from his mouth, and his eyes were hazy and unfocused. Drool dribbled down his chin. And Lin was stupefied. He hasn't gone fucking nuts, has he? This trial definitely had nothing to do with cultivation bases. Thus, Dabai's symptoms were even worse than normal people. Dabai, how are you feeling? And Lin turned pale with fright as he dashed to Dabai's side. Dabai ignored Lin's question and continued shaking his head. Then he suddenly gave a retarded laugh. What's filiality? What's love? And Lin turned to Bai Ling. What on earth did he experience? Dabai suddenly raised his head. Life is more than the trivial matters of the present. and Lin looked at Dubai. There should be poetry and the far afield. Dubai fell silent. There are also indecipherable poems and unreachable destinations? And Lin continued. Dubai wiped the drool off his chin and chuckled retardedly. There's also the retarded dog before you. And Lin. Life is more than the trivial matters of present. There is also the retarded dog before you? And Lin turned toward Bai Ling and said expressionlessly, so this is what you meant by discovering the value of his dog life? Su Xiaolan also wore a pained expression. Why do I feel like Dubai is starting to question his dog life? He hasn't turned retarded, right? Everyone looked toward Bai Ling. Bai Ling. She finally gave in under the intense pressure of their gazes. Fine. I let Dubai experience the ups and downs of a dog's life in that black box. In that 1 hour, he was able to experience an entire lifetime. He experienced everything that a dog should experience, and I also received data regarding his performance. What data? And Lin asked in a panic. The data said that. Bai Ling glanced at Dubai. Dubai isn't a qualified dog. And Lin? Everyone? This? What does this have to do with him becoming like this? And Lin asked with great difficulty. Bai Ling sighed. He doesn't want to be a dog. Yet he experienced an entire lifetime as a dog. Would you go insane? Or would you find it enjoyable? They were all baffled. They had no reply. And Lin walked over and caressed Dubai's head sympathetically. So, this is the after effect of him being forced to live like a normal dog for a lifetime? That's why he became abnormal. Bai Ling massaged her brows. Yes. Su Qinyun blinked her bright blue eyes. The abnormal Dubai was forced to become normal, so he's become an abnormal version of his abnormal self? She said in her mellow voice. Lu Qinhuan tapped her chin with her fingers. That sounds so roundabout. Dubai, wake up. And Lin didn't want to deal with anything else. He just wanted his normal Dubai back. He didn't want this retarded Dubai. Slap, slap, slap. After several solid slaps, a sinister smile suddenly spread across Dubai's face. And Lin was overjoyed. He thought that the old Dubai had finally returned. Before he could even celebrate, Dubai had already started mumbling, I fucked a dog. Why did I fuck a dog? What did I do wrong? Wah. Dubai suddenly burst into loud sobs. His wails were hoarse and anguished. And Lin didn't understand what Dubai was crying about. A dog fucked another dog. Wasn't that completely normal? Was there anything to cry about? After being slapped by Lin and crying for a while, Dubai appeared to regain his senses. A hint of life reappeared in his eyes, and he had a slightly confused look as he glanced at the worried people standing beside him. Upon seeing Lin, countless grievances welled up in his heart, and tears burst from his eyes once more. He leaped into Lin's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Woof! That was so horrifying. Why did my parents force me to marry a dog? Is this filiality? Is this love? What? I don't want to. I clearly didn't want to fuck a dog. And those fucking dog habits. They were twisted, broken, and morally bankrupt. It was impossible to live with any sort of dog dignity. Dubai bemoaned his sufferings endlessly while Lin continued to console him. The others stared at this scene speechlessly. In any case, this matter was finally resolved. They were all given a fright, but Dubai didn't genuinely become retarded. With new disciples joining the sect, Lu Chenhuan and the others left to deal with their induction. The remaining people also left the small Phoenix world and returned to their residences in the 4-9 Immortal sect. Dubai, is the world that you speak of truly that terrifying? And Lin couldn't help but raise this question as he flew toward the palace on Dubai's back. Don't say my name. Woof! Dubai shuddered as he spoke. And Lin, why? I'm afraid that I've developed leukophobia. Whenever I hear the word, by one in Dubai, I'm reminded of Bai Ling. Then, I'm reminded of that harrowing nightmare. When I think back to those horrible events, I feel like I'm gonna go insane. Woof! Every time Dubai said the word Bai, his voice would tremble. And Lin, it's already that serious? You're so terrified that you're even allergic to your own name? This has gone too far, hey? It wasn't that terrifying. It differs from dog to dog. Big brother, and I think you should also give it a go. It's super stimulating, woof. Heh, I won't fall for your trap. And Lin snickered. A look of disappointment fell over Bai's face. Also, can you change the phrase differs from dog to differs from person to person? And Lin said in discontent. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I'm a dog though, Bai chuckled. Of course it should be differs from dog to dog. You're not even a qualified dog. Stop pretending. And Lin sneered. Bai. The next morning, and Lin fed chicken soup 1 to the core disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect. He delivered an impassioned speech and he felt great while giving it. Then, an adorable 6-year-old senior disciple greeted her 15 junior disciples. The journey of cultivation was a long one, and seniority naturally wouldn't be based upon age. It would be based solely on who entered the sect first. Thereupon, the 15 prodigies greeted their senior disciple with flustered expressions on their faces. That kind of experience was truly indescribable. Yi Ling was extremely shy as she stood on stage and listened to so many people greet her as senior. Her delicate little face was as red as an apple. And Lin and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Bai Lian continued to gaze at Lin with a sulky expression. After finding a new grandmaster in Lin, she even had a new 6-year-old senior disciple now. Dragon Princess also cared about face. Okay? However, there was nothing she could say about this. This was something unexpected, yet at the same time reasonable. Bai Lian felt like her frustrations were going to give her internal injuries. And Lin talked non-stop, and his speech lasted for a full 2 hours. He talked about the sect rules, development plans, core values, and repeated everything that he said in the sect founding ceremony. After his speech, the 4 pavilion lords, Bai Ling, Xiao Zhe, Lu Qianhuan, and White Scale Wolf God, interacted with the core disciples and bestowed them with cultivation methods. Everything went smoothly. Before they knew it, another day passed. The next day, and Lin stuffed the 3,000 normal disciples with chicken soup. After drinking chicken soup for 2 hours, the 3,000 disciples felt completely refreshed. And Lin also felt refreshed after speaking for 2 hours. He still wanted to continue, yet he was stopped by Su Xiaolin. Afterward, Bai Ling handed cultivation methods down to the disciples and also assigned them with tasks and missions. The majority of normal disciples would be away from the sect for lengthy periods of time in order to carry out missions. Thus, they would require a lot of funding from the sect. Fortunately, they didn't call the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator to give them an ordinary job. Otherwise, they would need to lay off a number of the 3,000 disciples due to financial constraints. Everything in the 4-9 Immortal sect was running smoothly. Thank God there was the reliable and experienced big sister by presiding over the important matters. From her overall plans to the fine details of implementing those plans, everything that she did was impeccable. Thanks to her suggestions and plans, the others were gradually able to settle into their roles as higher-ups. If it wasn't for Bai Ling, and Lin and the others would most likely have acted solely off impulse and whim. If that was the case, then the disciples would have been able to witness what a true Buddhist-style sect was like. After seeing Bai Ling take charge, Lin Junjun felt reassured, and she returned to the heavenly court. And Lin and Su Xiaolin strolled around the 4-9 Immortal sect leisurely. Before they knew it, half of the holiday had already passed. On some bright and beautiful day, a large-eyed crane appeared in the skies above 4-9 Immortal sect once again. And Lin was amused as he looked at the strange crane circling in the skies. Bam! The large-eyed crane suddenly exploded, and black ink poured down from the skies. This ink was blocked out by Lin's protective spell technique. A golden note slowly drifted over, and Lin caught it curiously. There were 3 large words written on it: Heavenly Court's Entrustment. Heavenly Court's Entrustment? Well, this is impressive. A look of delight lit up on his face. Heavenly Court's entrustments were given out when the Heavenly Court needed to deal with some matter, but didn't have enough available personnel to deal with it by themselves. They would entrust these matters to the 9 Imperials or other top-rated sects and reward them with a certain amount of compensation. What about the four great sects? Sorry, but the four great sects didn't accept entrustments from the heavenly court. Theoretically speaking, the heavenly court ruled over the kingdom of the 9 states, which the four great sects were also a part of. However, the four great sects were beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. They existed within the 9 states, yet they stood detached from the 9 states. They had the powers to be in such a position, and Lin could also choose to reject this entrustment. After all, it was largely up to the sect whether they accepted the heavenly court's entrustment or not. There were very few cases of sects being forced to accept entrustments. By giving the 4-9 Immortal sect an entrustment, it was evident that the heavenly court had already acknowledged the 4-9 Immortal sect to be a top-rated sect. And Lin cheerfully looked over the content on the golden note. When he reached the end, his eyelids jumped. Heavenly Court's entrustment. Trustor. Celestial the Arch. Entrusted task. Investigate the reasons behind the riots in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Reward. Based on intelligence gathered, the reward may vary from 1 million to 20 million spirit stones. Time limit. Unlimited. And Lin had heard about the riots in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. According to rumors, 5 returned to void stage immortal beasts had died during one of the riots. Right now, the riots were still ongoing. As for why these riots were occurring, people were coming up with all sorts of speculations. However, there wasn't any reliable information. Indigenous beasts, which were too low in rank, didn't know of the reasons either, and high-rank beasts all kept tight-lipped regarding the riots. Sinister spirit beast cesspool, is it? To go or not to go? The sinister spirit beast cesspool was quite far away from the kingdom of the 9 states. The kingdom of the 9 states was located in the eastern region of the Taichu continent, to the north of which was the Holy Glacial Lands. To the west of the Holy Glacial Lands was the opposite shore realm, and further to the west of the opposite shore realm was the sinister spirit beast cesspool. That place was known as a polluted land, and it was also where the beast tribes gathered. The beast tribe inhabitants there were generally extremely violent and ferocious, and battles would erupt over the smallest of altercations. Even cannibalism was not an uncommon spectacle there. The myriad mountain realm was like a children's playground in comparison to the sinister spirit beast cesspool. There had been some mighty figures who had theorized that the souls of the creatures born in that place were polluted from birth, thereby giving inherent flaws that made them so violent and bloodthirsty. To theories like this, all the mighty figures of the sinister spirit beast cesspool told those theorizing mighty figures to go fuck themselves. They attributed all this to a culture of battle among the beast tribes. Apparently, there was a large-scale debate many years ago about whether the spirit beasts there were good or evil at heart. However, this type of debate obviously wouldn't result in a definitive conclusion. If you accused their souls of being flawed, then how would you explain the Tao integration stage super mighty figures in the sinister spirit beast cesspool? How could creatures with flawed souls perfect their Tao realm and integrate their Tao? If you refused to subscribe to the opinion that their souls were flawed, you wouldn't be able to find any creatures that were as cruel and violent as those in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. And this wasn't just 1 or 2 tribes, this was the norm across all the beast tribes gathered at the sinister spirit beast cesspool, as if they were somehow all flawed at birth. In this respect, they surpassed even the void spirit tribe. Nowadays, the ferocious beasts within the sinister spirit beast cesspool were even crazier. When they erupted into frenzies, they would even go as far as to kill themselves. From an incomplete statistical survey, it could be determined that there had been more than 10 million ferocious beasts that had killed themselves in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Many of the beast tribes were becoming more and more frenzied and violent, and their violence was beginning to take its toll on the surrounding powers near the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The turmoil and unrest within the sinister spirit beast cesspool had forced even the heavenly court into action. However, most of the heavenly court's attention was still focused on the snow maidens, the ant tribe, the blood tribe, and the dragon tribe of the East Sea, and there weren't many forces that they could spare to take care of matters within the sinister spirit beast cesspool, which was why a commission letter had been sent out. And Lin looked at the commission letter in his hands and gathered all the pavilion lords as well as the elders of the sect to discuss the best course of action. Everyone agreed that this job was one that they should take. On one hand, it would demonstrate the prowess of their sect to the world, and on the other hand, the sect really did need more money, which would be available to them in the form of remuneration if they managed to complete this mission. Next, it was time to determine the roster for this trip. Big Brother and I'm gonna sit this one out. That place is really weird for us beasts, and I might become super violent if I go there. Woof! Dabai placed a paw on the table and spoke in a nervous voice. Hee hee. I'm getting interested now that you put it that way. Xiaozhe chuckled. Classmate and Lin, the sinister spirit beast cesspool is so far away. How are you going to have time to complete this mission? School is about to start again soon, Su Qinyun asked, and Lin swept his hair back. Heh! A real man should know his priorities and ditch school in order to forge a career. Hee hee, classmate and Lin. I'll be relaying your words to Vice Principal Yu Hua, and he'll make a decision on whether you can graduate or not. Shen Yuanchang chuckled coldly, having clearly been enraged by Lin's words, and Lin immediately backed down. I was wrong, Big Brother Chang. I'll apply for some leave. Please let me off just this once. Fuck. He had been too hyped up lately and forgotten that class captain Big Brother Chang was with him. Announcing that he was going to ditch class in front of the class captain was akin to suicide. If he actually tried to do so, Big Brother Chang would probably toss him a nuclear bomb and blast him back to school. Don't expect me to apply for leave for you. I'm also preparing to go back to my sect and go into seclusion. I'm not going back to school until I progress to the soul formation stage. Shen Yuanchang shook his head. And Lin, I want to come with you, Su Xiaolan announced with a smile. Huh? You're all going? Then who's going to apply for leave? Su Qinyun turned to look at everyone, only to find that everyone was looking back at her. It was clear what their intentions were. All right, I'll try to apply for leave for you guys. Su Qinyun was not feeling up to the task. Not only did she have to apply for leave for 3 people at once, but all 3 of them were extremely important in their class. She really didn't know how to even bring up the issue with their homeroom teacher. Lu Qinhuan said, I can't be bothered going that far. I plan to stay behind and instruct those new disciples in my sword pavilion. Bai Ling, there are some things I have to take care of in the small phoenix world, so I won't go either. Master, I want to come with you. Xiaozhe was quite keen, and Lin turned to him with a puzzled expression. Don't you have 3 new disciples as well? Are you just going to leave them? Haha. I discovered that Bai Lian is quite knowledgeable about the dragon tribe, so I told her to teach the other 2 disciples for now. Xiaozhe replied with a joyful expression. Everyone? And Lin's eyelids twitched. So this is how you're doing your job as their master? Getting one of his disciples to teach his other disciples? What a dodgy move. It's just a temporary arrangement. I'll make sure to teach them diligently once I'm back. Please, Master. I really am quite interested in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Xiaozhe was raring to go. The sinister spirit beast cesspool was quite a dangerous place, and after a moment of thought, Lin agreed to let Xiaozhe come along. After all, it would be a lot safer with a mighty figure like him on the team. Little Lang also chose to stay behind to teach his disciples. As for Tina, she had been feeling a little under the weather lately. Perhaps she was suffering from the aftereffect of unleashing her divine techniques a while ago, or perhaps it was the aftereffect from the changes that had taken place in the divine mirror world. In any case, she was not keen on battling and chose to remain at the 4-9 Immortal sect as well as to help Lin look after the Phoenix Egg. Thus, the final team consisted of Su Xiaolan, Lin and Xiaozhe. Crack. A spatial rift was torn open, and Xiaozhe led Lin and Su Xiaolan into the spatial passageway toward their destination. Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool. This was a peculiar landscape that was unpredictable and ever-changing. Some places had clear, blue skies with an abundance of serene flora and fauna. Some places were filled with toxic mist, with vital energy surging like dragons and danger at every turn. However, it was usually those places that were homes to astonishing treasures and opportunities. In the sky above a small city on the border of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, a spatial rift was torn open, and Lin, Xiaozhe, and Su Xiaolan made their way out from the spatial rift before appearing in this city. Hey, the atmosphere isn't bad here. At least the beasts here don't look like complete savages. And Lin looked around at the beasts walking around him with amazement on his face. He had thought that the sinister spirit beast cesspool would be a completely lawless and unstructured place, where chaos reigned and countless battles constantly took place. However, the city he was situated in, at the very least, appeared to be quite an orderly place. The beasts walking around him weren't very large, and all of them coexisted relatively peacefully. Boom! Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted about 100 meters away. The entire ground tremored slightly as a result. And Lin turned to find a humanoid fox the size of a grown man had its foot stamped firmly onto the body of a brawny black tiger. There were massive cracks running through the ground around the black tiger, thereby indicating that the fox possessed immense strength. How dare you sell fake tiger skin to me? Are you sick of living? The fox waved the golden tiger skin in its hand as it let loose an enraged roar. The black tiger trembled with fear. Please spare me, Master Fox. I won't do it again. I'll replace that one with 10 real tiger skins. Please spare me. Hee hee. The fox chuckled coldly as a menacing aura began to exude from its body. I think I'll take your hide in the place of this fake one. Its sharp, saber-like claws plunged into the black tiger's body as it spoke. The blood-curdling cries of the black tiger reverberated throughout the entire street. All the beasts on the street gathered around as spectators, and some of them even brought out snacks to eat as they chatted happily with one another. This was clearly a common occurrence, the likes of which everyone was used to seeing. Thus, the black tiger was skinned alive by the fox in an extremely gruesome scene. The fox then swaggered away with the black tiger's hide, to the delighted applause of countless beast onlookers. It looks like you spoke too soon, Su Xiaolin lamented, and Lin massaged his brows and nodded. It looks like I had indeed. Su Xiaolin also nodded in response. Right at this moment, the fox holding the tiger skin passed by Lin. Its eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the exquisitely beautiful Su Xiaolin. Beasts and humans were different species, so even if a celestial maiden was to appear before them, they would only marvel at her beauty, but that would be the extent of their emotional response. However, the foxes were different. They were attracted to humans as well, which was why vixens would often adopt a human form. This reflected the strong yearning they had toward the beauty of humans. Su Xiaolin's features were extremely intricate. Her skin was as fair as white jade, and she possessed a regal disposition from her vermilion bird and true dragon bloodlines. She was like a goddess who had descended upon the world, striking awe and wonder into the hearts of all the onlookers. The fox was unable to resist such a peerless beauty. It immediately let loose a wolf whistle before strutting over to Su Xiaolin with a sly grin. Hey there, pretty woman. What are you doing here in Luohu City? I'm the top dog here, so if you have anything you need help with, I'm your fox. Hee hee hee. Many of the beast onlookers gathered around with sinister smiles. This fox would often target the humans who came here, and it looked like that woman was about to become his latest victim. You can help? Do you know the reason why there is so much unrest in the sinister spirit beast cesspool? And Lin suddenly asked. Shut the fuck up. You think you can talk over me? The fox glowered at Lin before slashing its sharp claws toward Lin's neck, leaving a series of afterimages and a sharp whistling sound in its wake. It was going for the kill from the get-go. However, a delicate, fair palm flew toward it at an even quicker speed. In that instant, the fox felt an overwhelming sense of despair and impending death. It turned its head with shock and horror etched onto its face. It didn't even get a chance to react before the terrifyingly powerful palm was upon it. Bam! The palm did not even make contact with the fox before its head exploded like a watermelon. Su Xiaolin glowered coldly at the headless fox. How dare you attack my Lin? You can go repent in hell. The fox's headless body remained standing for a split second before collapsing to the ground. All the beast onlookers drew sharp intakes of breath as they stared at Su Xiaolin with awe and veneration. The spirit-nurturing stage Master Fox had been insta-killed by a single palm? This woman was not someone they could mess with. Some of the more cowardly beasts, such as the mouse tribe, were already scurrying away in fear of being slaughtered. As expected of my master's wife, that was awesome. Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up as he began to applaud. Xiaolan is so reliable. And Lin also joined in on the applause. However, the situation felt a bit weird, as if their roles had somehow been reversed. Su Xiaolan was a little embarrassed. Sorry about that. My anger got the better of me, and I killed it before interrogating it for information. And Lin waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. It's all right. Spirit nurturing stage trash like this won't have any useful information anyway. Spirit nurturing stage trash? All the beast onlookers drew another sharp intake of breath. That human had to be quite powerful to say something like that. All of them made mental notes not to mess with these three in the future. Many of the beast onlookers began to disperse. Avoiding danger was an instinctive precautionary measure, so even though they were quite violent and bloodthirsty, they wouldn't recklessly give their lives away by challenging someone that could clearly crush them. Of course, this did not apply to those nutjobs in the central region of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Master, where do we go now? Should we go undercover to try and gather some information? Xiao Zhe asked, and Lin rolled his eyes before glowering at him. Go undercover? Are you fucking kidding me? Only weak trash would choose to do something like that. Powerful beings like us should take more direct routes. More direct routes? A hint of confusion appeared on Xiao Zhe's face, and Lin turned his eyes toward the central area of the city. Let's go storm the city lord's manor. Things like going undercover sounded quite advanced. However, tactics like those were only utilized by people who were too weak to stand up against their enemy and could only gather information through sneaky tactics like this. Some of them would go on to have their covers blown before being killed. Others would do a better job or perhaps be luckier and continue to rise through the ranks, thereby allowing them to gather the information they needed. However, even in the latter case, it would be an extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming endeavor. In a small city like this, the city lord was most likely the one who knew the most, and Lin was not in the mood to go undercover. Was he supposed to approach the city lord, then slowly gain their trust before obtaining information? What a joke! If he really wanted to know something, he could just beat the crap out of the city lord. What if the city lord refused to tell them what they wanted to hear? Just continue beating them until they obliged. Everything was much easier when one had absolute strength. The sound of an explosion suddenly erupted from the city lord's manor. Roar! A golden tiger with a pair of golden wings fled into the distance. A white-robed figure suddenly appeared before the golden tiger before launching a fist toward it. Countless golden symbols erupted from the golden tiger's body, instantly encompassing an area over 1,000 feet in radius. This was an extremely uncommon sealing domain, and Lin flashed through the air like a flying sword before tearing ruthlessly through the golden domain and striking his fist into the golden tiger's body. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. Howl! The golden tiger wailed in anguish before plummeting from the sky. On the ground below, Su Xiaolan made a series of dragon tribe hand seals. A series of chains constructed from water suddenly appeared from midair before binding onto the golden tiger's body like water snakes. Roar! Release me at once! The golden tiger struggled with all its might, but the chains of water grew even tighter, and it was completely unable to break free. I told you not to run, but you wouldn't listen to me, and Lin descended beside the golden tiger. What is the cause of the sudden unrest within the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Tell me everything you know. I don't know anything, the golden tiger yelled. Electrocution, and Lin commanded. Zap! A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed from Su Xiaolan's fingertip before striking the golden tiger. Ah! The golden tiger howled in agony. Its body was convulsing uncontrollably, and its fur had been charred black by the fearsome bolt of electricity. How about now? And Lin interrogated again. I seriously don't know, the golden tiger wailed with an aggrieved expression. Boom! Su Xiaolan took the initiative this time to inflict some more torture. Are you going to talk? I don't know anything. What am I supposed to say? Boom! The golden tiger was on the brink of death. Are you going to talk? The golden tiger. Forget it. Let's go find someone else. It looks like this tiger really doesn't know anything. And Lin sighed. The golden tiger was ecstatic upon hearing this. Kill it first. This hide is pretty to look at. And Lin added. The golden tiger's body shuddered violently. No. Please spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. And Lin chuckled coldly. Hurry up. The combination of electrocution and intimidation through threats was quite an effective one. I really don't know the specifics. However, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug has made an announcement, calling on all Soul Formation Stage City Lords like me to gather at the capital city of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool, by whose city, in 2 days. That's all I know. The golden tiger trembled with fear as it spoke. And Lin looked carefully at the golden tiger's expression before transmitting his voice to the mirror hidden up his sleeve. Magic mirror? Is the golden tiger lying this time? No. The vermilion bird mirror replied. And Lin nodded before forcing the golden tiger to hand over the coordinates of Baihu City. He then turned to Xiaoxia. Let's go to Baihu City. Baihu City was located at the center of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool. It was constructed along the side of a massive mountain, and it wasn't very intricate, but it gave off a majestic, antiquated feel. The city stretched for several dozen kilometers from north to south, and over 100 kilometers from east to west. All manners of strange buildings could be seen from within the city. There were massive houses close to 10,000 feet tall, but also tiny little houses about a dozen centimeters tall. The streets here were extremely wide, and an extremely diverse smorgasbord of beasts roamed along these streets. There were massive beasts close to 1 kilometer in height that were able to send violent tremors running through the ground with each and every step. All the surrounding beasts were taking extreme caution in fear of being trampled on, which would spell certain death. There were also tiny, caterpillar-like beasts which gathered together in large groups. All manners of weird and wacky beasts lived in harmony, creating quite a peculiar spectacle to behold. This was a true beast city. It was completely different from a human city as the scale for constructions and infrastructure here was completely skewed. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, and Xiaoxia had only just arrived at Baihu City when they witnessed a tragic sequence of events. A huge yak over 1,000 feet in height accidentally trampled on a large, fat red bee, which was purchasing fruit, thereby instantly crushing it to death. Thousands of its brethren then gathered to avenge it, and the massive yak was reduced to a pile of bones once they were done. The surrounding beasts were completely accustomed to things of this nature, as hundreds of events such as this one took place on a daily basis. After witnessing the tragedy that had befallen the massive yak, a massive grizzly bear and a massive rooster with black spines for feathers looked at each other. The grizzly bear's expression instantly darkened. Watch you looking at? It could sense the enmity in the rooster's eyes. The black-spined rooster rose to the challenge. So what if I look at you? Try looking at me again. The grizzly bear flared up in rage. I'm looking at you. What the fuck are you gonna do? Cluck, cluck, cluck. The black-spined rooster flapped its wings as the aura of a spirit-nurturing stage powerful being erupted forth from its body. I'll fuck you up, trash! The grizzly bear roared before pouncing violently toward the black-spined rooster. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Stupid cunt. The black-spined rooster flew fearlessly toward the grizzly bear. Rumble. Thus, another intense battle occurred. All the spectating beasts were about to disperse after witnessing the fall of the huge yak, but they all stopped to watch this new show with keen interest. And Lin was dumbstruck. So this was the beginning of the battle to the death. Were they all this violent? In the end, the rooster's black spines punctured the grizzly bear's head, thereby killing it on the spot, upon which it put the carcass of the grizzly bear into its storage ring. It appeared that it was a tradition among the beast tribes to put the carcasses of their slain enemies into their storage rings. Apparently, this was so that they could bring out these carcasses to show off and flex to everyone else at a later date. The rooster won, and it flapped its wings before turning to everyone else with unbridled aggression in its eyes. Who's next? Who the fuck is next? I'll kill all of you. The rooster appeared to be as arrogant as an ostrich. That's enough. Do you really think you're top shit? A humanoid black horse with a huge saber in its hand turned a disdainful glance toward the black-spined rooster. The rooster instantly turned toward the black horse. "What? You want to fight?" The black horse sneered coldly. "I have no interest in fighting chickens." The rooster felt as if it was being belittled, and its aura instantly erupted forth again. All the beast onlookers who were just about to leave all faltered in their footsteps again. They had no choice. This was one blockbuster after another. Even Su Xiaolan couldn't resist ridiculing these violent beasts. "And Lin, I feel like if we wanted to, we can stand here and watch fights for an entire day." And Lin was also a little dazed. Were all the beasts here so explosive in temper? The rooster's powerful aura had subdued all the surrounding onlookers. However, the black horse's expression did not change in the slightest as it heaved a forlorn sigh. "So be it then. I didn't want to fight today, but since you insisted on being taught a lesson, so be it." Boom! An extremely vast aura exploded forth from its body, soaring straight into the clouds. All the onlookers were dumbstruck. This was the aura of a soul formation stage soul beast. This black horse was a soul formation stage powerful being. Soul formation stage beasts were extremely powerful, even in the context of by whose city. It was no wonder that the black horse would try and knock the rooster down a notch. Its power certainly gave it the right to denounce the rooster. All the beast onlookers turned to the rooster with anticipation in their eyes. Even Enlin and the others turned to the rooster, wondering what method it was going to utilize to run away. The black-spined rooster was a bird-type spirit beast, so it should be one of the fastest among all spirit beasts. As such, there was a chance that it could escape from the black horse. "Go fuck yourself. Cluck, cluck, cluck. I've set life and death aside. I live only to battle." To Enlin's surprise, the black-spined rooster didn't run away. Instead, it threw itself toward the black horse. It spread its wings and countless black spines shot forth like sharp swords at an alarming speed. Each and every one of the spines was like a flying sword that was capable of slicing apart iron and steel. So powerful, so fast. All the beast onlookers were astonished. At that moment, the black-spined rooster seemed to grow in stature in their eyes. The black horse drew its huge saber before slashing down toward the rooster. A dazzling saber projection swept past, which sliced through the black spines like a hot knife through butter, before crashing into the rooster's body. The rooster's ferocious expression instantly froze on its face as its body was sliced in half, sending blood flying through the air. All the beast onlookers, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, "Hee, I was craving chicken soup tonight," the black horse said in a joyful voice as it sheathed its huge saber. It put the two halves of the massive rooster into its storage ring before strutting away into the distance, leaving a trail of scorching gazes of admiration in its wake. "Master, I don't understand. Why didn't the rooster run?" Xiao Zhe was baffled, and Lin was quite shocked by it himself. The rooster had completely shattered his outlook on cultivation. "I had thought that the rooster would have some sort of trump card that could turn the tables, but it was actually just donating its body to be made into chicken soup? This is what happens when you don't have self-awareness." Su Xiaolan sighed. She then lamented in a dazed voice. "I was initially skeptical toward all those mighty figures who theorized that the beast tribes here possessed flawed souls. However, now, I'm starting to change my mind." And Lin nodded in agreement. These beasts are getting angry for no reason, and they're engaging in battles to the death over the smallest of altercations. It's really hard to believe that this entire race has not fallen to extinction yet. And Lin's voice had only just fallen when a burst of killing intent swept toward him. "Human, I can't ignore what you have just said. Your words have insulted all the beasts here, including myself." A humanoid cow glowered at Enlin with unbridled aggression from nearby. Enlin was a little taken aback, before offering an apology. "I apologize. That was an overgeneralization by me. Hee. If apologies were useful, why were we born with fists?" The humanoid cow wielded a massive mace with a sinister smile on its face. Enlin, Su Xiaolan. "Come, brothers. These three humans seem a little unhappy with our beast tribes. They talked a lot of shit. What should we do with them? The humanoid cow roared. Haha. We kill them, of course. No. We should eat them. Eat them? Humans are so small. How are we going to split them? I'll eat the head. I'll eat the heart. I want the bones. Don't even think about taking that from me. Woof! All the beast onlookers that had yet to leave all gathered around Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe with scorching eyes. Enlin could see an unbridled urge to battle in their eyes. It was as if the previous battles they had just witnessed had urged them to pick fights of their own. A few dozen beasts gathered around. Among them, there were about a dozen who were relatively powerful, but the rest of them were incredibly weak and were clearly just here to see if they could scavenge for some scraps in the aftermath. All the beasts glowered at Enlin and the others with sinister expressions. Some of them pulled out their weapons, some of them extended their claws, and some of them bared their sharp fangs. All of them were itching to tear Enlin and the others into pieces. Xiaolan, it looks like we've accidentally made quite a few enemies. Enlin shook his head with a resigned sigh. They're all trash anyway. Who cares if they're enemies or not? Su Xiaolan shrugged with a nonchalant expression. Xiao Zhe and Enlin both turned to look at Su Xiaolan with admiration in their eyes. Her words, her nonchalance. All of it was so badass. No. Enlin suddenly came to a realization. Why was Su Xiaolan doing all the flexing recently? Holy Mother of God. This was the core issue at hand. He finally figured out why he had a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was because Su Xiaolan was doing more flexing than he was. He had to reverse this situation. At the same time, all the beasts pounced toward them with bloodlust in their eyes. Enlin stepped forward as he swept his cold eyes through all his beast assailants. The mighty Enlin does not need to explain his actions to anyone. Kneel down before me, scum! A golden light flashed through his eyes as a paramount divine might erupted forth. Divine might technique. Golden ripples radiated outward, instantly encompassing all his beast assailants. It was as if all the beasts had seen something extremely terrifying, and they were all instantly rooted to the spot with shock and horror etched onto their faces. Aside from the dozen or so more powerful beasts, all the other beasts had already collapsed to the ground as their eyes rolled over into the backs of their heads while they frothed at the mouth in unison. Even the more powerful beasts knelt to the ground as their legs gave out from under them in fear. So terrifying. This very same thought welled up in the hearts of all the beasts. A slight smile appeared on his face as he looked around at the petrified beasts before him. He had finally recovered some of his confidence and conviction. All of them would surely back down now. However, to Enlin's surprise, the beasts did not beg for their lives or run away. Instead, all of them turned their menacing eyes toward Enlin again and pounced toward him even faster than before. Were they not afraid of death? Enlin faltered slightly, and a flurry of scorching white flames swept past him toward the beasts before him, instantly engulfing their bodies like a tidal wave. None of the beasts even had a chance to scream before their bodies were burned into plumes of smoke. Stop wasting time with this kind of trash. Let's go elsewhere. The holy vermilion flame still burned on Su Xiaolan's fingertips as she spoke in an indifferent voice. Hooray for Master's wife! Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up with excitement again. From Su Xiaolan's flames, he sensed an extremely holy and pure aura that evoked awe and veneration in his heart. Enlin? All the spectating beasts finally shut their mouths after witnessing Su Xiaolan's overwhelming display of strength. They all averted their gaze toward the non-existent scenery in the distance before quickly dispersing. The human race was quite far away from the sinister spirit beast cesspool, so there wasn't much of a vendetta between them. However, the beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool were very fond of bullying the humans who came here. As such, the relationship between the humans and beasts here was quite a strained one, and conflicts often erupted. Enlin felt like this was quite understandable. After all, they would often even fight among themselves, so it was no surprise that they would also fight the humans around them. After leaving that farcical battlefield, the three of them decided to be more cautious and donned black cloaks in order to hide their faces. There could be returned to void stage mighty figures appearing in by whose city, so it was better to be safe than sorry. The three of them strolled through the city and witnessed all manners of strange beasts around them, of which there were so many species that there was almost zero repetition among the countless beasts they saw. If an encyclopedia of all these species were to be made, it would probably take more than 100 books to record all of them, as just this city alone most likely housed around 10,000 different species of mutant beasts. In any case, and Lin's horizons had been significantly broadened. Su Xiaolan felt the same way, and she would also point out some hilarious beasts from time to time. For example, there was a mutant beast in the shape of a black ball, and it could only move by propelling itself through gastric discharge. As such, it was constantly farting as it walked, creating a comical spectacle that had Su Xiaolan doubled over in laughter. Or, for example, there was a flying pig with ears for wings. Its ears were extremely large, and as a result, they flapped by the sides of its head as it flew through the air. There was also a mutant beast in the form of a huge flower that used its green vines to walk. It had a disproportionately massive mouth at the center of its red flowery head, just like an oversized Venus flytrap, but it was an omnivore. As Lin and the others walked past it, they were treated to the spectacle of it munching on some crispy green bamboo shoots that it was holding in its leafy hands. Its cavernous, crimson mouth chomped with relish on the bamboo shoots, creating a bit of a strange paradox. And Lin and Su Xiaolin held hands as they continued to wander through Baihu City, enjoying the sights and scenes of the sinister spirit beast cesspool as they went. After a while, they were getting a little tired, so they entered a relatively high-end restaurant in order to try out some local cuisine. "Come on in, we've got a new dish today. Our praying mantis butcher has just slain Minotaur Jack. Jack's flesh is extremely juicy and contains high protein and energy content that will strengthen the consumer's body. You better hurry up if you want to eat some, because this is going to be first come, first serve, until Jack meat runs out," a Minotaur hollered in front of the restaurant. Many beasts immediately gathered in front of the restaurant to stake their claims on their preferred cuts of meat. "I want 5 kilograms of beef. I want 500 grams of cow kidney. I want the whole cow head. I want the cow tail." A series of voices sounded, all of which were clamoring for a piece of Jack the Minotaur. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe. After the Minotaur sold all the meat of another Minotaur, it prepared another specialty dish. "Gather around. We've got a new dish today. This is the Dark Knight Snot Bug Monarch that's been wreaking havoc at night. It was slain by a white tiger guard before being sold to our restaurant. This Dark Knight Snot Bug is 50 kilograms, and its meat is extremely succulent and delicious. It is an exceptional dish that is not to be missed." The Minotaur continued to holler. Its words were instantly greeted by another pack of frenzied customers. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe resisted the urge to throw up the contents in their stomachs. They did not understand what could be so delicious about a snot bug. Were all the sinister spirit beast cesspool inhabitants into such disgusting dishes? Su Xiaolin muttered to herself, "So, all their meat are sourced locally?" And Lin nodded. How valiant of the Baihu City inhabitants. They would rather sacrifice themselves than see their fellow brethren starve. "I am in awe and admiration. Please stop, master," Xiao Zhe complained while a pitiful expression appeared on his face. "I've completely lost my appetite. Let's get our own ingredients and cook it with the frying pan." And Lin, "Good idea." Su Xiaolan, "I agree." Thus, the three of them fled from the restaurant after a brief visit, beside a certain secluded lake in Baihu City. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe huddled around the frying pan to eat their own food. They had planned to taste some local sinister spirit beast cesspool delicacies, but what they had just seen completely deterred them from doing so. Besides, nothing could taste better than the dishes cooked by their frying pan, especially when the alternative was to eat all those other weird dishes. Not only were they cannibals, but they were also even eating snot bugs. Was there no limit to how low they would stoop? Su Xiaolin cooked for everyone this time, and she cooked a 5-flavored fish. And Lin and Xiao Zhe tasted 5 different flavors from the dish, which comprised of savory, spicy, crispy, sour, and sweet. It was like a rainbow of flavors. The delicious rainbow of flavors swept through their entire bodies as they trembled involuntarily. Delicious! Master's wife is an even better cook than Master. This dish is the most delicious dish under the heavens. Xiaozhe offered words of genuine praise. And Lin rolled his eyes at Xiaozhe. Doesn't it weigh on your conscience to say that in front of me? I regret cooking all the food I've made for you now. Master, I'm a person who can't tell lies. I was only speaking the truth. Xiaozhe didn't back down in the slightest. During their few days together, he had figured out the hierarchy. Su Xiaolan was at the very top of the food chain, so it would be immensely beneficial to his future development if he could suck up to Su Xiaolan and curry her favor. What if Master refused to teach him cultivation methods in the future? He would just call on Master's wife to force his hand. Genius. Xiaozhe was extremely pleased with his own resourcefulness. And Lin felt like he had accepted a fake disciple. Why would he suddenly hurt his master like this? Su Xiaolan burst out laughing upon seeing Lin's dejected expression, and she placed some fish into Lin's bowl in consolation. Have some fish to ease your anger. And Lin was not actually angry about this. It was just that he was used to his disciple flattering him all the time, and this development was a little jarring to him. In actuality, he was ecstatic to be able to taste Xiaolan's cooking. Tomorrow is the day the Jade Bone Immortal bug is gathering all the soul formation stage cultivators. Do we need to prepare anything? Su Xiaolan asked. Not really. We'll just take the golden tiger with us. And if anything happens, we'll settle it with our fists. And Lin replied with a confident smile. A holy flame seed had already been planted into the golden tiger's body by Su Xiaolan. It would spontaneously combust and be burned to ashes if it tried to betray Su Xiaolan. And Lin and the others were going to disguise themselves as its servants in order to get close to the Jade Bone Immortal bug and figure out just what this return to Void stage beast was up to. The Jade Bone Immortal bug was already at the return to Void stage, so it should possess some knowledge about the secrets behind the unrest within the sinister spirit beast cesspool. As such, it was a good idea to approach it in pursuit of the information they required. Night fell, and all manners of weird sounds erupted throughout the city. There was snoring that literally sounded like claps of thunder. There were infants crying, and there were also a series of sharp, sluggish, or otherworldly voices reverberating throughout the city. There were very few beasts on the streets at night, but it sounded as if there were a busy market outside. It was kind of like a thriving city of ghosts. Boom! A battle erupted once again in Baihu City. And Lin and Su Xiaolan sat on top of a random building as they surveyed the battle that was taking place in the distance. And Lin really had no words left to describe these beast tribes anymore. This was already the 27th battle of tonight, and all the participants were at least spirit-nurturing stage spirit beasts. He was beginning to understand why even the buildings within such an important city like Baihu City would be so crudely constructed. There were countless battles taking place every day within the city, so there would be no point in creating intricately crafted buildings, as they would most likely be razed to the ground anyway. Under the same cultivation base, cultivators of the sinister spirit beast cesspool ranked among the top 5 in terms of combat prowess across the entire continent. Looking at it now, this made a lot of sense. All the cultivators here had only managed to survive up to this point by leaving a trail of countless dead bodies behind them. The fighting was relentless here, and everyone was either dead, or they were extremely competent and powerful fighters. Boom! A bolt of white lighting fell from the sky with the power to banish all evil. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both stirred a little. A soul formation stage powerful being had taken the stage. This was a massive centipede with lightning crackling all over its body. A scorching pillar of flames soon descended from the sky toward the centipede. A flaming flying horse had appeared on the battlefield. A massive python over a kilometer in length with black mist revolving all over its body also appeared before taking part in the intense battle. In the blink of an eye, this had become a free-for-all battle between 3 soul formation stage soul beasts and a dozen or so spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts. Immediately afterward, a humanoid lion over 1,000 feet tall carrying a humongous axe came out from a huge house. Fuck you and you're fighting. I'm trying to fucking sleep here. Fuck you and you're sleeping. Come fight me if you dare. The huge black python already embroiled in battle sneered coldly. Hee hee. I'll kill you. The humanoid lion was also swept up in a battle to the death with the huge black python. And Lin. Xiao Zhe's eyes widened with befuddlement. So a battle to the death commenced just like that? These beast tribes really are all insane. And Lin stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. This was to be expected, actually. However, we still haven't seen the reported cases of insanity, completely unprovoked slaughter, and suicidal behavior. They do seem a little more docile than what our reports suggested. I feel like once we start seeing those things happen, we probably won't be far away from the root cause, Su Xiaolan said with a thoughtful voice as she peered into the distance. However, a change struck at this moment even as the battle continued to rage. But for some reason, that battle seemed to be growing more and more distant. All the sounds gradually vanished, and the lights dimmed as heaven and earth turned black and white. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions both shifted. Xiao Zhe immediately stood up and unleashed his black dragon crystal barrier to encapsulate the three of them. The sound of ethereal singing drifted through the air, reverberating between heaven and earth. It was impossible to tell what gender the singer was, but its voice seemed to flow directly into the listener's soul. It was also impossible to tell what they were singing, but the tune was beautiful, evoking imagery of a serene white cloud hovering lazily over clear blue skies. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe turned to look at the sky in unison, and an identical expression of shock appeared on their faces. In the sky above, a path resembling an extremely wide green river appeared. On the green path, tens of thousands of semi-transparent black beasts of all shapes and forms progressed in a slow and orderly manner. They created an imposing wave, but they were completely silent, as if this were footage from a muted video. Most importantly, and Lin couldn't sense any hint of life energy from them. What the hell were these things? Upon seeing their semi-transparent bodies, he initially thought that these were the spirit bodies from the Void Spirit tribe. However, even spirit bodies possessed life energy, and their emergence had even triggered phenomena between heaven and earth. What was that all about? Among the beast tide, there were 4 humanoid goats over 10,000 feet tall with black fur running all over their bodies. Between them, they were carrying a humongous carriage. He didn't know what kind of creature could be in that carriage, but it was presumably something extremely badass. The 3 of them remained still and observed the situation. It would be unwise to act rashly without gathering information in such a strange situation. Boom! A bolt of white lightning as thick as a water tank fell from the sky, crashing down toward the humongous carriage with a fearsome might. The Soul Formation Stage centipede had sprung into action. Everything had happened so abruptly. This was like an emperor traveling with his entourage through the land over which he ruled, surrounded by countless kneeling bystanders under his jurisdiction, only to have one of those bystanders hurl a pile of shit at him. No one would have thought that there would be such an insolent person present at the scene. Even though a sudden phenomenon had erupted between heaven and earth, none of the beasts present had had their powers restricted, which was why the centipede was still able to summon that bolt of lightning. And Lin stared at the falling bolt of white lightning in shock. Any normal person would not have provoked such an imposing party. However, the perpetrator was not a person. It was instead a centipede. And this was a centipede from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The white lightning pierced through the night sky before crashing into the carriage being carried by the 4 huge humanoid goats. Boom! The lightning exploded upon striking the roof of the carriage, and the carriage trembled slightly, but it showed no signs of damage. The tens of thousands of advancing, semi-transparent beasts faltered as they turned their eyes toward the centipede. They were all completely silent, but a menacing chill exuded from their bodies, which threatened to freeze the air solid. Even Lin's heart fluttered at this sight, and he involuntarily held his breath in anticipation for what was going to happen next. However, the centipede remained unperturbed in the face of such overwhelming pressure. That's what you get for trying to scare people at night. I'll blast you all to death. And Lin was shocked. Was this centipede actually mentally disabled? It was also at this moment that lightning flashed around the centipede's body as it prepared to launch another attack. But it didn't get the chance to do so. Among the tens of thousands of semi-transparent beasts, one of the more eye-catching ones, which appeared to be a general or leader of sorts, hurled its spear toward the centipede. Whoosh! The spear pierced through space and instantly embedded itself into the centipede's body. Hiss! Hiss! The centipede hissed with agony. Its body slowly crumbled before disappearing on the spot. And Lin then caught sight of a new addition to the army of tens of thousands of beasts. This was a huge, semi-transparent centipede that was advancing with the procession somewhere within the army of beasts. His heart jolted in shock upon seeing. The centipede had become one of them. Within Baihu City, more than half of the beasts engaged in battles unleashed attacks upon the beast tide in the air. Thus, in less than a minute, all of them were eradicated. They all became members of the peculiar beast tide. And that wasn't the end. Over 10,000 semi-transparent beasts drew their bows before materializing a green arrow each, which they aimed at different directions within Baihu City. Fire! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Over 10,000 arrows shot forth in that instant. A torrential storm of green arrows rained down, creating a spectacularly eye-catching light show in this black and white world. They pierced through the black night sky like a meteor shower before falling toward different locations within Baihu City. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe's expressions shifted in unison. They immediately unleashed their divine sense to detect any arrows that might have been aimed toward them. Countless cries of anguish rang out across Baihu City. Even though the voices seemed muffled and subdued under this peculiar phenomenon, they were still clearly audible to people like Lin with advanced cultivation bases. Each and every one of those anguished cries signified the death of another beast. It was also in that moment that the beast tide of over 70,000 transformed into a beast tide of over 80,000. Silence reigned over heaven and earth again. A powerful, yet ethereal voice said, "Purge complete. Move on to the next stop." The entire beast tide seemed to have received some sort of instruction as they resumed their procession, continuing onward over the massive green path. The peculiar army left just like that, and heaven and earth resumed normalcy. Many of the sleeping beasts hadn't even reacted to the events that had just transpired as they continued snoring away without a care in the world. It was impossible to tell whether they had been afflicted by a spell technique, or if they really were sleeping so soundly. The overwhelming pressure disappeared, and Lin heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He turned to look at Su Xiaolan, and they both saw the same expression of shock mirrored in each other's eyes. They didn't dare to investigate the beast tide as they were scared of the potential consequences that could lead to. The power that the beast tide had just unleashed gave them an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Those beasts were most likely killed before being converted into a special type of existence. Su Xiaolan analyzed after a momentary silence. From the extent of my knowledge, they appear to be a lot like the dead soul puppets I've heard about. Dead soul puppets? This was the first time Lin had ever come across this term. That's right. They are a type of dead soul and are what we often refer to as ghosts. However, they are ghosts without sentient awareness. They possess a fraction of the power they had during their lives and are controlled by an external living being, Su Xiaolan explained. Dead souls that are controlled by living beings? A thought seemed to occur to Lin as his eyes lit up, and he asked, "Could it be a mighty figure from the opposite shore realm?" Only cultivators from the opposite shore realm, which neighbored the sinister spirit beast cesspool, were this adept at playing with dead souls. Su Xiaolan was clearly in agreement with the assumption. The creature in that carriage is most likely an opposite shore realm mighty figure. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the sinister spirit beast cesspool after engaging in such a reckless slaughter and dead soul recruitment? Is it possible that the beast tribes asked them to come here and purge some of the beasts? A bold assumption formed in Lin's mind. It had said, "Purge complete, move on to the next stop," as if it was completing some sort of mission. Su Xiaolan nodded. That's a possibility. Perhaps it even has something to do with the unrest and turmoil within the sinister spirit beast cesspool. However, these are only baseless assumptions. We'll have to wait and see what the Jade Bone Immortal bug says tomorrow about this. I have a feeling that the gathering of the soul formation stage soul beasts here tomorrow is not a coincidence. And Lin continued to speculate. You're saying that it intentionally invited the opposite shore realm mighty figure to complete a purge rite before this gathering? That is indeed a possibility. Su Xiaolan nodded. The two of them fell silent. They continued to sit on the roof of the building while looking up at all the stars in the clear night sky. It was a beautiful night. Well, aside from all the disconcerting snoring noises, everything was extremely serene and beautiful. There were no more battles taking place either, and the entire city almost felt like a normal city. Before they knew, a new morning had arrived. The Golden Tiger arrived at Bai Hu's city before contacting Lin and the others via voice transmission talisman. Did you see a beast tide passing over the sky yesterday? Lin asked in a low voice upon meeting the Golden Tiger. A beast tide in the sky? Is it a bunch of migrating bird beasts? The Golden Tiger was befuddled, and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh upon hearing this. It looked like the Golden Tiger knew nothing. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe headed toward the central palace of Bai Hu's city as servants to the Golden Tiger, where the Jade Bone Immortal Bug was waiting for them, and Lin gave his illusionary star robe to Su Xiaolan for her to wear. This was in order to conceal her aura and prevent her from blowing her cover. And Lin's consciousness held a crushing advantage over most return to void stage mighty figures, so he could easily conceal and disguise his aura. Xiao Zhe would have no problems either, as his cultivation base was at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Apparently, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug was only at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. It would be impossible for it to detect anything amiss within Lin's trio. Under the guidance of the Golden Tiger, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe arrived at the massive palace. The place was over a kilometer tall and gave off a majestic, antiquated feel. The walls were painted with black and white stripes like a zebra, and that was the extent of its noteworthy features. This was the mantra of the beast tribes. It was okay as long as it was inhabitable. How simple! And Lin walked into the palace with curiosity in his heart. After walking into the massive palace, they came to a cavernous hall furnished with red carpet, where many beast tribe cultivators had already gathered. There were huge beasts over 1,000 feet tall exuding vast auras, as well as tiny little beasts about a dozen centimeters that were nonetheless quite powerful as well. Everyone gathered together as if this were a zoo. There were beasts that were about the same stature as Lin as well. For example, some of the minotaurs, centaurs, and dark flame monsters were humanoid in shape and size, which was also why Lin and the others didn't attract much attention when draped under their black cloaks. After about another hour, the palace gates slowly closed, and a spell formation that isolated everyone from the outside world began to appear. It was clear that the city lord had already arrived. And Lin scanned his eyes through the beasts present to find that there were 21 soul formation stage soul beasts as well as 52 spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts here. This was already quite a powerful lineup, and with the inclusion of the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, they would be the equivalent of a first-rate sect in the Kingdom of the Nine States. The sinister spirit beast cesspool was not a power to be scoffed at. Apparently, there were 4 Dao integration stage mythological beasts among their ranks, placing them head and shoulders above their neighboring powers. However, all 4 mythological beasts were apparently extremely violent and couldn't cooperate with one another, as they would fight whenever they met. Thus, the sinister spirit beast cesspool was essentially split up into 4 large regions, over which each of the 4 mythological beasts presided. Their favorite pastime was to fight one another, which certainly made sense, given the fact that they were beasts from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It was exactly because of this that the colossus that was the sinister spirit beast cesspool was actually a colossal power that none of their neighboring powers were concerned about. They were violent and powerful, but they were only interested in fighting among themselves. However, this happy balance had recently been shattered. This was because the beast tribes had grown even more violently, and they fought not only just among themselves now, but also against other powers. Apparently, a nearby mid-grade power, the Green Soul Tribe, had already been razed to the ground as a result of this unrest. Just as Lin's mind was beginning to drift, a massive spatial rift began to appear. The rift split open and a huge bug made its appearance from the rift. This was a pristine white bug that appeared to be a massive python with no scales. Its body was several hundred feet in length, and its entire body was shiny and glowed like a white jade. There were long feelers growing around its nose, and its eyes were as beautiful as a pair of sapphires. Even though this was a bug, and Lin felt like this was the prettiest bug he had ever seen in his life. Its appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it resembled an artistic masterpiece. This was most likely the jade bone immortal bug responsible for gathering everyone here. The jade bone immortal bug swept its eyes across the entire palace, and it nodded with satisfaction upon seeing the entire palace full of beasts. I have gathered everyone here today as I have a big opportunity to bestow upon you all. Its voice was extremely pleasing to the ear as well. Perfection. This was true perfection. This was definitely a celestial maiden among bugs that would be able to entrance all bugs that laid their eyes upon it. All the beasts' eyes lit up upon hearing its words, and they all stared at the jade bone immortal bug with scorching light in their eyes. The jade bone immortal bug continued, I trust that everyone is aware of the phenomena that have taken place at the realm of the fallen demonic blood Kirin, which was one of the mythological beasts of our beast tribes. All the beasts present nodded with heavy expressions. If the vast land of blood appears within the realm of the fallen demonic blood Kirin, crimson light is going to enshroud the entire sky, upon which the sinister spirit beast cesspool will become a truly terrifying land of senseless slaughter. When that time comes, most of the beasts are going to lose all sanity and be reduced to killing machines governed only by their most primal instincts of slaughter. A passageway connecting the vast land of blood to the outside world is already gradually being opened up, and many of the beast tribes have already been affected. This situation will worsen as the passageway opens up further. A while ago, for return to void stage immortal beasts entered the passageway and had all gone insane upon their return. During our efforts to slay those 4 immortal beasts, another one of our immortal beasts had unfortunately passed away. All the beasts present drew a collective sharp intake of breath as they all looked at one another. And Lin was also shocked to hear this. So that was how the 5 sinister spirit beast cesspool mighty figures had died? What a terrifying place to be able to drive even return to void stage mighty figures insane. Yesterday, Ghost Emperor Pajun from the opposite shore realm made a trip here to purge all those among us who have been affected by the vast land of blood. All those that have gathered here today have survived the purge, and therefore, you have the right to enter the vast land of blood. The jade bone immortal bug's words were vehement and fervent, but Lin's lips twitched upon hearing them. A purge? So killing all the abnormal beasts and leaving the unaffected ones alive was their idea of a purge? What a fucking barbaric method. All the beasts' flesh crawled upon hearing this. They all noticed one detail. They had to survive a purge for the right to enter the vast land of blood? This was a terrifying place that could drive even return to void stage mighty figures insane. They wouldn't dare to go there even if the jade bone immortal bug begged them to go. I know what you're all thinking. That this is an extremely terrifying place, right? Wrong. The divine Bat Emperor has already sent scouts into the vast land of blood. That place is inaccessible to Tao integration stage mighty figures, and its influence is especially potent on return to void stage mighty figures, but it has negligible negative effects on beasts below return to void stage. There have been many groups of spirit nurturing and soul formation stage cultivators who have entered the vast land of blood before making safe returns. Not only that, but they also encountered many extremely attractive opportunities there. This is a land abundant with treasures that has only just opened up after lying dormant for tens of thousands of years. Who doesn't want the opportunity to explore a place where a Tao integration stage mythological beast has fallen? The Divine Bat Emperor didn't want to present these opportunities to other powers, so they have been presented to you all. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug continued. All the beasts listened in silence but did not dare to say anything. Aside from that, there is a mission of utmost importance that needs to be completed, upon which the survival of all the beast tribes hinges, and that is to find the Kirin Blood Jade. You need to find it and give it to the Divine Bat Emperor in order to facilitate closure of the passageway. Only then would this crisis be completely averted. The Divine Bet Emperor will grant whoever finds it 3 immortal tools and 10 immortal pills. On top of that, they will receive the esteemed title of the Realm Guarding Beast General, as well as the position of City Lord to 5 of the 100 most important cities within the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Upon hearing this, some of the beasts present were finally interested in the proposal. Now, who doesn't want to go? If you all want to go, then I'll take you all to the entrance of the vast land of blood at once. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug's voice reverberated throughout the palace and was greeted by deathly silence. My wife is due to deliver soon, so I won't be able to go, a huge crimson python said in a nervous voice. The beasts gathered here weren't stupid. They wouldn't just take the Divine Bat Emperor's word for it and just believe that the place was safe. If it really was such a good place, then why were they working so hard to promote it? Even if it was to save the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool, they still weren't willing to sacrifice their lives. Splat! The Jade Bone Immortal Bug's white tongue suddenly extended through the air and instantly wrapped onto the huge crimson python's body before swallowing it whole. Spare me. I won't go back then. I'll go with all of you. The crimson python had shit itself and begged for mercy in a panicked voice. However, it was still swallowed up into the cavernous mouth of the Jade Bone Immortal Bug. Gulp! The soul formation stage crimson python had just been swallowed alive. All the other beasts present shuddered involuntarily upon seeing this, and Lin felt like he had been blind for admiring the Jade Bone Immortal Bug. Its ghastly table manners instantly shattered and Lin's glorious first impression of it. This was like meeting a celestial maiden whose mouth opened up to be bigger than a hippo's. It would be enough to put anyone off. This beautiful immortal bug should be taking small, elegant bites of its prey. What the hell was this swallowing huge python's whole business? Who else doesn't want to come? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug asked. Fuck you and your vast land of blood. I'm not scared of anyone. A soul formation stage skeleton took initiative and pounced toward the Jade Bone Immortal Bug with blue flames erupting all over its body. There was no lack of cultivators like this in the beast tribes that were unafraid of death and had explosive tempers to boot. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug extended its tongue again, and the skeleton didn't even have a chance to dodge before it was swallowed as anguished howls reverberated throughout the entire palace. Who else doesn't want to come? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug asked. All the beasts. Even an idiot would have figured out that things weren't as simple as they appeared now. If the vast land of blood really was such a good place, then why was the Jade Bone Immortal Bug so intent on forcing all the beast cultivators present to go there? All right, seeing as everyone wants to go, then come with me. A satisfied smile appeared on the Jade Bone Immortal Bug's face as it tore open a spatial rift. At this moment, a voice suddenly said, I'm not going. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug turned to the black-robed man below before speaking in a cold voice. How dare a lowly servant like you express your opinion in a meeting between city lords? Servants don't have human rights? And Lin retorted in a firm voice. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug's eyes narrowed. Human rights? You're a human. And Lin. What the fuck? Was that the point behind what he had just said? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug wasted no more words, and it opened its mouth as its tongue shot forth as quick as lightning toward Lin. Bam! And Lin was caught off guard and was reduced to a puddle of water by the tongue. A clone spell technique? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug's expression shifted as it turned toward the rest of the black-robed figures present. At this moment, 3 of the black-robed figures stripped off their hoods. At the same time, an aura not inferior to the Jade Bone Immortal Bug's erupted forth. You're just going to allow yourselves to be forced to your deaths at the vast land of blood without even offering up any resistance? Where is your pride as beasts? The beast tribes I know would never allow themselves to be oppressed. Rise up if you're with me, and let's take out this bug. And Lin spread his arms and let loose an almighty war cry. These were extremely simple motivation tactics, but there really were a dozen or so beasts that heeded his call. Roar! I'll kill you for trying to force me to my death. Beasts will never bend to the will of another. Their tempers were all extremely explosive, and they were already on the verge of flaring up with rage after being forced to go to some realm of fallen whatever. As such, they only needed someone to light their fuses before their rage was completely unleashed. "I'll kill you." The jade bone immortal bug's tongue shot forth toward Enlin again with crushing power. The insignia of a golden lotus flashed on Enlin's head, and he activated his origin energy of the netherworld as he launched a fist toward the oncoming tongue. Boom! Golden light imbued with a vast might clashed with the white tongue, and the devastating resulting shockwave knocked all the surrounding beasts flying into the air. Enlin was forced back a few steps, but the tongue was also knocked flying at the same time. The jade bone immortal bug's expression shifted. "Are you really a soul formation stage cultivator? Beast tribe brothers, heed my call. This jade bone immortal bug is nothing much. Let's rise up together and overthrow its despotic rule." And Lin continued to fan the flames. All the beasts that had been sitting on the wall had also been convinced. They didn't dare to resist as they were afraid of being eaten by the jade bone immortal bug. However, a powerful being just as powerful as the jade bone immortal bug had appeared to oppose it, and their morale was significantly boosted as they mustered up the courage to put their pent-up negative emotions into actions. "Kill it! Avenge our crimson python brother! Our skeleton brother's life must also be avenged." Most of the beasts began to spring into action. They were all extremely hot-tempered and were looking for excuses to fight most of the time. Even the minority of beasts that hadn't acted were not going to take any sides. Countless powerful spell techniques engulfed the entire palace. Even the instigator himself, and Lin, was shocked by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Never would he have thought that just a few simple sentences could be so effective. These were all actually his enemies, but they had all been instantly converted to become his allies. "Piss off, you insolent scum!" The jade bone immortal bug had clearly been enraged, and it twisted its body, which shot forth like a massive whip. The monstrous power imbued within the tail whip caused the space around it to twist and warp as it instantly vanquished most of the oncoming spell techniques. At the same time, one sharp white crystal after another materialized in midair before shooting forth like lightning and puncturing the bodies of the 20 beasts closest to it. Blood flew through the air as anguished wails erupted. However, none of the beasts cowered upon seeing this. Instead, their ferocious instincts had been completely activated as they pounced toward the jade bone immortal bug with increased intensity. And Lin's golden void lightning sword projection and Su Xiaolan's holy vermilion flame sword projection swept toward the jade bone immortal bug at the same time in a cross formation. Boom! Lightning exploded and flames exploded forth. The jade bone immortal bug let loose a cry of agony as energy exploded forth. The golden void lightning possessed the power to destroy space itself, and the holy vermilion flame had transcended beyond the realm of divine flames. As such, it was no surprise that a combination of these two would be such a terrifying package. Two massive gashes were sliced into the jade bone immortal bug's body, and white milk-like blood flowed from its body. "Unforgivable! I'll kill you all!" The jade bone immortal bug let loose an enraged roar as the spell formation encapsulating the entire palace began to activate. However, the spell formation didn't even get a chance to unleash its power before a red streak pierced through the air before striking at its weakest point. Crack! Bam! The spell formation shattered like a pane of glass. The jade bone immortal bug faltered slightly, and during that split second of stunned inactivity, countless spell techniques began to sweep toward it again. "Second stage transformation, butterfly transformation," a faint voice said. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions shifted drastically as they hurtled back in retreat. Countless crimson-veined patterns suddenly appeared all over the jade bone immortal bug's massive body. Boom, boom, boom. Its body was engulfed by a sea of spell techniques that reduced the entire palace to dust and left a huge circular crater in the ground. Amid a mass of dust and debris, a huge pair of white wings spread open. The wings encompassed a wingspan of over a kilometer, obscuring the entire space where the palace had once stood. A butterfly? A blank expression appeared on Enlin's face. Is this its butterfly form? Su Xiaolan gripped her dragon sparrow sword with a grave expression. Boom! An even more fearsome aura began to sweep forth. This was the terrifying aura of a mighty figure at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage, and some of the weaker beasts present were already trembling involuntarily from fear. The gigantic white butterfly beast flew in the air as boundless might exuded from its blue eyes, as if it were looking down upon a bunch of ants. You're all going to pay the ultimate price for your disobedience. The Jadebone Immortal Bug, no, it should be the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly now. The Jadebone Immortal Butterfly abruptly flapped its wings, and black gale force winds imbued with devastating destructive power swept forth for 3 kilometers, reducing everything in its path to dust, as if it were a hurricane blowing through a sandcastle. In that instant, the entire palace was engulfed by countless streaks of black winds that pulverized everything, as if this were a dark realm of annihilation. All the beasts were instantly diced by the black winds amid a series of anguished wails before being shredded into microscopic particles. Heaven and earth fell silent, and all the beasts were dead. Oh, you too sure are quite durable. The Jadebone Immortal Butterfly's voice was tinged with surprise as it looked down at Enlin and Su Xiaolan, who had managed to keep the black winds at bay using a black brick. But you're only delaying your deaths anyway. Let me send you on your way. An extremely fearsome energy fluctuation erupted forth again from its wings as it spoke. I don't think you have what it takes to send my master on his way. A dragon roar erupted as the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly's body shuddered. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in length soared overhead, obscuring the sun above. A black formation rose from the ground, encompassing an area within a radius of over 10 kilometers from it. My killing formation is already complete. No one will be able to see our battle from the outside, and you won't be able to escape. Now then, let's have some fun. A black dragon claw extended from the clouds. He had been preparing a spell formation this whole time as everyone else distracted the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly. This was a necessary precautionary measure taken to prevent the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly from escaping. If a mighty figure at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage was intent on escaping, then Xiaoze might not actually be able to reel them in. But now that the spell formation was complete, Xiaoze had no more reservation. You really think you're no longer just a bug because you transformed into a butterfly? I'll show you now that you're still just a bug to me. Boom! Lightning rumbled in the sky as a terrifying dragon might descended. Xiaoze twisted his massive body as he glared at the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly. The Jadebone Immortal Butterfly immediately hurtled back in shock and horror upon seeing Xiaoze. No! Please! I'm sorry, Master Long Outyin. I'll leave right away, so please don't kill me. Huh? Xiaoze was a little lost as he stared at the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly. It was begging for mercy already? He knew that he was quite powerful, but a return to void stage beast tribe mighty figure shouldn't be this easy to subdue. Also, what the hell was this Long Outyin? Had the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly mistaken him for someone else? And Lin and Su Xiaolan were also shocked by the scenes unfolding before their eyes. What did it just say, Xiaolan? Long Outyin? And Lin took a deep breath before asking. Su Xiaolan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, then it's most likely referring to that senior Long Outyin from Big Sister Shen Yin's tomb. And Lin. Was Long Outyin really that powerful? To think that a return to void stage immortal beast would be so petrified of him. Xiaoze was an honest man, and he immediately let loose a torrent of abuse. Who the fuck is Long Outyin? My name is Xiaoze, and don't you forget it. The Jadebone Immortal Butterfly faltered slightly upon hearing this as its blue eyes flashed. It had been intimidated by Xiaoze's terrifying dragon might and instinctively mistook him for Long Outyin. However, upon further observation, it appeared that the energy fluctuations were indeed different. Phew! Had me worried for a second there. The Jadebone Immortal Butterfly heaved a sigh of relief. Hee, you seem pretty relieved. Xiaoze chuckled coldly before opening his mouth, from which a pillar of black flames burst forth before sweeping toward the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly. Heaven and earth powers darkened with the emergence of these flames, and they descended upon the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly with the power to annihilate everything within this world. The jade bone immortal butterfly felt as if its entire body had been engulfed by boundless darkness. That's right. These dragon flames could engulf everything, even light. Immortal spirit barrier. Boundless white light burst forth from the jade bone immortal butterfly's white wings before materializing to form a white crystal wall before it. The black flames crashed into the white crystal wall, and the wall was being eroded away by the fearsome flames at a rate discernible to the naked eye. The jade bone immortal butterfly's expression shifted as it quickly flapped its wings and unleashed a wraith-like movement technique to instantly move to another location. Right before the very instant the white crystal wall was pulverized by the black flames. However, it didn't even get a chance to catch its breath before a massive dragon tail swept toward it. Slap! An earth-shattering slap erupted. The jade bone immortal butterfly immediately threw up a huge mouthful of blood as the black dragon tail crashed into its delicate body like a wrecking ball, sending it hurtling like a rocket into the ground, where it left a bottomless crater. Die! The enraged cry of the jade bone immortal butterfly erupted from within the crater as countless streams of black wind flew toward Xianxia with the power to destroy all things, like a kilometer-wide destructive hurricane. Xianxia was struck by the black hurricane before narrowing its eyes in an elated expression. That feels good. Whoosh! The huge butterfly flew toward Xianxia again with an extremely grim expression on its face. This black dragon's defenses were clearly not something it could penetrate, so it had to resort to some other methods. Illusionary powder realm. The jade bone immortal butterfly flapped its wings at Xianxia again as a vast cloud of dust instantly swept forth before engulfing the entire space. Pink butterfly dust permeated throughout the entire space, enshrouding Xianxia within like a cloud of mist. This was the butterfly dust the jade bone immortal butterfly had accumulated over a long period of time. Not only did it have extremely potent hallucinogenic properties, but it was also a lethal poison that could kill even a return to void stage mighty figure. His defenses were impenetrable, but so what? This mist of dust could infiltrate his body through his nose and ears. The jade bone immortal butterfly was sure that its internal organs wouldn't have such powerful defensive prowess. Achoo! Xianxia seemed to be allergic to the butterfly dust and let loose an almighty sneeze as a result. The entire space around him tremored violently, and a large amount of the butterfly dust was dispersed as a result. The jade bone immortal butterfly was greatly startled by this and immediately flapped its wings again. Maximized illusionary powder realm. It dumped all the powder it had accumulated toward Xianxia all at once. The density of the pink powder in the air instantly multiplied. The destructive power imbued within the poisonous powder was enough to cause spatial cracks to appear in the air. They instantly enshrouded Xianxia's massive body like a dense cloud of purple mist. The jade bone immortal butterfly had unleashed all of its poisonous powder, and it was panting heavily as it looked up at Xianxia, upon which it was greeted by a sight that had its features paling with fright. Oi! Are you done, bug? What the fuck is this stuff? Can you fight or not? Xianxia danced above the cloud of pink mist, seemingly even more hyped up upon inhalation. In fact, he was taking big puffs of the butterfly dust as if it were some sort of delectable perfume. How could this be? The jade bone immortal butterfly almost shit itself from fear. It didn't know just how insane Xianxia's defenses were. He was like an impregnable fortress that even a return to void final stage mighty figure would struggle to inflict wounds upon. This poison mist was a piece of cake for Xianxia to deal with, and he inhaled it into his body before converting it into energy. It's my turn now. Xianxia's voice had only just fallen when countless bolts of devastating black lightning fell from the sky, transforming heaven and earth into a realm of destructive lightning. This was lightning unleashed by a primordial dragon tribe mighty figure who was at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, and it was enough to strike fear into the hearts of most return to void stage mighty figures. The jade bone immortal butterfly didn't even have a chance to run before its body was entirely engulfed by countless bolts of lightning. The lightning pierced through its white crystal barrier as anguished wails reverberated through the air. Its white wings had been charred black by lightning, and there were even ghastly holes riddled all over them. Third stage transformation. Rainbow butterfly. The jade bone immortal butterfly had been forced into dire straits, and it let loose a loud roar as boundless rainbow light burst forth from its wings. Transform my arse. Xiao swung his tail toward the immortal butterfly without any hesitation. Bam! The immortal butterfly's body was twisted by the collision, and it hurtled through the air for over a kilometer before crashing into the killing spell formation encapsulating the area. Pwah! It threw up another mouthful of blood, and its severe injuries prevented its transformation from taking effect. Immediately afterward, countless bolts of terrifying black lightning crashed down once again. The jade bone immortal butterfly let loose one blood-curdling cry after another, and Lin looked up into the sky at the battle taking place overhead. The black dragon displaying his invincible might, and the return to Void Stage Beast Tribe mighty figure who had been abused to the point of disability. In that instant, he truly understood just how badass his disciple was. Thus, a period of one-sided abuse ensued. The jade bone immortal butterfly's body was unable to hold on any longer, and it plummeted to the ground below. It curled its wings around itself as a protective barrier, and black smoke rose into the air from its charred and broken body as it trembled uncontrollably from fear. I'm sorry, Master Xiao. Please spare me. I'll do anything if you spare my life. The jade bone immortal butterfly pleaded as it looked up at the monstrously powerful black dragon circling overhead. And Lin was a little intrigued. There were such cowardly beings even in the beast tribes? Xiao was completely unmoved by the jade bone immortal butterfly's miserable display. Instead, he turned toward Lin. I can't determine that. If you want to beg for mercy, then talk to my master. This terrifying black dragon's master? The jade bone immortal butterfly's body trembled as it turned to Lin with incredulity on its face. It suddenly recalled that Lin was able to take its attacks as a mere soul formation stage cultivator, and it immediately believed what Xiao was saying as it turned to Lin to beg for its life. And Lin made his way over to the jade bone immortal butterfly, which was trembling uncontrollably. Are you ready to submit now? If not, I can give you another beating. The jade bone immortal butterfly was immediately frightened into reverting back into its bug form, which continued to tremble in fear. Please spare me. And Lin felt like the jade bone immortal bug was much more pleasant to look at than the jade bone immortal butterfly. Establish a slave contract with me if you want to live. And Lin commanded. The jade bone immortal bug faltered slightly upon hearing this before a sense of humiliation welled up within its heart, upon which its eyes slowly began to turn red. Beasts will never become slaves. Even if I was to die by lightning bombardment, I refuse to become your slave. Little Xiao, kill it. And Lin instructed expressionlessly. Rumble. Terrifying lightning might accumulated in the air while exuding a devastating sense of death and annihilation. The jade bone immortal bug trembled as a sense of impending death engulfed its body. And Lin turned and left. Please spare me. The jade bone immortal bug begged for its life again as it forced a smile onto its face. It would be an honor for me to serve Master. And Lin, Xiao and Su Xiaolan. How could a return to Void Stage Beast Tribe mighty figure be so fickle and cowardly? It had made it quite clear that it would rather choose death than surrender. So what the hell was this? Even though Lin was ridiculing the jade bone immortal bug in his heart, he still made his way toward it with a faint smile on his face. There was no reason why Lin would refuse to accept a slave like this. So he made some hand seals and released a drop of blood essence, which then flew toward the jade bone immortal bug. The jade bone immortal bug accepted the blood essence with a blissful expression. Delicious. And Lin's lips twitched. Xiao and Su Xiaolan. A certain connection was forged between Lin and the jade bone immortal bug, and Lin was completely at ease with this bug now. All right, I'm going to call you Little Goo from now on. And Lin announced joyfully. Little Goo? Master, is there a meaning behind this name? The jade bone immortal bug asked. It's because you're such a coward. So I can name you whatever I want. And Lin turned to the jade bone immortal bug with a justified smile. The jade bone immortal bug's flesh crawled as it stared at Lin in shock. It was so angry, but it didn't dare to retort. Su Xiaolan chuckled lightly while Xiao Zhe was doubled over in laughter. All right, we're all allies here. So tell us what's going on with the vast land of blood. And Lin interrogated. The description that the Jade Bone Immortal bug had provided before was most definitely flawed. So Lin had to confirm what the place was actually like. The Jade Bone Immortal bug replied in its crisp voice. Well, most of what I just said is actually true. It really does have negligible effects on spirit nurturing and soul formation stage cultivators, and there really are a lot of opportunities there. The only things I refrained from disclosing are the dangers involved and the details about the Kirin Blood Jade. When the passageway first opened up, the Divine Bat Emperor sent a small army of 1,000 into the vast land of blood. The army consisted of 30 soul formation stage soul beasts, 300 spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts, and over 600 high-rank Dao body mutant beasts. In the end, only about 24 of them returned. The realm of the fallen demonic blood Kirin is fraught with perils, and the environment is extremely dangerous. There are also many terrifying demonic blood beasts and dead souls as well. It is an extremely hazardous place, which is why the Divine Bat Emperor is trying to recruit more beasts in order to better search the vast land of blood. Aside from that, the Kirin Blood Jade isn't actually the key to closing the passageway. The Divine Bat Emperor has some other use for it, the specifics of which I am not aware of. The only thing I know is that it is very valuable, extremely valuable. Although the realm of the fallen demonic blood Kirin is part of the Divine Bat Emperor's territory, all the other emperors have also been alerted to its existence. All of them are trying to send their beast cultivators into the vast land of blood under the guise of protecting the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The Divine Bat Emperor is enduring a lot of pressure from the other emperors, but this situation is going to reach a breaking point soon. Hence, the Divine Bat Emperor wants to find the Kirin Blood Jade for himself within the next few days. That's all the information I have. So the emergence of the vast land of blood is what's causing the unrest among the beast tribes. But why is it able to influence the beast tribes on such a large scale? What kind of power is this? And Lin asked. The Jade Bone Immortal bug shook its head. I'm not sure. There has been speculation that the remnant will of the Kirin Blood Jade is flowing into the outside world, thereby causing all this unrest. Oh, right. The Divine Bat Emperor has also announced that all troops will be mobilized to start a new war. Once this is all taken care of, the Jade Bone Immortal bug added, and Lin's interest was instantly piqued. What war? I'm not in a high enough position to know about things like that. The Jade Bone Immortal bug shook its head. And Lin. It was really annoying to have one half of the mystery hanging in suspense. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before deciding to relay this information to the Celestial the Arch. He pulled out his information transmission Jade Talisman before transmitting the information he had obtained. A few minutes later, the Celestial Thearch's reply arrived. Well done. This information is worth 5 million spirit stones. If you can gather more information in the vast land of blood, I can offer a base price of 10 million spirit stones with no upper limit. If you can obtain the Kirin Blood Jade, the Heavenly Court is willing to purchase it for 50 million spirit stones. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon receiving this information. This was an extremely alluring price. He relayed the Celestial Thearch's reply to Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe. Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe were also quite tempted. They could just enter the vast land of blood and do nothing there to receive a reward of 10 million spirit stones. This really was an extremely alluring remuneration. And Lin thought for a moment before turning toward the Jade Bone Immortal bug. If the Divine Bat Emperor wants the Kirin Blood Jade so much, would it be stationed at the opening of the passageway to the vast land of blood? The Jade Bone Immortal bug shook its head. The Divine Bat Emperor is busy guarding against the other emperors and has to remain at the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain as a result. The Divine Bat Emperor is stationed there with 3 other Return to Void final stage mighty figures to collectively draw on the power of the Divine Mountain in order to enhance their divine senses, while creating a massive formation to keep an eye out for the other emperors. The Beast Tribe mighty figure guarding the opening of the passageway is one of the Divine Bat Emperor's trusted subordinates, the Nightmare Mudman. It's a Return to Void final stage mighty figure. In order to check for the Kirin Blood Jade, It is responsible for checking the spatial magic tools of all the beasts that arrive at the opening of the passageway. Anyone without the Kirin blood jade would be allowed to leave? And Lin asked. That's right. Furthermore, if it finds some noteworthy treasure, it will use items of an equivalent value for an exchange. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug replied. And Lin felt like he could go and have a try. It would be fine as long as they didn't create too much of a commotion and alert the Divine Bat Emperor. And Lin turned to Xiao Zhe. Little Xiao, can you escape from a return to Void final stage enemy? Together with Xiaolan and me, that is. Xiao Zhe. As long as it's not a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to Void final stage, I have a 50% chance of escaping with you too. If I use a mystic technique, that chance increases to 90%. Done. You wait for us outside the passageway. Xiaolan and I will go in. And Lin snapped his fingers and instantly made a decision. Master, make sure to be careful when you're in there. Some of the places are quite dangerous even to return to Void stage mighty figures. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug cautioned as it tore open a spatial rift. Weren't there many soul formation stage beasts that returned safely? And Lin retorted nonchalantly. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug continued with a solemn expression. That's only because they were lucky. Master, the world inside there really is very bizarre. Your mental state won't be affected, but it is fraught with perils and the places you enter from won't be the same place you exit to. Make sure to always walk in the opposite direction of the Bloodstar as that is the way out. And don't forget that after you see a black ball. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug continued to deliver a long-winded set of instructions. Its voice was very pleasant. But this really was becoming quite an annoying ramble, and Lin was a little perplexed. Why was this cowardly, nagging immortal beast so different from all the other beasts? Shouldn't beasts be sparing with their words and talk with their fists instead? This bug was the complete opposite of that. Crack. A spatial rift began to appear, and Lin, Su Xiaolin, Xiao Zhe, and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug came to a bleak and desolate land. Huh? This place is a basin. And Lin looked around with a hint of surprise on his face. Which basins have you seen are bordered by steep, jagged rock faces? Su Xiaolin rolled her eyes at Lin, and Lin scratched his head sheepishly. The place they had arrived at was a vast expanse of sunken earth surrounded by extremely precarious rock faces, as if this place had caved in upon being struck by a gigantic hammer. They could see the rock face behind them, but they couldn't see the other three rock faces clearly even as they peered as far as they could into the distance. All the other three rock faces were black lines in their field of vision. These were massive rock faces close to a kilometer tall. For them to appear like black lines was an indication of just how massive this expanse of land was. The earth is so level. It doesn't look like this was the result of a spell technique. But it's even more implausible to think that this is a natural land formation. Xiao Zhe was also astonished. Thus, the three of them turned their eyes to the Jade Bone Immortal Bug. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug replied in a slow voice, regardless of whether you believe it or not, this is a natural formation. It's the heavenly basin of the beast tribes that has existed ever since Pangu created heaven and earth. Everyone. This was an unreasonable answer that basically forced you to believe that this was a natural formation, but there was no way to rebut the claim. Mr. Xiao Zhe, I would advise you to wait here. This location is about 300 kilometers away from the Nightmare Mudman. The Nightmare Mudman might be able to detect your presence if you get much closer than this, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug said. Xiao Zhe had no objections to this. Return to Void final stage mighty figures had extremely powerful divine senses, and it would be far too risky to try and disguise his cultivation base. As for Lin and Su Xiaolan, they were soul formation stage cultivators anyway, so it wasn't a problem for them to disguise themselves as soul formation stage soul beasts. The Nightmare Mudman could detect the strength of one's aura, but it was impossible for it to determine the species the aura belonged to without focusing its divine sense on a single spot. Thus, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug led Lin and Su Xiaolan toward the central region of the Heavenly Basin. On the way there, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug encountered another return to Void Stage Immortal Beast. This was a falcon with blue flames burning all over its body, behind which were close to 100 powerful beings from the beast tribes. "Yo, Jade Bone, why do you only have two with you?" The flaming falcon extended a greeting. "I don't want to talk about it." The Jade Bone Immortal bug heaved a forlorn sigh. "Those beasts were all extremely disobedient, so I killed them. Even these two minotaurs were forced here by me. Hee hee. The Nightmare Mudman might get angry at you for just providing two." The flaming falcon chuckled. It didn't think it was strange that the Jade Bone Immortal bug had slain all the beasts it had gathered, but from a results perspective, the Jade Bone Immortal bug's performance really was quite lackluster. A hesitant expression appeared on the Jade Bone Immortal bug's face before it tossed a bag of spirit stones to the flaming falcon. "Let my two minotaurs merge into your party, and then we can treat this party as our combined party." The flaming falcon checked the spirit stones within the bag to find that there were 100,000 spirit stones in there, and an amicable smile immediately appeared on its face. "No problem. I'll be happy to give you a hand. Here's 20 for you." The Nightmare Mudman wasn't going to keep records on all the beasts that were brought to it. It was only going to record the number of beasts being delivered. As such, the two of them would only have to report on how many beasts they had brought with them. Thus, Enlin and Su Xiaolan managed to successfully blend into a large group of beasts, which provided an effective smokescreen. After a while, the two of them followed the party to a gigantic vortex. That's right. It wasn't some spatial gate or some passageway. Instead, it was a gigantic crimson vortex on the ground. Were they going to have to jump into the vortex? And Lin stared down with a dumbstruck expression at the vortex and involuntarily swallowed. The crimson vortex appeared to be over 10 kilometers in diameter. The peripheries were as red as blood, and this color only darkened as you approached the center of the vortex, to the extent that the central area of the vortex was already an inky black. It was like a gigantic, sinister mouth that cackled maliciously as it waited for everyone to fall into its depths. "Master Nightmare, I gathered 72 beasts, all of which are available for your inspection." The flaming falcon said respectfully to a humanoid creature enveloped in viscous black mist. "Master Nightmare, I gathered 22 beasts, all of which are available for your inspection." The Jade Bone Immortal bug also delivered a report to the humanoid creature. The humanoid creature enshrouded in black mist turned toward the two of them with a pair of blue balls of light somewhere on its body, which were presumably its eyes, before giving a slight nod. "You are the 18th and 19th teams. Go on, heroes of our beast tribes. Go find your opportunities. That place has everything you have ever wanted. I wish you all luck." The Nightmare Mudman waved a hand, and a black bridge materialized from the edge of the vortex and extended all the way into its center before plunging into the boundless darkness. Holy fuck, did they seriously have to jump into the vortex? And Lin had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue onward with everyone else. Before he knew it, they had reached the end of the bridge. Everything was extremely quiet. Even though there was a massive swirling vortex below them, there was no sound coming from the vortex. And Lin couldn't tell just what this crimson vortex was constructed from, but he sensed some sort of spatial power emanating from below the vortex. One beast after another began to leap down into the vortex below. And Lin was a little nervous, and he silently grabbed onto the hand of the woman standing beside him. He felt a lot more reassured after experiencing the familiar, comforting sensation of having her hand in his. "Don't be scared. I'm right beside you," Su Xiaolin comforted in a low voice. And Lin nodded before being struck again by the sense that something wasn't quite right with this situation. A kobold nearby unintentionally caught sight of their interaction, and it immediately flared up in rage as it ground its teeth with resentment. "Fuck, I really want to kill couples like you." It then seemed to catch on to something as its expression gave way to shock. "Are you too Huma?" Right at this moment, an invisible suction force had already dragged it into the vortex, and Lin and Su Xiaolan also leaped down into the vortex with their hands tightly held together. A rush of dizziness befell both of them as the space around them transformed. When Enlin reopened his eyes, he discovered that he had arrived at an extremely foreign place. This place was completely different from his mental image of what the vast land of blood would be like. The vast land of blood sounded like an extremely gruesome place. It felt like it should have been a chaotic and sinister place instead of the world before them, where a sea of stars lit up the night sky overhead and the pitch-black earth was completely silent. And Lin felt a set of fingers move in his hands, and he turned to Su Xiaolan to find that she was also looking at him. "It looks like we didn't get split up into random locations as we were holding hands," Su Xiaolan said with a smile. And Lin was also quite elated. "This tells us we should hold hands more in the future." Su Xiaolan, there weren't any beasts left around them. Su Xiaolan looked up into the sky, and the galaxy of stars was reflected in her eyes, making them appear even more vibrant and dazzling. After stargazing for a short while, her eyes locked onto a certain star, which was crimson like blood. The yellow star indicates the south while the blood star indicates the north. "We should go to a place where the two stars are connected in a line and walk toward the yellow star in order to find the exit." According to the Jade Bone Immortal bug, this was the best way to find the exit. And Lin suggested another course of action. "We should see if there's some good stuff we can pick up first around here. Apparently, all the beasts that walked toward the blood star have died. I wonder what lies in that direction." Thus, the two of them began to wander aimlessly around this strange place. Everything was deathly silent. The galaxy of stars overhead was incapable of speech, and the vast expanse of pitch-black earth was devoid of any living creatures. The entire place appeared extremely lonesome and desolate. Thankfully, Lin had Su Xiaolan by his side. Because of her presence, the desolate landscape suddenly appeared more like a scenic location. And Lin was getting quite excited and began pointing out a series of trivial sights and scenes. "Xiaolan, Xiaolan, look in that direction. Doesn't that constellation of stars there look like little Tian?" And Lin pointed to a certain spot in the sky with a smile. Su Xiaolan stared toward that location for a few seconds before responding with a bemused expression. "It's just a few stars connected in a circular formation. You're saying that looks like little Tian? Haha. Little Tian is round like a circle." And Lin was quite pleased with himself. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Lin before forging on ahead. "Xiaolan, look. It's the Big Dipper. Those are just 7 stars connected together, and you're calling that the Big Dipper?" "Of course. What else would you call it?" Only Su Xiaolan would be able to deal with Lin, who was in such a carefree mood. The two of them strolled through this legendary vast land of blood and chatted about insignificant things, but they did not encounter any dangerous environments. "My God, did we walk in through the wrong door? We've been walking for so long and nothing has happened." And Lin was quite perplexed. "Maybe it's because we're quite lucky?" Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed as she scanned her eyes across the horizon around her. However, there really was nothing aside from more undulating black land. "How about we try flying? After all, flying will be faster than walking." And Lin suggested after a moment of hesitation. "No." Su Xiaolan immediately turned him down. "Have you forgotten what the Jade Bone Immortal bug told us? All those who try to fly in this world will be oppressed by the stars." And Lin fell silent. The Jade Bone Immortal bug had told them that there were virtually no flying beasts among the beasts that had come out of this place alive. According to a witness that happened to be in the right place at the right time, it bore witness to a flying beast being reduced to mincemeat by the oppressive power of the stars upon it taking flight. Its companion, a steel saber penguin, gave up on flight upon witnessing the death of its companion and chose to crawl along the ground instead, thereby allowing it to become the only flying beast survivor. "Then, should we try another method?" And Lin asked. He had never seen what the oppressive power of the stars would look like, and he was quite curious. Su Xiaolan blinked with incomprehension. "What method? Come on out. Cannon fodder Gundams." And Lin's storage ring flashed, and 2 shiny, silver Gundams appeared. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched slightly. "You used to be so reliant on those Gundams, but now you're referring to them as cannon fodder. You really have changed. Go! Soar into the sky!" And Lin commanded. The 2 Gundams immediately flew into the sky at his behest. And Lin and Su Xiaolan looked up at them with nervous expressions. A minute passed and nothing happened. And Lin, Could it be that the oppressive power of the stars is just an old wives' tale? Su Xiaolan was a little unsure. Could it be that Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 aren't life forms, so they're exempt from the oppressive power of the stars? Just as her voice fell, a circular constellation of 9 stars suddenly flashed in unison. White power of stars suddenly descended from the sky and pierced through space before crashing heavily into the heads of the 2 Gundams. The superalloy heads of the 2 Gundams were as durable as that of a return to void stage mighty figure, but they still caved in significantly upon being struck, and electrical sparks flew as their bodies plummeted to the ground like cannonballs. Boom! The earth tremored violently. 2 bottomless holes appeared before Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan? Ah! My Gundams! Enlin's heart throbbed as he ran over and cradled his 2 Gundams into his arms. The 2 Gundams seemed to have sustained severe brain damage as they muttered strings of gibberish, and their bodies convulsed with sparks and electricity. Gasp! They got insta-killed? And Lin stared at the 2 Gundams with incredulity. He silently put away his 2 Gundams before looking up at the stars with fear lingering in his heart. It looks like the Jade Bone Immortal bug was right. The stars really do have oppressive power here. And Lin involuntarily thought back to everything that the Jade Bone Immortal bug had said and reviewed all the cautionary aspects. This was a matter of life and death, and it was not something to be scoffed at. The 2 of them continued toward the figurative line connecting the yellow star and the blood star. Huh? And Lin, look. There's a spot of green light there. Su Xiaolan exclaimed with excitement. They scaled a hill to discover that there was indeed a green light shining at the foot of the hill. This was an herb glowing with some sort of green light, and it looked to be of quite a high-rank herb too. Nice! This must be one of the rare treasures growing here. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Discovering a rare treasure in a place like this was like picking up money, and it made them both quite excited. The 2 of them approached the herb surreptitiously, in fear of startling it into escape. Ha 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 ha! Look what I found! A little herb. At this moment, a huge cow beast with white fur growing on its body chortled with glee. It then turned around and discovered Enlin and Su Xiaolan as its eyes lit up. 2 pieces of soul formation intermediate stage scum? Haha! There's a rare treasure and someone to kill. My luck is exceptional. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened a little. Are all beasts so arrogant and lawless when they are in a mystic realm? In contrast, a smile appeared on Enlin's face. I do agree with it saying though. There's a rare treasure and someone to kill. Our luck is exceptional. The massive cow chortled with mirth upon hearing Enlin's words. Mere soul formation intermediate stage trash dares to talk shit to me, the mighty Aonyo? Let me show you what true power looks like. All the white fur on its body stood on end as it spoke, and its vital energy surged forth in turbulent waves as it unleashed its power, which was at the soul formation pinnacle stage, without reservation. A beast at the soul formation pinnacle stage would be among the most powerful beasts to have entered this mystic realm, so it was no wonder that this huge cow was so arrogant. This was a beast that could not only talk the talk, but it could also walk the walk. Wow! So powerful. What a terrifying aura! And Lin's expression shifted drastically as he turned pale with fright. Hehe, you only know to fear me now? It's too late. I won't spare your life. I'm hungry, and I'm going to eat you. Aonyo chuckled coldly. Its domain erupted forth around its body as invisible ripples spread through the air. A series of white cow horns appeared in the air, from which exuded a terrifying aura. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. To think that a powerful being at the pinnacle of the soul formation would be so devastatingly terrifying. Aonyo was clearly extremely happy with Enlin's reaction, and it roared with laughter as it pounced toward Enlin. Xiaolan, go on without me. Enlin let loose a tear-jerking cry before stepping forward to meet Aonyo. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. She couldn't be bothered watching Enlin's Academy award-level performance anymore as she turned to focus her attention on the green herb, over which she cast a defensive spell technique, in case it was damaged by the shockwaves from the battle. Moo! Know your place, trash. Aonyo charged toward Enlin on all fours, and the white cow horns that materialized in its domain swept toward Enlin in a frenzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the cow horns glowed with a sharp white light, and they pierced through the air as they flew toward the white-robed man. Each and every one of the cow horns was imbued with fearsome power capable of pulverizing a soul formation stage soul beast on contact. A white light flashed past Enlin's eyes, and the speed of all those cow horns suddenly slowed down in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he activated a wraith-like movement technique, which allowed him to dodge all of the cow horns. What? Eonyo's expression shifted drastically as a dazzling white light burst forth from the cow horn on its head, which abruptly speared toward Enlin. A golden light flashed on Enlin's forehead as he activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill. A golden light then enveloped his fist as he launched it directly toward the cow horn. Boom! The fist and the horn collided, triggering an ear-splitting boom. Fearsome shockwaves inflicted countless fractures into the ground within a radius of over a kilometer from the point of collision as the golden fist swept forth with the devastating power of the earth. Crack! The sound of something cracking erupted. A series of cracks began to appear on the cow horn, which Eonyo valued above all else. Moo! Eonyo wailed in anguish as its body hurtled back through the air before tumbling to the ground, where it threw up a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Aren't you only at the soul formation intermediate stage? How could you be so powerful? Eonyo stared up at Enlin with incredulity as it lay on the ground. Enlin didn't say anything. Instead, he took a step forward, and his body instantly appeared before Eonyo, upon which a torrential storm of fists rained down. Boom! 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 Golden light flashed as energy exploded. Eonyo mooed with anguish, and it felt as if its body was being rammed by a series of huge mountains as it threw up a mouthful of blood after another. Save me. Please spare me. The Eonyo was half dead, and it was too dizzy to even form a coherent sentence to beg for its life. I'll give you all my treasures, Eonyo continued, and Lin's fists faltered upon hearing this. The mighty Enritian, do as I say. I already said I would kill you. How could I let you live? Eonyo almost shed tears upon hearing this. Spare me, and I'll take you to a place with real treasures. And Lin was confused. Why didn't you take them for yourself then? Eonyo averted its gaze in embarrassment. I'm not powerful enough. And Lin's interest was finally piqued upon hearing this. This had to be quite a decent treasure if a soul beast at the soul formation pinnacle stage wasn't strong enough to lay hands on it. All right, I'll spare you for now. And Lin stood up before extending a hand toward Eonyo. Eonyo was very touched upon seeing the hand being extended toward it. However, it still shook its head after a moment of hesitation. Thank you, but I can get up by myself. And Lin's expression darkened. What the hell are you talking about? I'm telling you to hand over your storage ring. Tears streaked down Eonyo's face. And Lin tossed a regenerative spirit pill to Eonyo in a humane gesture before rummaging through its storage ring. 1 spirit tool, 6 spirit pills, and 200,000 spirit stones. So poor. And Lin took some time to tally up his wealth. Following that battle in the small world within the realm of the fallen phoenix, he had stripped Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, Duan Hunzi, and Bai Pengzi of the storage rings, and his wallet was starting to bulge again. After taking Eonyo's storage ring, he had now plundered 4,600,000 spirit stones, 25 spirit tools, 100 spirit pills, 20 spirit fruits, and 3 immortal pills. Not taking into account other matters, just the spirit stones were enough for Enlin to rediscover a sense of security. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His wealth had been built on the wealth of others. It looked like robbery really was the quickest way to accumulate wealth. Sit still, and don't try to run away. And Lin had planned to establish a slave contract with the cow, but he relinquished this idea upon realizing that it would just be a waste of his blood essence. From now on, there was a minimum benchmark for the slaves he would accept. This benchmark was that they should be at the return to void stage. And Lin made his way over to Su Xiaolan, and the two of them looked down at the glowing, green herb. The herb was glittering and translucent like a beautiful jade stone. Its energy fluctuations are quite powerful. Looks like it's a high-rank immortal herb that can be used to refine immortal pills, Su Xiaolan observed. Let me see what type of immortal herb this is. And Lin knelt down and plucked the green herb from the ground before activating his divine inspection technique. Vast blood immortal herb, a third-grade immortal herb native to the vast land of blood. It has been nurtured by the aura of the demonic blood Kirin and contains extremely powerful life force energy. Consumption of the herb can allow one to recover from injuries extremely quickly. Oh, it's a third-grade regenerative immortal herb. This is some good stuff. You take it, Xiaolan. And Lin passed the immortal herb to Xiaolan. All regenerative immortal rank treasures are extremely valuable as they can save one's life during critical moments. Why are you giving this to me and Lin? I'm not taking it. Su Xiaolan refused to accept it. My skin is thick, so I don't get injured. Listen to me and take it. And Lin continued with his persuasion. Aonyo couldn't help but cut in at this moment as he said, "How about I take it if neither of you wants it?" "Shut up." And Lin and Su Xiaolan snapped at once. Both of them gave Aonyo a ferocious glare as they spoke. Aonyo's entire body trembled as it shut its mouth. Holy Mother of God. These two humans are so scary. Wait, humans? Aonyo finally came to a realization as he stared at Lin and Su Xiaolan in shock. You're both humans? Why are you here? And Lin faltered slightly before turning to look at Aonyo. Don't tell me you have only just realized it. Is your reflex arc that long? Su Xiaolan burst into laughter. It knows too much. Maybe we should just kill it. Aonyo's legs almost gave out from under itself, and it almost knelt down in fear. It should have just kept its mouth shut. In the end, Su Xiaolan accepted the vast blood immortal herb. And Lin still had a lot of regenerative immortal pills in his storage ring, so he simply didn't need it. Aonyo stood off to the side while trembling uncontrollably in fear of being slain by Lin and Su Xiaolan. And Lin and Su Xiaolan turned to Aonyo, and it shuddered from fear. Don't kill me. Have you forgotten that I can take you to that treasure? What treasure? And Lin asked. I don't know. The treasure is located within a carcass, and its guardians are very powerful. It's definitely no ordinary object. Aonyo replied, and Lin's eyes lit up. Stealing a treasure from a corpse with powerful guardians. This was the first time he had encountered something so exciting during his cultivating career. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon sensing Lin's excitement. Let's go have a look then. We can't just let good stuff slip by. My thoughts exactly. And Lin immediately agreed. And we have this cow so we won't even have to walk. We can just ride it to conserve energy. A cow steed at the soul formation pinnacle stage wouldn't be too much of an insult to us. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Tears streaked down Aonyo's face. How could they just make decisions like this without asking for its opinions? Aonyo and Su Xiaolan strapped a seat onto Aonyo's back before sitting onto it. And Lin even pulled out a whip, which he used to strike Aonyo's backside. Slap. Let's go, Aonyo, he commanded elatedly. Senior, I'm a highly intelligent life form that is capable of understanding human speech and following instruction. So can you please not whip me? Aonyo was about to burst into tears again. It could accept acting as their steed. But why were they whipping its backside with a whip? And Lin was a little disappointed. But then it subtracts from the experience. I've always wanted to know what it's like to herd cattle. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. I've always yearned for a leisurely lifestyle in the countryside, like herding some cattle and living off the land. It's great that an opportunity to experience something like that has presented itself. Herd cows, my fucking ass. I'm not some normal, unintelligent cow. I don't need to be treated like this. What the hell is going on in the heads of this couple of cow herders? Are these two humans retarded? Aonyo grumbled and whined with all his might internally, but it still maintained a smile on its face. Please be more gentle, senior. And Lin and Su Xiaolan turned to each other with smiles on their faces. This cow was a good cow. They had encountered far too many barbaric, violent beasts. and Aonyo was infinitely more adorable in their eyes. Thus, Aonyo continued onward with the two of them on its back, and Lin would give it a whip whenever he was bored. Slap. Accelerate. Slap. Decelerate. Don't decelerate by that much. Third gear is fine. Slap, slap, slap. Aonyo had tears streaking down its face. What the fuck was third gear supposed to be? It had had enough of such torture. This was a humiliation that it would remember for the rest of its life. Aonyo silently accelerated, and they finally arrived at their destination after an hour. There was a crimson lake here that was nestled in the dark earth. The lake wasn't big. It was only around a kilometer in diameter. What was big was the carcass by the lake. This was an incredibly huge crimson bird. Its wingspan was at least 10 kilometers, and it would have been able to obscure the entire sky easily when it flew. Unfortunately, it was dead, and it had clearly died in an extremely gruesome manner as its head was gone. There were a series of ghastly wounds all over its body that revealed its crimson flesh within. It appeared as if its body had been torn apart by some sort of terrifying force. It was most likely an extremely powerful creature before it died, as its body had not decomposed in the slightest, and it exuded extremely fearsome energy fluctuations. Most importantly, there was a pulsing red light glowing at the center of its body. The red light resembled a beating heart or the energy fluctuation of a certain treasure. And Lin took a deep breath. Is the treasure you're talking about located where that red light is? That's right. However, there are 3 extremely powerful demonic blood beasts guarding the treasure, and I was unable to get past them by myself. A hint of disappointment appeared on Aonyo's face as it spoke. If only it had been a bit more powerful, it would have been able to take the treasure for itself. And Lin cast his eyes toward the carcass of the massive crimson bird to discover 3 beasts with blood splattered all over their bodies, among which there was a red flying tiger, a crimson WRM, and a 6-armed ape. None of them had any cultivation base, and they were no longer living creatures, but they still exuded terrifying energy fluctuations. The jade bone immortal bug had introduced the demonic blood beasts to Lin and the others before. Apparently, they were created by the blood and energy of the demonic blood Kirin upon its death. These demonic blood beasts had no sentient wills, but they were extremely bloodthirsty, and they basically tried to kill every living being they encountered. Most demonic blood beasts would appear in places where treasures were present, while some of them would roam throughout the vast land of blood. Their power levels all differed, and they fought in countless different ways. And Lin unleashed his divine sense to assess the situation, but he was still unsure of how to proceed. They're even stronger than you? How much stronger are they? Aonyo was a little embarrassed upon hearing this question. I didn't fight them as my instinct told me that I wouldn't be able to defeat them. Heh, how come you knew your place back then? Why didn't you have the same kind of self-awareness when you decided to challenge me? And Lin chuckled coldly. Aonyo was stumped by this question, and it almost threw up a mouthful of blood. What a coward! It didn't even fight before running away. Su Xiaolan was having a hard time repressing her laughter. Aonyo, why would you do this to me? Actually, I don't think they'll be much stronger than me. It's just that they had an advantage in numbers, so I didn't want to act recklessly. Aonyo felt like it was time to recover some dignity. Not much stronger than you? Then they're 3 pieces of trash. Let's go, Xiaolan. And Lin chuckled. Sure. Su Xiaolan felt like this assumption was quite reasonable. Aonyo, why do you keep doing this to me? Is it really that fun to ridicule me and bully me like this? Aonyo suddenly felt as if this world was such a cold place. It craved warmth, even if it was just a tiny lit match. Unfortunately, no one was there to provide the lit match. Aonyo and Su Xiaolan were both looking at Aonyo with sinister expressions. Aonyo, why are you both looking at me? Aren't you going to fight? And Lin said in a slow voice, well, my Gundams haven't been fully repaired, so I don't have any cannon fodder to test the waters with. In order to ensure our safety, Aonyo's eye widened as tears flowed down its face. Su Xiaolan immediately offered words of consolation by saying, don't worry, we'll protect you as best as we can. After all, we can't bear to see such a good steed die. We're just asking you to test the waters, not to run to your death. So don't be so depressed. Eonyo's tears of grief flowed like a river. Moo, you're both bullies. You've gone too far, Moo. Eonyo howled with grief as tears flowed like rain. His heart-wrenching howl had even attracted the attention of the 3 demonic blood beasts nearby. The 3 demonic blood beasts turned to Enlin and the others at once. Howl, howl, howl! The 6-armed ape roared as it rammed its fists into its own chest. It then leaped into the air before pouncing toward Enlin and the others at a frightening speed. Eonyo turned pale with fright as it immediately unleashed its domain, from which over 100 extremely powerful cow horns materialized before flying toward the 6-armed ape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One cow horn after another flew like sabers and swords through the air in streaks of white light. The 6-armed ape extended its crimson fingernails, which were even longer than its fingers, before slashing its nails toward the oncoming cow horns. Slash! A crimson slash flashed through heaven and earth, from which the despairing wails of billions of demonic creatures erupted, before slicing through all the cow horns with ease and continuing on toward Eonyo. Eonyo was paralyzed with fear upon seeing the crimson slash. Never would it have thought that the demonic blood beasts would be able to dispel that attack so easily. Just what kind of power was this? Everything had taken place far too quickly, to the point that Eonyo did not have the time to dodge. However, right when Eonyo thought it was going to be sliced in half, a figure in a jade dress appeared before him as a long sword imbued with the power of dragon and phoenix was unsheathed. Ding! A lightning sword projection swept through the air as if a divine dragon had descended upon this world. Eonyo saw a flash of lightning fly across its eyes before the crimson slash that had plunged it into the depths of despair was shattered. So strong, Eonyo muttered as its eyes widened in shock. It had thought that the soul formation intermediate stage human male was already unreasonably powerful. But never would it have thought that the soul formation intermediate stage woman accompanying him would also be this outrageously powerful. Soul formation intermediate stage cultivators were so terrifying. Eonyo felt as if its cultivation base at the soul formation pinnacle stage was fake. The 6-armed ape immediately switched targets to Su Xiaolan as it slashed its claws toward her. The sharp claws descended, and a sharp screech rang out through the air. Su Xiaolan turned over her dragon sparrow sword, switching from the bright blue blade of lightning to the scorching blaze of flames as white holy vermilion flames erupted forth. Boom! In that instant, incredibly scorching flames soared into the sky, transforming into an earth-shattering sword projection that collided with the 6-armed ape's claws with overwhelming might. Monstrous flames incinerated everything around the 6-armed ape and swept through its claws before slicing its body in half with a terrifying force. Howl! The 6-armed ape wailed with anguish as its body crashed to the ground. The holy flames continued to incinerate its body, and in the end, its body finally evaporated under the scorching heat from the holy flames. A female sword immortal in a jade dress stood like a proud holy maiden with holy flames revolving around her flawless body. And Lin was dumbstruck. Eonyo was also dumbstruck. It had never seen such a formidable sword slash. It suddenly felt as if there was a massive disparity in power between the two of them. If Su Xiaolan wanted to kill it, it most likely wouldn't even have a chance to scream before it died. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin with a slightly displeased expression. What are you just standing there for? Are you really that fond of being a shocked spectator? Enlin came to his senses before replying. I was actually thinking about a question. What question? Su Xiaolan asked. Why was the 6-armed ape not oppressed by the power of the stars when it flew into the air? Enlin was befuddled. Su Xiaolan? Su Xiaolan took a deep breath before asking, That's a very valid question, but is this really the time to be thinking about questions like this? It's all right, you're here with me. I trust in you to protect me. The words slipped out of Enlin's mouth, and only after he uttered the sentence did he feel that something seemed to be wrong. A vibrant smile suddenly appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she stared at Enlin. Your words really have triggered an urge in me to protect you? Upon witnessing the death of the 6-armed ape, The other two demonic blood beasts finally realized that their enemy was not going to be easily taken care of. Thus, the crimson WRM and red flying tiger both roared as they pounced towards Su Xiaolan at once. The crimson WRM opened its gruesome mouth, and energy gathered within as ripples proliferated outward, making the space around it to tremor and twist. The flying tiger waved its claws through the air as a wave of blood spanning an area of over a kilometer materialized before sweeping through heaven and earth. Su Xiaolan held her sword before her as her eyes turned into a pure golden color. The might of the true dragon and the vermilion bird erupted at once, and the indescribably terrifying combined might had Ao Nyo kneeling forward onto the ground. Su Xiaolan made a peculiar seal with her slender hands as she said with an ethereal voice, "So be it. I'll give trash like you the honor of witnessing my true strength. True dragon lightning bind." A substantial chain of lightning flew from her hands before instantly splitting into 100 chains that pierced through the oncoming crimson wave at incredible speed before binding tightly around the crimson WRM and flying tiger. Howl! An energy blast burst forth from the red WRM's mouth. Inky black flames engulfed everything in their path, making the night sky dim even further. Su Xiaolan looked up as a holy yet fierce sense of prestige flashed through her eyes. Vermilion bird god slaying strike. This time, white wings of flames erupted from Su Xiaolan's back, while holy flames surged around her whole body, taking on the shape of a vermilion bird. The dragon sparrow sword flew into her hand. The black flames were within reach, but there was not even a hint of emotional fluctuation in her eyes. She was like a holy beast looking down upon the world with a pair of regal, emotionless eyes. This time, not only did Ao Nyo's 4 legs kneel into the ground at once, even its head was bowed and pressed tightly into the earth. It felt as if it were truly in the presence of a holy beast as an indescribable sense of awe and veneration welled up in its heart. This was a holy beast. It was on an even higher level than immortal beasts and mythological beasts. It was a legendary being that could wipe away an entire world at will. How could it not be scared? However, Lin experienced none of those emotions. He felt very carefree and relaxed as if the fearsome might exuding from her body intentionally avoided him, allowing him to appreciate her beauty and power. The woman slashed her sword toward the black flames. Heaven and earth fell deathly silent at that moment. White holy flames formed a monstrous sword projection, which lighted up the entire world. Heaven and earth began to incinerate, and space began to crumble and crack. Nothing could survive the might of this sword strike. The black flames capable of engulfing everything in its path was pulverized by the white sword projection. The crimson WIRM and flying tiger that were bound by the true dragon lightning bind didn't even get a chance to wail in anguish before being sliced in half. They were then completely engulfed by the boundless holy flames and were reduced to plumes of smoke. The holy flames dissipated. Su Xiaolan's features were a bit pale, but her eyes were extremely bright. She turned to Lin, and at that moment, she appeared more beautiful than ever as her luscious hair danced in the wind and wisps of holy flames shimmered around her like flitting fairies. Lin, what do you think of that sword strike? Lin and Ao Nyo were both dumbstruck. That sword strike was brilliant. The earth-shattering sword projection had swept through the air with the power to decapitate mountains and part oceans. It was the perfect embodiment of beauty and power. It was the most magnificent sword strike the world had ever seen. A pleased smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face at the sight of Lin, who had yet to recover his composure to give her a reply. The lack of a reply was the best reply at this moment. "Let's go see what's in the carcass of this crimson bird," Su Xiaolan said as she made her way toward the crimson bird. Lin finally came to his senses, and he trailed behind her like an ardent fan. "Xiaolan, you're so awesome." Ao Nyo also wanted to express its reverence, but it was unable to think of a suitable adjective and could only offer a heartfelt, badass. Su Xiaolan's footsteps faltered, and she glanced speechlessly at the man and the cow with complement disabilities before making her way toward the crimson bird again. How big was a crimson bird with a wingspan of over 10 kilometers? It would probably be able to squash an entire city flat just by lying down. Aside from the heavenly void beast, This was the largest living being Enlin had ever seen. Moo! What a terrifying aura! To think that its remnant aura would still be so terrifying even after all this time. Aonyo's fur stood on end, and its heart trembled involuntarily as it approached the crimson bird. I can feel some residual power of the divine Tao emanating from its body. This bird would have at least been at the return to void pinnacle stage when it was still alive, Su Xiaolin said as she analyzed it. Perhaps it was a Tao integration stage mythological beast, and Lin speculated. He thought for a moment before a bold notion occurred to him. Xiaolin, seeing as the red light is glowing within its body, could it be the Kirin blood jade? Su Xiaolin burst into laughter. This bird is not the demonic blood Kirin. How could the Kirin blood jade be in its body? And Kirin blinked. Then, what if it swallowed the demonic blood Kirin? Su Xiaolin. She had no response to that. This was the realm of the fallen demonic blood Kirin, so it wasn't entirely implausible that the Kirin had died within the crimson bird. And Lin and Su Xiaolin arrived at the foot of the crimson bird and looked up into the sky at its chest, where a red light pulsed like a sun that couldn't decide whether it still wanted to continue shining. Gasp! It's so high up! And Lin looked up at the bird's chest, which was over 1,000 meters in the air, and he asked, "If we fly up there, are we going to be oppressed by the stars?" "I don't know. Those demonic blood beasts were probably special beings that were exempted from the oppressive power of the stars. How about we find a guinea pig?" Su Xiaolin was a little hesitant, and Lin sighed with resignation. "The problem is, there isn't anyone else around." Su Xiaolin chuckled lightly. "But there is a cow around." Aonyo's body trembled, and it immediately ran toward the huge bird carcass with excitement. "Moo! I think we should take things easy. Let's climb up slowly from here. As long as we remain in contact with the bird's body, which is in turn in contact with the ground, it shouldn't count as flying." Aonyo ran up the bird's leg as quickly as it could. In fear of being used by Enlin and Su Xiaolin as their guinea pig, the two of them exchanged amused smiles. This cow was pretty adorable sometimes. They hadn't even said anything, and Aonyo had already taken the initiative to lead from the front. Aonyo raced up the crimson bird's leg using all 4 of its powerful legs at once. There was no reaction from the stars in the sky, so Enlin followed along. The two of them speculated that the oppression of the stars did not seem to have anything to do with whether someone was physically on the ground or not. After all, they were riding on Aonyo's back before, so they had actually left the ground. However, they were not struck by the oppressive power of the stars. Why was that the case? There could be 2 explanations for this, the first of which was that they didn't use their powers to actively fly into the air, and the second was that they were in contact with something that was in contact with the ground. Among these 2 possibilities, the latter appeared to be the most likely. As an example, they had been wearing shoes this entire time, so their bodies weren't actually in physical contact with the ground as the sole of the shoe stood between their foot and the ground. So why weren't they struck by the oppressive power of the stars? It was because they were in contact with something that was in turn in contact with the ground. "We should use Aonyo to test our hypothesis next time," and Lin mused. Su Xiaolin nodded in agreement. A chill suddenly ran down Aonyo's spine as he ran up the side of the gigantic bird, and it accelerated even further in its ascent. Even after countless years, a faint red sheen still revolved around the massive bird's feathers. Remnant wisps of extremely fearsome power could still be found in each of the feathers, and one could probably pluck a feather and craft quite a powerful magic tool for themselves. However, Enlin didn't intend to pluck any of the feathers. He was planning to slice the crimson bird into a few pieces before putting it away into his storage ring. "Moo! It's here." Aonyo arrived at a certain location on the crimson bird's back before turning to Su Xiaolin and Enlin. The location it was situated at was right where the red light was pulsing from. Enlin pulled out his evil-slaying sword and slowly sliced away at the bird's humongous back by unleashing a series of sharp black sword projections. The red light grew more and more dazzling as the crimson bird's body was sliced open, making it appear as if it were a pulsing red star in the darkness of the night. After slicing through its back, a glowing red space was revealed to Enlin. "This is..." And Lin's pupils contracted as he stared at the sight before him in astonishment. Su Xiaolan and Ao Nyo were also in disbelief. The object exuding the red light before them wasn't some heart, or some blood jade, or any other divine item. It was instead a sigil. This was a pulsing sigil from which an extremely formidable aura exuded. The crimson sigil appeared to be in the shape of a bird in flight, and the vast, ancient aura emanating from it hinted at how extraordinary it was. What was a sigil? It was a vessel for information, energy, and spell techniques. It could even be a vessel for some sort of inheritance. Why would there be a sigil here? And Lin mused to himself. Su Xiaolan shook her head with a solemn expression. I don't know, but we need to be careful. This is quite possibly a sigil left by a mythological beast. If the power from within it erupts, we will not be able to defend ourselves against it. And Lin nodded in agreement. The fact that the sigil still exuded such a vast aura after countless years hinted at the insane amount of power stored within. Thus, the three of them stood around the sigil while at a bit of a loss for what to do. So what do we do next? And Lin swallowed as he stared at the dazzling sigil before him. Su Xiaolan remained silent. The sigil before them was like a potential treasure vault that was also fraught with danger. Risk and reward combined together in one appealing yet frightening package, daring them to take a step forward. Should we let the cow try first? Su Xiaolan suggested. Ao Nyo's body shuddered. Nah, what if it's an inheritance sigil? It would get the inheritance instead of us if it received the sigil's acknowledgement. And Lin shook his head. Ao Nyo heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry. I won't even try to compete with you guys. I have zero interest in the sigil. And I'll just be standing here cheering you guys on. Even if this was an inheritance, it was most likely a mythological beast's inheritance. The inheritance would be way too powerful for it to handle, and it would probably self-detonate. After encountering Enlin and Su Xiaolan, Ao Nyo had developed an extremely conscious level of self-awareness. Enlin's eyes lit up as he thought of a safer course of action. He made some hand seals, upon which water vapor condensed to materialize another Enlin who had the same aura and appearance as he did. This was the water clone technique of his divine liquid creation technique. After attaining the initial success stage of the body of the war god, even his water clone had access to some of his abilities, such as the divine inspection technique. And Lin planned to let the clone approach the sigil first before unleashing the divine inspection technique to figure out what it was. This was the safest course of action, and he could decide whether he wanted to approach the sigil after his clone figured out what it was first. Go on, and Lin number 2. And Lin instructed. And Lin number 2 pursed his lips before silently making his way toward the huge red sigil. This sigil was comparatively tiny relative to the gigantic bird, but it was huge to Enlin and the others. At the very least, it was many times larger than a fully grown man. Enlin number 2 slowly approached the sigil on the bird's chest. He then extended his hands forward and made contact with the sigil, upon which his eyes turned snowy white. Divine inspection. Activate. And Lin was able to absorb all the information gleaned by his clone. As such, the information that Enlin number 2 gleaned from unleashing the divine inspection technique naturally also flowed into his mind. Dao Intent Sigil of the mythological beast, the mutant blood phoenix. The sigil was formed from the remnant Dao intent of the fallen mutant blood phoenix after its failed attempt at rebirth from its ashes. Not only does it contain extremely potent power of the phoenix, but it also contains the signature technique of the mutant blood phoenix, destruction of sun and stars. This thing is a mythological beast, and it's a mutant blood phoenix that failed in its rebirth. And Lin exclaimed in shock. Su Xiaolan's brows perked up slightly. Such an unfamiliar aura belongs to a phoenix? And Lin stroked its chin. Could it be that its aura is unfamiliar because it's a mutant? After all, this guy even failed in its rebirth. What a disgrace to the phoenix race. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Enlin. Failure is commonplace. Creatures like Little Huang that transformed into your golden egg are the true minorities. What type of sigil is this, by the way? Su Xiaolan asked. A smile appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing this. We're in luck. This is a vessel for the Phoenix's power as well as one of its techniques. Just as the two of them were talking, the light emanating from the sigil suddenly became restless as it became particularly dazzling. And Lin number 2, who was in contact with the sigil, suddenly discovered a crimson light flow into his hand before wreaking havoc throughout his entire body. Ah! And Lin number 2 wailed in anguish, and his body instantly exploded into a splash of water. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions shifted drastically upon seeing this, while Ao Nyo immediately fled into the distance. A crisp, phoenix cry erupted from the sigil. Immediately afterward, the sigil transformed into a crimson, flaming phoenix that pierced through the air towards Su Xiaolan. Has it approved of you? And Lin was ecstatic upon seeing this. Forcing a sigil of this level into giving its approval was extremely difficult. However, if a certain connection could make it voluntarily extend its approval, then it would make absorbing the power within the sigil an extremely simple task. However, Su Xiaolan's expression suddenly became extremely grim. No, this power is too strong. My body won't be able to handle it. The Crimson Phoenix was like a fiery shooting star that incinerated everything in its wake as the space around it twisted and warped, as if it were going to collapse at any time. Su Xiaolan hurtled back as fast as she could to evade it, but the Crimson Phoenix was like a Xiaolan-seeking missile that refused to let her escape, and Lin immediately flared up in rage. How dare this phoenix try to force itself onto Xiaolan without consent? He spread open his wings of wind and positioned himself in front of Xiaolan before pulling out his indestructible chaotic alloy brick. Boom! The Crimson Phoenix crashed into the black brick and transformed into a shapeless state, which allowed it to flow past the black brick, around Lin, and carried on towards Su Xiaolan again. The Crimson Phoenix was faster than Su Xiaolan, so she was unable to escape. She launched a few spell techniques toward the Crimson Phoenix, but all of them were instantly engulfed and incinerated. Xiaolan! And Lin roared in a panicked voice. Boom! The Crimson Phoenix crashed into Su Xiaolan's body, and the Tao intent of the Phoenix instantly engulfed her. She let loose a pained cry before plummeting feebly from the sky. Her body trembled uncontrollably as a Crimson Phoenix insignia appeared on the back of her hand. And Lin flew towards Su Xiaolan like a madman before enveloping her in a tight hug, only to find that it was as if he were hugging a scorching piece of burning coal. Xiaolan! Xiaolan, are you all right? Su Xiaolan's eyes were screwed shut from pain, and she muttered with great difficulty, Get away from me! I can sense that my body won't be able to hold on for much longer. The power of the Phoenix is going to erupt any time now. I'm begging you, please get away from me. And Lin's body shuddered upon hearing this. There was no way he could leave in a situation like this. What can I do? The sigil was too powerful. If nothing was done, Su Xiaolan would self-detonate. And Lin looked around frantically before his eyes lit up upon catching sight of the red insignia glowing on the back of Xiaolan's hand. The insignia was the source of the sigil's power, so he should be able to evict the power of the sigil by destroying that insignia. There was no time to waste, and Lin pressed a finger against the Crimson Phoenix insignia, and a destructive power burst forth from his fingertip. Boom! The insignia on the back of Su Xiaolan's hand glowed with a scintillating light as it launched a resistance, instantly vanquishing the power from Lin's fingertip with a fearsome power of its own. A light flashed past Lin's eyes, and he unleashed the origin energy of the netherworld without hesitation, upon which his aura soared explosively. Boom! Golden light burst forth from Lin's fingertip, which clashed with the crimson light glowing from the Phoenix insignia, creating a temporary impasse. Su Xiaolan let loose an agonized moan as blood flowed from the corners of her lips. She could sense that her body was on the verge of falling apart. She forced herself to open her eyes, even though it seemed like a titanic task in her current state. She stared intently at the man before her, as if she was trying to permanently commit his face to memory. And Lin's heart was surging with panic, but he still offered words of consolation to Su Xiaolan, as he maintained the power output from his fingertip. The power of the Phoenix was still wreaking havoc as it resisted against Lin's power. Right at this moment, within Lin's sea of vital energy, The white vermilion bird seemed to have sensed something, and it looked up into the sky before letting loose a clear cry. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Boundless, white flames imbued with unstoppable holy might suddenly burst forth from Enlin's fingertip. It was like the monarch of all flames, and it forced the power of the phoenix into submission and temporarily sealed away the insignia's power. However, this only lasted for a single instant. The power of the mutant blood phoenix suddenly became violent again as it poured toward Enlin's fingertip, just as it had once pounced on Su Xiaolan. The power of the crimson phoenix began to transfer. Everything happened far too abruptly, and even Enlin himself was dumbstruck for a second. Immediately afterward, devastating flame power began to crash through his body. At the same time, a stream of information entered his mind. This was information that was imbued with a paramount Tao intent. It was the inheritance of the mutant blood phoenix's signature technique, destruction of sun and stars. The power of the crimson phoenix also began to flow into his sea of vital energy, and a series of crimson lines, which appeared as if they were blood vessels, appeared on the white vermilion bird's body. The crimson lines surfaced temporarily before fading. As a result, the vermilion bird's body grew more substantial, while a higher level of intelligence glowed in its eyes. "Enlin, are you all right? Release me." Su Xiaolan wanted to force Enlin's finger away from the insignia on the back of her hand, but Enlin clamped her hand down firmly onto the ground with his other hand. In her current, debilitated state, there was no way for her to struggle free. The crimson insignia on the back of her hand slowly began to vanish, and Su Xiaolan's breathing became a lot more relaxed and even as a result. However, another crimson insignia began to materialize itself on the back of Enlin's hand. The power of the phoenix within his body also grew more and more terrifyingly powerful, as if it were trying to incinerate his entire body. The sigil left behind by a Tao integration stage mythological beast was simply far too overwhelmingly powerful, and even with his body of the war god, he might not be able to endure it. However, Enlin did not regret anything. He calmly allowed the power of the phoenix to flow into his body without offering up any resistance. Regardless of whether his body could endure it, he was willing to bear the suffering in Su Xiaolan's stead. Time slowly passed by. The crimson insignia on the back of Su Xiaolan's hand suddenly stopped vanishing. At the same time, the crimson insignia on the back of Enlin's hand stopped growing. Both of them panted heavily as they looked at each other's hands with baffled expressions. Both of them had one half of the crimson phoenix insignia on the back of their hands, which could be combined together to form a complete phoenix. What just happened? Did we just split the power of the mutant blood phoenix? Enlin blinked in confusion. Su Xiaolan swallowed a blood spirit pill before sitting up with difficulty. She wiped the sweat away from her forehead as she looked down at the crimson insignia on the back of her other hand with a dazed expression. "I can feel that the flame power in my body has drastically increased, and I've also received the complete inheritance of the destruction of sun and stars." Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin with a hint of elation in her eyes, having survived what was surely certain death. "What about you? Do you feel any changes?" Enlin nodded. "The flame power in my body has also drastically increased, and I've also received the inheritance of the destruction of sun and stars." He looked down with incredulity at the insignia on his hand. "So this was a buy one get one free deal?" Su Xiaolan's lips twitched slightly. "It was also almost a case of kill one get one free for the sigil." Enlin chuckled awkwardly and raised his head to find Su Xiaolan staring at him with her bright eyes rippling like water. Xiaolan, you." Enlin didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before a faint aromatic scent swept toward him. A pair of soft and warm lips gently imprinted themselves onto his. Su Xiaolan closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled gently. Su Xiaolan's skin was beautifully translucent under the light of the stars, and her breathing was a little frantic from the ordeal she had just endured. Happiness had struck way too abruptly, and Lin was paralyzed with bliss. As far as he could remember, this was the first time that Su Xiaolan initiated a kiss with him. This feeling was completely new and different. It was super stimulating. What he didn't know was that Su Xiaolan had already given him her first kiss in the aftermath of that epic battle that they endured in the holy glacial lands. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Moo! I'm so glad to see that you're both all right. The huge cow stomped toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan with a joyful expression on its face. Su Xiaolan gently pushed Enlin away as a gorgeous blush appeared on each of her delicate cheeks in an extremely adorable manner, giving Enlin the irresistible urge to give her a peck on the cheek. Enlin turned to Ao Nyo with a cold, resentful expression. I think I'm craving roast beef all of a sudden. Ao Nyo's momentum stopped cold, and its white fur stood up on end as it sensed an extremely menacing killing intent sweeping toward it. Roast beef? Why would he suddenly mention that? Is he going to eat me? The two of them continued chatting as they ignored Ao Nyo, who had turned deathly pale from fright. A shy smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. That last kiss was awarded to you for your good performance. And Lin came to his senses before flicking her forehead. Don't ever try to chase me away if something like this ever happens again. I'm so badass. I'll protect you from everything. Su Xiaolan nodded with a smile. All right, I get it. You're super powerful. And Lin was quite pleased with her compliment, and he extended a hand toward her to pull her up from the ground. However, right when their two hands held onto one another, they suddenly sensed a peculiar connection. It was as if something had been perfected. Su Xiaolan's expression shifted as she turned to look at Enlin. There seemed to be a tacit understanding between them as they released each other's hand in unison. Upon which the connection disappeared, the two of them exchanged astonished glances before holding hands again, upon which the connection recurred. When they separated their hands, the connection disappeared again. Ao Nyo stared blankly at the two of them as they played a game of hand-holding. Was this some new type of flirting technique? They seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it. This is probably the attraction caused by the mutant blood phoenix's power, and Lin speculated. Su Xiaolan furrowed her brows slightly. It should have something to do with the insignias on our hands. Should we give it a try? And Lin asked. Sure. Su Xiaolan nodded. Boom. A plume of crimson flames engulfed an area with a radius of over a kilometer. Su Xiaolan waved her hand through the air as she unleashed the power of the blood phoenix that she had just received. And Lin was also doing the same as scorching red flames soared into the sky. His flames weren't as impressive as Xiaolan's flames since she was much more adept at playing with fire, but it wasn't far away. Hey, that's not bad. These red flames are at divine flame level. And Lin was quite elated. Let's move on to the next experiment then, Su Xiaolan proposed. Their tacit understanding toward one another took effect again as they held onto each other's hand. A peculiar connection began to appear. It was quite faint, but it definitely existed. The connection instantly became much stronger when the two of them activated the power of the mutant blood phoenix in unison. At the same time, the half-phoenix insignias on their hands began to glow with a scintillating light. The two halves of the insignia fused together in the air to form a complete phoenix. The boundless might of a fire god began to explosively erupt outward in this instant. Boom! Red flames exploded forth and engulfed heaven and earth like a red sun that exploded in the air as it lighted up the entire world. Boundless flames erupted like a nuclear bomb explosion as it enveloped the gargantuan body of the mutant blood phoenix within. Ao Nyo let loose a fearful cry as it charged into the distance as quickly as it could. However, it was still swept up in the horrendous explosion of power. Its body was set alight by the red flames, and it plummeted from the sky like a ball of flames. Thankfully, it was situated at the edge of the explosion and its hide was quite tough. Otherwise, it really would be roast beef by now. Ao Nyo stared in shock at the center of the explosion where flames caused the air to twist and warp, releasing enough light to blind it even though it was so far away. Did those two just spontaneously combust? Ao Nyo muttered to itself as it involuntarily shielded its eyes. They didn't die in that explosion, did they? Ao Nyo was completely unable to imagine what kind of living being would be able to survive in the center of that explosion. Even a weaker return to void stage mighty figure would probably die in such a devastating explosion. However, Ao Nyo's eyes widened again before too long. The flames quickly dissipated to reveal two familiar figures standing atop the gigantic bird's back, both of whom were completely unscathed. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were also staring at each other with shock etched onto their faces. The devastating power of that attack had clearly far exceeded their expectations. Who would have thought that our combined powers would be so strong? Su Xiaolan's eyes widened with incredulity. Perhaps this is the power of love? And Lin murmured, Su Xiaolan. The two of them released each other's hands, and they felt as if their bodies had been completely depleted of energy after unleashing that combined attack. They looked at the crimson bird underfoot to find that the carcass, which hadn't decomposed for countless years, had been reduced to a red skeleton by the terrifying flames while all of its feathers and flesh had been burned to ashes. What a frighteningly powerful combined attack. I feel like we've gone too far. After all, it was the mythological beast that bestowed upon us its power. Su Xiaolan looked down at the phoenix with a guilty expression, and Lin nodded in agreement with this notion. I think we should cut up all its bones and take it back to the sect to construct weapons and refine pills in order to let it fulfill a purpose even in its death. We owe it to the phoenix to give its existence a value, even in death. Su Xiaolan's face convulsed as she looked at Lin. Only a shameless person like Lin could make this sound like such a righteous thing to do. However, Su Xiaolan still cooperated with Lin in chopping up the phoenix skeleton for the sake of the 4-9 immortal sex development. Both of them were extremely powerful swordsmen, so this wasn't much of a job for them. Even the body of a mythological beast could be chopped up by them if it didn't have its fundamental energy to fortify it. The massive phoenix skeleton was chopped up into countless pieces in no time before being put away into their storage rings. Just these bones alone were probably worth over 10 million spirit stones. And they hadn't even taken into account the power and technique that they had inherited from the mutant blood phoenix. What a massive haul! And Lin and Su Xiaolan were quite elated as they rode on Ao Nyo's back and waving their whip from time to time as they made their way toward the line connecting the yellow star and the blood star. And Lin was feeling quite joyful and philanthropic, and he tossed a phoenix bone to Ao Nyo. Have a bone, it's good for you. And Lin chuckled. Tears flowed down Ao Nyo's face. I'm a cow, not a dog. However, it still silently put away the bone. Not taking into account other matters, this could probably forge him quite a good weapon or piece of armor. Ao Nyo continued hurtling into the distance like a streak of white light. It was extremely fast and was close to the average soul formation stage cultivator's speed of flight. This was the advantage of being a beast. All of them had extremely powerful bodies and were capable of unleashing great speed and strength. Phew! So fast. This is much faster than running. Su Xiaolan spread open her arms and laughed heartily as her beautiful hair flowed like a waterfall behind her. And Lin gripped onto the cow horns with his hands, as if he were holding a steering wheel. He then replied with an elated smile. Exactly. Audis or BMWs or whatever can all stand aside. Ao Nyo is the real deal. Ao Nyo didn't know what Audis and BMWs were, but it certainly understood the latter part of Lin's sentence, and it was spurred on by the encouragement to run even faster. Roar! A streak of red light suddenly flashed toward Lin, unleashing a thunderous roar that sent cracks running through the earth around it. A bolt of golden lightning also appeared in the air in the split second before striking the streak of red light. Boom! A massive hole suddenly appeared in the crimson leopard's head as it convulsed on the ground. Ao Nyo shot a glance at the crimson leopard before continuing to run. This was the 9th demonic blood beasts they had encountered, and although it wasn't as powerful as the first 3 that they encountered earlier, it was still quite difficult to deal with for a soul formation stage soul beast. However, Lin and Su Xiaolan swatted them aside as if they were balloons. Were these 2 really soul formation stage cultivators? They weren't some sort of mighty figures in disguise, were they? If it wasn't for the fact that all return to void stage mighty figures would be driven insane in here, Ao Nyo would definitely think that these 2 were mighty figures in disguise. Ao Nyo continued onward, and it didn't have to worry about any troubles they encountered along the way, as the two people on its back were able to take care of everything with ease. 1 hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. This was the place where the yellow star and the blood star were connected in a straight line. We have 3 choices now. Our first option is to head straight for the yellow star, where the exit is reportedly located, and get out of here straight away. Our second option is to continue toward the blood star to see what lies on the opposite side to the exit, and our third option is to continue exploring and see if we can encounter some opportunities. And Lin looked around at the vast landscape with no end in sight as he spoke. Mu, I think we should go back. You've already reaped such bountiful rewards, Ao Nyo suggested. It had been forced to come here, so it was obviously not keen on staying here. And Lin completely ignored it as he turned to Su Xiaolan. Ao Nyo. So it was just a manual laborer with no speaking rights. Su Xiaolan was also having a hard time deciding. The Kirin blood jade was definitely an extremely precious treasure, and it would be best if they could find it. The vast land of blood was an extremely large place. Even if they couldn't find the Kirin blood jade, they should still be able to find many more treasures. This was an unexplored realm of treasures. There were definitely countless opportunities here. This was especially so for soul formation stage cultivators like them who had downloaded hacks. With their powers, they would be a lot safer against any potential enemies or hazards they could encounter. It was simply a little too hard to justify the decision to leave when they held such an overwhelming advantage. As long as they didn't encounter any return to void stage mighty figures here, they would be invincible. Of course, this was discounting all the other hazards within this peculiar vast land of blood. It was exactly those unknown dangers that gave Su Xiaolan a hard time in deciding. How about we try exploring some more? Su Xiaolan suggested hesitantly. Sure. And Lin was full of vigor as he tugged on the cow's horns with an excited smile. Let's go, Ao Nyo. We'll head for the blood star. Tears welled up in Ao Nyo's eyes as it turned to run in a direction that took it further and further away from the exit. No. It's you guys and me. Ao Nyo converted its grief and indignation into fuel as it ran faster and faster, eventually breaking through the sound barrier. However, they didn't get far before the starry night sky began to surge and dim. The light between heaven and earth was slowly obscured, and even the light of the stars had disappeared. It was as if they had been covered by a black veil. A pair of eyes that seemed to encompass heaven and earth began to appear amid the boundless expanse of inky darkness. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Ao Nyo's expressions shifted drastically. Take care. The heavenly judgment is about to commence. And Lin yelled as he pulled out his chaotic alloy brick. His expression became extremely grim at the same time. There were 3 phenomena unique to the vast land of blood: the oppressive stars, the heavenly judgment, and the almighty reversal. The oppressive power of stars wasn't really too much of a concern as it only inflicted punishment on those that took flight, which meant all that they had to do to avoid it was to refrain from flying. However, the heavenly judgment was different, and it was also known as the roulette wheel of death. This was a massacre that would befall any place the eyes in the sky focused on. Also known as I look, you die. It was a large-scale attack that was delivered completely at random. The pair of eyes in the sky suddenly turned to a certain location. Boom! An earth-shattering spectacle akin to Armageddon took place. A location about 500 kilometers away from Enlin, and Su Xiaolan was suddenly transformed into a hellish sea of blood. Destructive power exploded forth and annihilated everything around it, as a red mushroom cloud that resembled a demon's sinister smile rose into the sky. Even though the cataclysmic disaster had struck so far away, both of them still shuddered involuntarily. And Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't even get a chance to recover from their shock from witnessing the heavenly judgment before the massive pair of eyes in the sky turned toward the area in which they were located. This was something they had completely failed to predict. It was like winning the lottery. The vast land of blood was absolutely massive, so the chances of the eyes in the sky turning to them really was like winning the lottery. Except that this prize was quite terrifying. Because the prize was death. Ao Nyo's legs gave out, and it sprawled directly onto the ground. and Lin and Su Xiaolan also turned pale with fright during that instant as their hearts skipped a beat. What do we do? No one could remain calm in the face of this peculiar power that delivered death to everything it set its eyes upon. Countless thoughts flashed through in Lin's mind in a split second. Black brick? No. The explosion from earlier suggested that this was a power that encompassed a large area. Therefore, it couldn't be kept at bay by the black brick. Another thought flashed through his mind, and he pulled out an extremely intricately crafted mirror. This was a mirror with a beautiful frame as well as a glittering and translucent surface. Come on out, vermilion bird mirror. And Lin aimed the vermilion bird mirror directly at the pair of massive eyes in the sky. No matter how bizarre the attack was, it could be reflected by the mirror as long as it was a spell technique. Within the boundless expanse of darkness, a pair of massive eyes was reflected in the mirror, as if there were two pairs of eyes looking at one another. Silence. Deathly silence. There were no earth-shattering spell techniques that descended, so the mirror naturally had nothing to reflect. The pair of eyes stared silently at the vermilion bird mirror. Rumble. And Lin swallowed involuntarily as he held the vermilion bird mirror, and he didn't dare to make a single move. Su Xiaolan and Aonyo were also completely stationary, as if they were afraid that the slightest movement would bring a cataclysmic disaster upon them. This moment was like a still image. After a while, the eyes that seemingly belonged to the sky began to slowly shut. Everything vanished, and the starry night sky reappeared, as if none of that had actually happened. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin could still see the destructive sea of crimson in the far distance, he would be doubting whether everything was just a hallucination. Mu? What happened? We managed to live. Aonyo stood up with incredulity in its large eyes as it looked up into the starry night sky. With a curious expression, Su Xiaolan turned to look at the mirror in Lin's hand. And Lin, did the vermilion bird mirror's reflection ability help us evaded the heavenly judgment? And Lin was just as confused as he tapped the surface of the mirror with a finger. Hey mirror, did you just reflect the heavenly judgment? Su Xiaolan, so you don't know either. And Lin fell silent. He was quite depressed. He didn't even know what his treasure was doing. As its owner, he felt like he was quite a failure. Thankfully, the vermilion bird mirror didn't completely ignore him this time. I did not use my reflection ability, a crisp, tender voice said. However, I did get a familiar feeling from that pair of eyes. The vermilion bird mirror continued, and Lin's interest was immediately piqued. Familiar in what way? Did you recognize each other? The vermilion bird mirror shook lightly in response. I don't know, but it definitely was familiar. And Lin. It looked like he wasn't going to get much more information than that. And Lin suddenly recalled the vermilion bird mirror's other ability. My all-knowing mirror, do you know where this place is? And what information can you provide us with? My idiotic master, please don't ask me stupid questions like this. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew anything. The vermilion bird mirror replied in a firm voice. And Lin? Su Xiaolan? Clatter! And Lin threw the vermilion bird mirror on the ground in rage. What a shitty mirror. This was definitely a fake treasure. Aonyo was also shocked. It had had the privilege of seeing treasures capable of speech. But this was the first time it had seen a treasure rebutting its owner like this. It felt like its horizons had been broadened. And Lin silently put the vermilion bird mirror away. He always felt depressed after fighting with the vermilion bird mirror. Should we continue? Su Xiaolan asked. The events that transpired just then were extremely frightening. Even an extremely low probability event like being struck by the heavenly judgment had been encountered by them. There was a certain sense of foreboding about this, and Su Xiaolan was becoming a little hesitant. Yes, and Lin gritted his teeth. Isn't there a saying that the only way after hitting rock bottom is up? Our luck must have just plummeted to its lowest extreme just then. So there's only good luck to come. Su Xiaolan felt like this was reasonable, and her nerves were somewhat alleviated. Mu, isn't there also a saying that misfortunes never come alone? Aonyo retorted. And Lin? Su Xiaolan? Aonyo wanted to slap this cow to death. The morale he had just boosted was instantly crushed. "I think we really should have some roast beef," and Lin suggested expressionlessly. "I agree." Su Xiaolan nodded. Ao Nyo's knees quivered, and it almost knelt onto the ground again. And Lin and Su Xiaolan weren't actually serious about roasting Ao Nyo. Ao Nyo was their luxury car. After riding it for so long, they had developed a fondness for it. Therefore, there was no way they would be able to bear roasting it for consumption. Thus, Ao Nyo continued toward the blood star with Lin and Su Xiaolan on its back. The direction the yellow star was at was where the exit lay. As such, Lin was naturally quite curious about what lay at the end of the direction toward the blood star. What was at the furthest point from the exit? They passed through the boundless, undulating black land. They encountered some demonic blood beasts along the way, as well as a black mist organism that was capable of tearing apart one's consciousness from afar. Their auras were extremely faint, and their methods of attack were extremely peculiar. Normal soul beasts and spirit beasts could quite easily fall victim to them before they even knew how they had died. However, they encountered the Hack Lord and Lin's consciousness was among the most powerful, even among return to void stage cultivators. All he had to do was to throw a divine might technique toward these creatures, and they would implode on the spot. Ao Nyo's confidence slowly recovered upon seeing Lin's feats of strength, and its speed steadily picked up. As they continued onward, the location of the blood star overhead also seemed to change slowly, and it also seemed to become bigger and brighter. "We're getting closer to that star," Lin observed elatedly. They could easily detect the changes in the location of the blood star overhead, which meant that it wasn't all that far away. 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Before they knew it, the outline of the blood star had slowly materialized before their eyes. "That's not a star." Lin stared blankly at the star up ahead. It looks quite flat, like a small patch of land." Su Xiaolan nodded. "That's right. What appeared before them was a flat, floating continent that looked like a pizza smeared with too much tomato sauce." As they drew closer, the floating continent expanded in their field of vision. They could even see some peculiar buildings on that floating continent. Why were there buildings in such a bleak and desolate place? This meant that living creatures inhabited, or they had once inhabited the floating continents. Also, according to their vast experience in exploring ruins, all the signs pointed to the notion that this was where precious treasures would be gathered. After all, only through the activity of living creatures did cultural heritage get left behind. With this in mind, Lin immediately whipped Ao Nyo's backside with renewed vigor. "Giddy up. Ao Nyo, accelerate. Go to 5th gear. Slap. Giddy up. Ao Nyo." Ao Nyo mooed loudly as it advanced at an increased speed, and the red floating content drew closer and closer. Lin could finally discern what the buildings looked like. All of them consisted of a crimson pillar with a crimson semisphere on top, appearing a lot like mushrooms. At the very center of the floating continent, there was a huge mushroom that gave off a dazzling red light. The rays of light and the floating continent blended seamlessly together, making it appear as if it was a red star in the distance. "Look, Lin, there are life forms there." Su Xiaolan pointed to 5 shadowy figures under the floating continent. Lin detected their auras to find that they were pretty powerful. At the very least, they were more powerful than Ao Nyo. It looked like they weren't the only ones interested in the blood star. There were also powerful beings from the beast tribes that would come here to explore. Those 5 black spots in the far distance seemed to have seen Lin's group as well, and they charged toward them at a speed even faster than Ao Nyo's. Lin managed to catch a clear glimpse of them this time. The 5 figures were, respectively, a frog enshrouded in black, poisonous mist, a black, rocky lizard dragon, a monster that looked like a giant, squirming rice ball, a giraffe-necked tiger with golden flames all over its body, and a huge dog covered in sharp, blue spikes. "None of them can be ridden," Su Xiaolan complained. Ao Nyo's heart constricted upon hearing this. However, it also managed to see what the 5 figures looked like, and its expression shifted drastically as it fled in the opposite direction. Lin and Su Xiaolan were dumbstruck. "Where are you going?" And Lin inquired with displeasure. That is the Divine Guardian Squad under the command of the Divine Bat Emperor. All of them are among the most powerful soul formation stage beings within the beast tribes. Nothing good is going to happen if we get caught by them here, Ao Nyo elaborated in a panicked voice as it ran. And Lin abruptly tugged on Ao Nyo's horns, and the whole cow almost capsized. Moo! Ao Nyo mooed loudly as its momentum was stopped cold. They're the most powerful soul formation stage beasts? Are they more powerful than me? And Lin asked. Ao Nyo? After failing to escape, Ao Nyo trembled uncontrollably as it stared at those 5 beasts converging toward them. It could even see the excited, yet malicious smiles on their faces. Soon, the Divine Guardian Squad appeared before Lin's group. The giant dog with blue spikes all over its body spoke in an extremely sharp voice. Woof woof! You were right to not run away. Otherwise, you would have to bear the wrath of the Emperor. Ribbit. If you cooperate with us in our experiments, we can spare your life. The frog enshrouded in poisonous mist said with a smug expression. The giraffe-neck lion narrowed its eyes at Lin and Su Xiaolan before speaking in a cold voice. Oh? Those two are humans? I had thought that they would be minotaurs or centaurs. Haha. Humans managed to make it into this place? Great. We can eat them after the experiment. I haven't had soul formation stage human flesh for a long time. The black lizard dragon flapped its wings joyfully, but it didn't dare to flap them too hard in case it flew into the air. At this moment, the huge rice ball monster came to the forefront of their group. Stop wasting time. It's just 2 pieces of soul formation intermediate stage trash. Complete the mission first and do whatever you like to them afterward. The other 4 beasts immediately ceased bickering as the poison mist frog and the black lizard dragon walked forward. It was clear that only 2 of them were going to attack. To them, 2 beasts were more than enough to take care of 2 humans at soul formation intermediate stage and 1 cow at the soul formation pinnacle stage. The frog offered some words of caution. Ribbit, be careful of that cow. A sinister grin appeared on the lizard dragon's face. Hee hee, it looks like they're paralyzed from fear. They didn't even run after seeing us. Ribbit, I'll capture those 2 humans, then I'll come and help you, the frog said. Hey, you said something about an experiment. What kind of experiment is this? And Lin asked with a curious expression. Weak trash doesn't have the right to ask questions. You're all going to be my food anyway. Ribbit! The frog yelled before jumping toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. The black lizard dragon also flew toward Ao Nyo. The auras of these 2 beasts instantly exploded forth, sending gale force winds sweeping forth in all directions. They were indeed the most powerful among all the soul formation stage beasts Lin had ever seen. The poison mist frog pounced toward Lin at an alarming speed, and its tongue shot forth like a bolt of black lightning in an attempt to wrap around Lin's body. And Lin's eyes turned snowy white as wings of wind spread on his back and streams of white wind revolved around his evil-slaying sword. Divine Inspection Technique, Wings of Wind, Wind Spirit Technique. All 3 spell techniques were unleashed at once. The poison mist frog's tongue swept toward Lin at a terrifying speed, only to find that Lin had completely disappeared. Ribbit. The frog suddenly felt like its tongue was a little bit cold. Splat. Blood splattered through the air, and its long tongue was severed as it let loose an anguished wail. Not only that, but the poison mist around its body was also parted by a golden light. A massive golden fist imbued with the power of the earth crashed down onto its body like a mountain. Boom! The frog was bashed into the ground and its organs were shattered as the ground within a radius of over a kilometer caved in to create a massive crater. At the same time, the black lizard dragon flying toward Ao Nyo was greeted by the sight of 2 blue lightning sword projections flying toward it at an unavoidable speed. Its huge dragon wings were then sliced off. The lizard dragon was reduced to a lizard, and it stared in shock and horror at the woman in the jade dress descending upon it. In the next instant, the dragon sparrow sword flashing with scorching flames and explosive lightning hung over its head. Gasp! All the beasts present stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with dumbstruck expressions. Even though Aonyo was mentally prepared, its eyes were still wide with shock. It knew Lin and Su Xiaolan were extremely powerful, but it was still a massive shock that they were able to insta-kill 2 members of the Divine Guardian Squad. These are soul formation intermediate stage humans? The giraffe-necked lion was shocked. Such terrifying power. I don't think even the gluten lord can. The huge dog turned to look at the rice ball monster with astonishment in its eyes. The rice ball monster didn't say anything. However, its yellow eyes were fixed firmly on Lin. Lin stepped down on the frog, which was on the brink of death. You're right. Weak trash does not have the right to ask questions. So can I ask them now? Fuck you. Give me a quick death if you're gonna kill me. If I speak another word, then I'm your grandson. Ribbit. The frog roared with rage. You've got guts. Lin raised his evil-slaying sword. Grandpa. The frog instantly yielded. Lin, Su Xiaolan, all the beasts. The frog's panicked yell caught everyone off guard. Divine poison frog, you! The rice ball monster's body trembled violently with unadulterated rage. The frog completely ignored it as it continued yelling. I'm a traveling frog with a kind and frail mother waiting for me at home. I can't die and abandon her. Ribbit. Lin. The other 4 Divine Guardian Squad members were completely enraged upon hearing this. Cowardly trash. You're a disgrace. Fuck. How could there be someone like this in our Divine Guardian Squad? Kill this piece of shit. I agree, it's useless anyway. The huge dog covered in blue spikes bared its sharp fangs before roaring with violent killing intent. Save me, Grandpa. Ribbit. The divine poison frog instantly turned to Lin for help. Lin, all the beasts. Did this cowardly frog really come from the unyielding beast tribes? Roar. Divine poison frog. You piece of shit. I'll kill you. The lizard dragon, or lizard now, suddenly roared as it unleashed its domain, upon which black balls of energy exploded forth. The lizard erupted, but Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword was far too fast for it. White holy flames protected Su Xiaolan's body from the explosion of energy as a true dragon lightning sword projection extended for several hundred meters before instantly decapitating the black lizard. Boom! The black lizard's head crashed to the ground. The powerful divine guardian died in less than a second after unleashing its domain. Su Xiaolan elegantly plucked its storage ring from the air before turning to the other members of the divine guardian squad with keen eyes. The huge dog was completely enraged upon seeing this, and it abruptly pounced toward Lin with a single-minded ferocity in its eyes. I'll take you to hell even if I have to go there myself. Calm down. Don't forget our mission. At this moment, the rice ball monster extended a white feeler to restrain the huge dog. However, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed toward Lin. The giraffe-necked lion was unable to help itself as the golden flames on its body erupted forth to encompass an area with a radius of several hundred meters. A series of golden balls of lightning appeared within the golden flames before sweeping toward Lin. This was its finishing technique, the Flame Lightning Lion Cannon. Each of those golden balls of lightning possessed enough power to be able to easily blast a soul formation stage soul beast to death. So many balls of lightning at once combined to create an attack that was not inferior to an attack from a rookie return to void stage mighty figure. Roar! Human scum and traitors can all die. Several dozen golden balls revolved at high speed around the lion's body as it let loose a thunderous roar before pouncing toward Lin. It was clearly preparing itself to make a suicide attack. Shut up! Lin waved a casual hand. All the golden balls of lightning suddenly faltered before turning to crash toward the giraffe-necked lion. The lion's expression was filled with shock and horror upon seeing this, and it was completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Boom, boom, boom. The golden balls of lightning exploded upon making contact with its body. The fearsome explosion of energy instantly swept outward in a radius of several kilometers as boundless destructive lightning destroyed everything in its wake while lighting up the night sky. It was as if a golden sun had exploded. Everyone was knocked back by the terrifying shockwaves before flying through the air. After the lightning receded, The giraffe-necked lion was revealed as a charred corpse with its mouth gaped wide open. It collapsed heavily to the ground as the pungent scent of charred flesh wafted from its body. What the hell happened here? Aonyo was completely dumbstruck by what it was seeing. The divine poison frog under Lin's foot was caught in a daze for a long while as it stared at the cooked giraffe-necked lion before opening its mouth. Badass. And Lin, gluten lord. Did that human do that? The huge dog had also been scared shitless. It was one thing for the giraffe-necked lion to be insta-killed, but for it to be insta-killed by its own spell techniques sent shivers running down the huge dog's spine as a frosty sense of fear welled up in its heart. The rice ball monster's expression had become extremely grim. Those two humans are much stronger than we had thought. Don't be fooled by cultivation bases. Let's retreat. However, just as the two of them were about to escape, a woman in a jade dress appeared behind them to seal off any avenue of escape. Don't even think about leaving before you tell us the information we want to hear, Su Xiaolan said with a calm smile. She stood proudly with her dragon sparrow sword in her hand as a powerful sword intent swept forth from her body. She was up against two soul beasts at the soul formation pinnacle stage, but there wasn't even a single hint of fear in her eyes. Fuck! We're being looked down on. I'm going to kill her. The huge dog immediately pounced toward Su Xiaolan. The gluten lord didn't restrain the huge dog this time. Instead, it too pounced toward Su Xiaolan. Retreat was no longer an option, so they could only crash through the enemy lines for a chance at survival. If they could defeat or kidnap this woman, they might even be able to completely turn the tables. Dead soul-killing spikes. The blue spikes on the huge dog's body suddenly detached themselves before whistling toward Su Xiaolan like a series of blue flying swords. The spikes were accompanied by the anguished wails of countless tormented spirits as they froze the air before them with their frosty blue aura. Lightning flashed from under Su Xiaolan's feet as she approached the huge dog while evading all the spikes flying toward her. So fast. The huge dog was startled by Su Xiaolan's wraith-like movement techniques. However, it was a veteran of countless battles, and it was not fearful in the slightest at the sight of Su Xiaolan, who had evaded all of its attacks through the use of her movement techniques. The huge dog's claws tore through the air toward her like a series of peerlessly sharp blades. This was its full-force attack that could pulverize even a spirit tool. Its attack also fell at lightning speed. Even Su Xiaolan's movement techniques wouldn't allow her to evade it at such a close range. But right at this moment, a golden symbol began to flash from Su Xiaolan's palm. The defensive dragon symbol inheritance she had obtained from the Immortal Spirit Tower was unleashed. The projection of a golden dragon head suddenly appeared to encapsulate her body. Those claws that could pulverize spirit tools struck the golden dragon head, upon which an extremely sharp screeching erupted. Incredulity appeared on the huge dog's face as it stared at its claws, which were unable to even dig an inch into the golden dragon head. Its most powerful attack was blocked by a soul formation intermediate stage human cultivator just like that. At this moment, Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword descended. The huge dog was sliced in half, and explosive lightning and holy flames engulfed the two halves of its body as it became the second member of the Divine Guardian squad that was completely cooked. However, just as she unleashed her attack against the huge dog, over 100 white feelers swept toward her at an alarming speed to create an inescapable net. The gluten lord was a soul beast that was proficient at grabbing onto opportunities. It knew when to strike in order to create the biggest impact. Su Xiaolan's defensive spell technique had just vanished, and she had also just unleashed her strength to strike down the huge dog. This was the perfect time for it to launch an attack. Over 100 white feelers erupted from its body before flying toward Su Xiaolan like a series of miniature, ferocious dragons, all of them with the sole intent of binding and killing her. It was also at this instant heaven and earth suddenly became pitch black. Within the absolute darkness, the gluten lord detected a sense of impending death. Rip! The sound of something being torn apart was accompanied by the return of light to heaven and earth as the galaxy of stars reappeared overhead. But the gluten lord's body had been sliced in half, and Lin appeared behind the gluten lord with fury on his face. How dare you use tentacles on Xiaolan? You can go repent in hell. The gigantic white rice ball had been sliced cleanly in half by the evil-slaying sword. He hadn't even had a chance to come to his senses when the two halves of the huge rice ball suddenly fused as one, and over 100 feelers abruptly flew toward Su Xiaolan again. However, Su Xiaolan had already come to her senses, and holy flames soared into the sky like a vermilion bird reaching for the heavens as they incinerated all the white feelers in an instant. Holy fuck! You wanna die again? And Lin's rage erupted as countless sword projections burst forth from his evil-slaying sword. 6 strikes of the war god 100-sword technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One dazzling sword projection after another flew toward the Gluten Lord. The Gluten Lord had no time to evade, and its body was soon transformed from a rice ball into a gooey piece of Swiss cheese before the final sword strike sliced it cleanly in half. And Lin glowered at the Gluten Lord. All those who dared to attack Su Xiaolan with tentacles had to die horrific deaths. However, to his surprise, the rice ball's body, which was entirely riddled with holes, began to squirm again before recovering to its original state. Hee. Idiotic human, I possess an undying body. No matter how much you attack me, it will just be a waste of your energy. The Gluten Lord twisted its round body to turn toward Lin with a disdainful glare. Lin was a little surprised, but this wasn't anywhere near enough to shock him. After all, he had even encountered freakish enemies like the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon, which could multiply upon being sliced and not grow much weaker from it. In comparison, this Gluten Lord really was nothing. A soul formation stage soul beast dares to boast about an undying body? He chuckled lightly and said, "Let me tell you the truth. I, the mighty Enritian, have over 100 different ways to kill an organism like you. Impudence." The Gluten Lord's body abruptly exploded as white objects flew through the air like bullets toward Lin. At the same time, it recited a mantra, upon which a gigantic white palm materialized in the air. The palm unleashed boundless frosty power, then threatened to freeze the entire space around it before crashing down toward Lin. I'm not even scared of actual spatial seals. This is a child's play. And Lin chuckled as the space around him began to warp. The heavenly void flame descended upon this world. Boom, boom, boom. All the white objects flew toward Lin, only to mysteriously twist and melt before they could strike his body. What the hell is that? The Gluten Lord's pupils contracted. Boom! The white palm fell, creating a massive crater in the ground that covered over a kilometer in diameter. However, wings of wind had already spread on Lin's back, and he appeared before the Gluten Lord in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the insignia of a golden eye appeared on his forehead, from which golden ripples instantly erupted. At that moment, the Gluten Lord felt as if it had lost something. Splat! Another sword strike fell, and the Gluten Lord experienced a searing pain for the very first time. What's going on? The Gluten Lord saw a massive gash on its round body, from which white liquid gushed forth in a fountain, draining its vitality in the process. If things continued like this, it was going to die. Ah! What did you do to me? The Gluten Lord turned and materialized a white saber from its body that slashed toward Lin's midsection. Lin was caught off guard, and his body was sliced in half. The Gluten Lord was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha! Ha! Its laughter came to a grinding halt, and its eyes widened as if it had seen a ghost. Lin's upper body and lower body began to squirm before fusing back together. So this is the power to split up and fuse together one's body at will? It has completely changed my biological structure. I don't even feel pain anymore. Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. This riveting new experience had his eyes glowing with excitement. The Gluten Lord came to his senses, and a terrifying thought occurred to it as it stared at Lin in shock and horror. Could it be that you... That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking. Lin chuckled as he rained down a torrential storm of sword strikes upon the Gluten Lord's body. Splat! More white liquid flew through the air as the Gluten Lord howled with pain. Pain! How long had it been since it last experienced pain? Ever since it discovered that it could split up its body like a rice ball, it had never experienced pain. But now, it discovered that it no longer had that ability. The gluten lord howled with pain as it abruptly extended its body to form a flying sword that flew toward Enlin's neck, leaving a scintillating sword projection in its wake. Enlin didn't even attempt to evade the attack. At the same time, he took this as an opportunity to continue raining down sword strikes upon the gluten lord's body. The gluten lord wailed with agony as it hurtled back in retreat, having just had another huge gash slashed into its body, from which blood flew through the air, taking away more of its vitality. Enlin held his sword in one hand and his decapitated head in the other before reattaching it. Despair. The gluten lord had been disgusted by its own ability. Could this be the karma of the heavenly Tao? Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise. Enlin, don't do that again. That was way too scary. Enlin nodded. I'll end the battle right here. This ability does not feel satisfying even in the slightest. I can't even feel it when I'm being cut. The gluten lord almost jumped up with rage upon hearing this. You shameless fuck. You're using my ability, and yet you're complaining about it at the same time. You can't feel any satisfaction without experiencing the pain of being cut. Do you derive pleasure from the pain of being cut? Are you a fucking sadistic freak? The gluten lord let loose a torrent of abuse in its heart, but its round body abruptly sprawled onto the ground. Please spare me, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, the frog that was lying on the ground with severe injuries. Enlin suddenly discovered a pattern. The calmer and collected a beast was, the more cowardly it seemed to be. He had thought that the gluten lord would choose death before surrender like the other few beasts. I can answer any of your questions if you agree to release me. The gluten lord pleaded for its life. It had already made up its mind. The inability to complete its mission was much more terrifying than death. Hence, it decided to discard its dignity for the sake of the mission. This thought immediately occurred to it after having its trump card ability taken by Enlin, thereby placing it in a completely dire situation. In any case, it wouldn't affect the mission even if it told Enlin everything it knew. It would still require strength and luck to complete the mission in the end. If it didn't die, there was a chance of obtaining the Kirin Blood Jade. If it did die, then there was no chance of anything. All right, tell me everything you know. Wait. Swear a Tao heart oath first that you're going to tell me all the useful information you know. Enlin instructed with a smile. All right, but you have to also swear a Tao heart oath that you'll release me after I disclose all my information. Otherwise, I'm not going to say anything, the gluten lord countered. Enlin felt like there was no problem with this, so he agreed. Thus, the gluten lord and Enlin swore oaths at the same time. The gluten lord heaved a sigh of relief before disclosing all the information it knew. There are a total of 12 members of the Divine Guardian Squad that have entered the vast land of blood at the behest of the Divine Bat Emperor. We are the main force searching for the Kirin Blood Jade. None of the beasts that have left this place alive have gone in the direction of the Blood Star, but all the information and simulation suggests that there is an extremely high chance that the Kirin Blood Jade exists in this direction, which is why we came here. The gluten lord looked around at Enlin and the others before continuing. This floating continent is most likely where the Kirin Blood Jade is situated. Perhaps all the beasts that have come here have died, which might be why none of the beasts that made it out of this world have any information on this place. Enlin nodded. Continue. The gluten lord blinked. That's it. That's all I know. Enlin. What the fuck kind of information was this? What a waste of time listening to all this useless crap. Enlin silently pulled out his longsword again. Useless trash like this should die after all. No. Please spare me. I speak only the truth. The Divine Guardian Squad members have only just arrived here, so we don't know much about the Kirin Blood Jade. The gluten lord's body quivered frantically. Oh right. We've also done a few experiments on the Crimson Floating Continent, and we've gotten some results. What results? Enlin's interest was immediately piqued. The gluten lord replied, We all know that bypassing the power of the oppressive stars is the first key to reaching the Crimson Continent. We've discovered that there are loopholes to get around its power. Enlin slowly put away his sword. The power of the oppressive stars was something that he had wanted to do research on as well. He had initially planned to use Aonyo as a guinea pig for research purposes, but after riding it for so long, Lin had developed a bit of an attachment toward it, and he didn't want to risk its life anymore. Hence, it was a good thing that others had done the research in his place. 18 brave warriors have already valiantly sacrificed themselves during the course of our research. The gluten lord pointed to a bunch of mutilated bodies in the distance with a disconsolate expression, and Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. Those valiant warriors had most likely been forced to their deaths. However, we've made some discoveries based on their sacrifices. For example, the power of the oppressive stars will only act on things flying 3 meters or more above the ground for a duration of 6 seconds. As long as there's something connecting the life form to the ground, they won't be struck by the power of the oppressive stars. For example, something like this. The gluten lord's body trembled violently, and the ground below it also tremored in response before bulging upward to lift its body 10 meters into the air. Changing the terrain to elevate your body position won't incur the wrath of the oppressive stars. Then why haven't you used this method to get to the floating continent already? And Lin asked. The gluten lord's expression turned grave. There is a spherical restriction with a radius of 1 kilometer around the floating continent. Any life form that approaches it will be torn apart by a mighty force. And Lin nodded, and right at this moment, a ripple proliferated outward. The gluten lord felt as if it had suddenly recovered something it had lost. This was an extremely satisfying feeling. It was as if every single one of its cells had come alive again. The ghastly gashes on its body also began to quickly heal over. Ah, my power has returned, the gluten lord exclaimed in excitement. An indifferent smile appeared on Lin's face. You've presented some useful information, so I'll return your power to you. The gluten lord was extremely touched and immediately expressed its utmost gratitude. Another thought occurred to Lin. Your power is quite useful in preventing you from dying. You should be able to withstand the oppression of the stars. Why do you still need other beasts as research subjects? An awkward expression appeared on the gluten lord's face. Truth be told, I've tried once, and my body was bashed into a pile of sludge by the oppressive stars. Aren't you a pile of sludge right now? And Lin asked with confusion as he looked at the gluten lord's riceball-like body. The gluten lord almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. It's not the same, it recounted with fear lingering in its heart. At that time, my entire body had been reduced to a pile of sludge. My physical structure was severely compromised, and I had even sustained significant damage to my conscience. The power of the oppressive stars is not just a physical attack. It is an attack that targets every aspect of one's body. I would have probably died if it wasn't for the fact that I had an immortal pill to save my life. And Lin's eyes lit up. Do you still have more immortal pills? No, the gluten lord shook its head. Hand over your storage ring. And Lin extended a hand. The gluten lord? And Lin explained with a hint of impatience. I'm robbing you. The gluten lord was dumbstruck. I'll cut you down if you don't give me your storage ring. And Lin threatened. You swore an oath. Your Tao heart will suffer a backlash as you attack me. The gluten lord was unconvinced. Xiaolan, cut it up. And Lin instructed. Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword was unsheathed, and the entire heaven and earth was transformed into a realm of flames and lightning. The gluten lord threw up a mouthful of blood. Holy fuck, it had just been swindled. That's right, and Lin couldn't kill it, but it didn't mean that no one else could kill it. Its life was still in Lin's hands. What a crushing realization. Thus, Lin obtained the gluten lord's storage ring. Among the 5 storage rings belonging to the Divine Guardian squad members, Su Xiaolan took 2 while Lin took the other 3. After rummaging through the contents of the storage rings, they didn't find any valuable information. Aside from some spirit stones and some spirit rank treasures, there was only a 9th grade immortal fruit that was worthy of note. Coincidentally, this immortal fruit could enhance the purity of the consumer's flame power. Thus, Lin and Su Xiaolan shared it on the spot. The gluten lord's heart bled upon seeing this. That was an immortal fruit. For God's sake, how could they eat it so casually? After consuming the immortal fruit, they got down to business. And Lin made his way over to the traveling frog. Was the gluten lord telling the truth? Do you have anything to add? The severely wounded divine poison frog turned to Lin with a fawning expression. The gluten lord was telling the truth, but I do have something to add. The gluten lord has a technique that can allow it to split its body into many clones. Its main body can switch between the clones, so it's an extremely useful technique. That's why it didn't use the technique during its battle with you, but you should be careful of it. The gluten lord, Lin, I have seen your loyalty. The gluten lord glared viciously at the divine poison frog while thinking about all the ways it wanted to kill that traitorous frog. The divine poison frog looked up into the sky to avoid having to look at the gluten lord's enraged glare. The frog had no choice. The gluten lord had rattled off all the useful information, so it had to provide some other useful information of its own. Otherwise, Lin might get pissed off and kill it. How would it return home to its beautiful and frail mother then? Alright, so the main issue that has to be resolved now is not the power of the oppressive stars, but instead, the restriction placed around the floating continent? And Lin muttered as he looked up at the floating continent. Do you have any ideas? He turned to the gluten lord. There is a unique trait about the restrictive barrier, which is that it requires 2 seconds after something enters it for its power to be activated. We can try to breach it and reach the floating continent in less than 2 seconds to see if we can be exempt from its power, the gluten lord suggested. And Lin's eyes lit up. So you're saying the power of the restrictive barrier is similar to the power of the oppressive stars in that its effects will disappear upon making contact with the ground? Yes. There are no signs of any spell formations responsible for creating the restrictive barrier. It's as if it is a power that exists between heaven and earth, just like the power of the oppressive stars, which leads me to believe that they are quite similar in their properties. The gluten lord analyzed. And Lin nodded. Very good. Brother gluten lord. I'll leave this glorious, yet arduous task to you then. The gluten lord. Brother gluten lord? Who the fuck is your brother? Would brothers use each other as cannon fodder? Never would the gluten lord have thought that it would become Lin's first experimental subject. If it had known that this would happen, it would have pretended not to know anything. It glared at Lin with a dark expression. It was clearly unhappy with the role it had been assigned. And Lin immediately offered words of consolation. Brother gluten lord, didn't you say that you had an undying body? A task like this would be ideal for you. The gluten lord's body trembled with rage upon hearing this. Fuck off. What kind of brotherhood was this? Moo. I think that makes sense. Aonyo expressed its agreement. I think so too, ribbit. The divine poison frog chimed in a loud voice. The gluten lord immediately flared up with rage at the frog. Shut the fuck up, you traitorous scum. The divine poison frog sighed internally. It had no choice but to agree, as the next experimental subject in line would most likely be itself. Su Xiaolan also expressed her agreement. After a democratic vote, it was decided that the gluten lord would lead the way. This is the voice of the people, brother gluten lord. And Lin patted the gluten lord's round body to find that it was a little soft and sticky. The gluten lord briefly entertained the idea of fleeing the scene using its cloning mystic technique. However, it immediately relinquished this bold idea upon seeing Lin's stern expression as well as the dazzling, yet fearsome dragon sparrow sword in Su Xiaolan's hand. After all, from a theoretical perspective, its hypothesis was quite likely to be correct. All right then, I'll do it. The gluten lord was ready to take a risk. If it could safely arrive on the floating continent, it would gain a head start over Lin and the others, thereby increasing its chances of finding the Kirin blood jade first. Thus, a stone pillar rose from the ground, carrying Lin and everyone else toward the floating continent in the sky. All right, stop there, the gluten lord suddenly said. They had already determined that this distance away from the floating continent seemed to be the closest they could get without being afflicted by the power of the restrictive barrier. And Lin's eyes turned snowy white as he looked up toward the floating continent, but he was unable to find any signs of spell formations. It looks like it really is one with heaven and earth. I feel like it is imbued with the powers of laws as well. There's simply no way around it. He heaved a light, forlorn sigh. This was the first time his divine inspection technique had encountered a barrier it was incapable of breaking through. This continent wasn't very big. It only spanned about a few kilometers or so, which was equivalent to the size of a normal city. There were many mushroom-shaped buildings on the continent, the largest of which stood at the center of the continent and exuded a scintillating red light, which lit up the entire continent. "Go on, Brother Gluten Lord," and Lin instructed. The Gluten Lord's face convulsed upon hearing this. It was extremely reluctant to do so, but it had no choice but to take the risk. Perhaps it would be able to get a head start over everyone else. It took a deep breath, and its white body squirmed violently as its aura climbed. 2 seconds, 1 kilometer. This wasn't a difficult task. It would just have to unleash its full speed. Humph! Divine Poison Frog. I'm going to kill you if I come out of this alive. The Gluten Lord shot a glance at the Divine Poison Frog. The frog hid behind its grandpa as it cowered in fear. It was hoping that the Gluten Lord would succeed, but it was also praying for its failure. This was an extremely conflicted mental state. Boom! The Gluten Lord instantly broke through the sound barrier before transforming into a streak of white light that hurtled toward the floating continent. Its speed was extremely impressive, and it landed on the floating continent in just over a second. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Ao Nyo, and the Divine Poison Frog all stared with bated breath at the Gluten Lord. This was the moment of truth. A second later, the Gluten Lord did a little jig as it chortled with glee. "Haha, I'm fine. I've succeeded." It then turned its eyes toward the red light at the center of the floating continent, and its expression lit up with eagerness. This was the best opportunity to leave everyone behind and secure the Kirin Blood Jade. Boom! The Gluten Lord charged toward the largest mushroom at the center of the continent. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions shifted upon seeing this. But before they had a chance to do anything, an indescribably powerful force descended upon the Gluten Lord. The red light enshrouding the entire continent suddenly transformed into a series of thin beams of light with extremely concentrated power. The countless beams of light formed a dense energy net that flashed through the Gluten Lord's body. The power of the restrictive barrier had been activated, but it took 3 seconds instead of 2. The terrifying energy fluctuations gave even Lin and Xiaolan a sense of fear. The Gluten Lord's heart-wrenching cry of agony erupted. Ah! The red energy beams were like the sharpest blades in the world, and they instantly tore through the Gluten Lord's body, shredding it into countless pieces. That attack had clearly broken through the Gluten Lord's undying body and destroyed the core of its existence. This indicated that there was no enemy that was invincible and unkillable. If an enemy like that existed, then it could only be taken as a sign of one's own weakness. So scary. Rib bit. The Divine Poison Frog was paralyzed with fear. That power was materialized from the red light around the continent? And Lin was also given quite a fright. Most likely so. To think that it could instantly transform from harmless light to highly concentrated beams of energy. I don't think I could have survived that attack. Su Xiaolan's features were also a little pale. Both of them had fear lingering in their hearts as they had almost followed in the Gluten Lord's footsteps. After the Gluten Lord's body was sliced into countless pieces, it was no longer able to fuse them back together, and its life force quickly receded. But that wasn't the end of it. In the sky above, the circular constellation of 9 stars suddenly flashed in unison. White star power suddenly fell from the sky before instantly piercing through space and crashing onto the Gluten Lord's body with the boundless might of heaven and earth. Boom! Energy exploded before brutally ravaging the Gluten Lord's body again. The Gluten Lord's blood-curdling cries resounded through the air, and Lin and Su Xiaolan both heaved a sharp intake of breath. Life forms on the red floating continent were still considered to be in the air and would be struck by the power of the oppressive stars. This was a very important piece of information that they had to take note of. The two of them turned toward the Gluten Lord again to find that it was well and truly dead. Thus, An undying soul beast at the pinnacle of the soul formation stage fell in such a brutally tragic manner. Sigh. The gluten lord's sacrifice will not be forgotten. Let's observe a minute of silence. A disconsolate expression appeared on Enlin's face. Su Xiaolan, Ao Nyo, and the divine poison frog fell silent. Su Xiaolan was the most compassionate among them, and she actually observed a full minute of silence. The divine poison frog was already looking around for a chance to return home. So the gluten lord's idea didn't work. Not only could it not alleviate the problem with the restrictive barrier, but even the power of the oppressive stars is a big problem. Do you guys have any ideas? Enlin asked. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed in deep thought. The power of the oppressive stars is easy to eliminate as we can just create a bridge leading straight toward the ground. The most troublesome problem is still that restrictive barrier. Moo, I have a safe idea. Ao Nyo suddenly volunteered. Oh? What is it? Enlin turned to Ao Nyo. Let's get out of here. It's too dangerous. Ao Nyo replied. The traveling frog echoed in a loud voice. I agree. Home is the safest place. Ribbit. Enlin. Enlin immediately shook his head. No. I refuse to go back. If one doesn't even dare to dream, then how are they different from salted fish? We've obtained so much information and are the closest to the Kirin blood jade. How could we give up now? He interrogated in a vehement voice. But I'm a cow, not a person. Moo. Ao Nyo retorted with a serious expression. The divine poison frog spoke with an earnest expression. And I'm just a frog, Ribbit. And my only dream is to return home, Ribbit. The divine poison frog added, as if it was afraid Enlin would still be unconvinced. Enlin stared speechlessly at these two cowardly beasts. It made sense, though. After all, if they weren't cowards, they would have chosen death before surrender. There were even spirit-nurturing stage spirit beasts that could set aside life and death to challenge soul formation stage soul beast. However, these two were clearly not the same. Enlin didn't really expect much from them anyway. Instead, he turned his attention back to devising a feasible course of action. Could they just cop everything? Su Xiaolan wouldn't be able to, but his skin might be thick enough. Also, he had his two trump cards to help everyone, so perhaps they could, but the risks were quite high, and if they couldn't pull it off, they would suffer the same tragic fate that the Gluten Lord had suffered. He shuddered slightly as he thought about what it would be like to be shredded into countless pieces before being crushed by the oppressive stars. Let's get down to think about this for now. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. Thus, everyone arrived back onto the ground, where they looked up at the red floating continent. Su Xiaolan tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear before speaking. So, all the beasts that have come here have died. Just what kind of danger was it that could wipe all of them out? From our situation, it appears that all the hazards here actually have to be triggered in order to take effect. As such, beasts like the two cowardly ones with us should be able to flee the scene and survive, so how did they all die? Ao Nyo and the divine poison frog felt as if they had just been insulted again. But that didn't matter. They could take any verbal abuse as long as they could get out of this place. Su Xiaolan's words indicated that there were other hazards around. Not just the passive hazards on the floating continent that had to be triggered to take effect, but also the active hazards that could wipe out entire teams of beasts. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were still undecided about whether they should just take a risk. This was the Kirin blood jade that the divine Bat Emperor sought after, and the Celestial the Arch was willing to pay 50 million spirit stones to purchase, and it was so close to them. How could they just give up on something like this? Thus, they continued to think of ways to get past their predicament. The idea proposed by the two beasts were taken into consideration by Enlin and Su Xiaolan, but with such a brilliant opportunity laid out before them, it was simply too much for them to pass up. Just as they were struggling for ideas, the sound of pounding feet and hoofs sounded in the distance. Enlin and the others turned to discover more beasts approaching, and there were quite a few of them too. Enlin unleashed his powerful divine sense, which swept outward for several dozen kilometers, engulfing the entire group of beasts. 6 soul formation stage soul beasts and 16 spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts. There's a soul beast that was able to detect my divine sense with its own. And it's trying to disrupt me. A hint of astonishment appeared on Enlin's face. His divine sense was more powerful than the majority of Return to Void stage mighty figures. For a divine sense as powerful as Enlin's to be detected and disrupted, it suggested that there was a soul beast with an extremely powerful divine sense among the group of approaching beasts. The group of approaching beasts gradually slowed down. They were clearly quite cautious of Enlin and his group and refrained from charging in recklessly. How interesting! A slight smile appeared on Enlin's face. This is the first time I've seen such cautious beasts. It looked like their enemies this time were unlike any beasts they had faced before. The group of beasts had slowed down, but they were still approaching. All of them pulled out their weapons and unleashed their domains, upon which an extremely vast aura swept forth, indicating that they were ready for battle. The divine poison frog's legs almost gave out from under it when it saw the beast at the forefront of the approaching group. It's here. And Lin turned to the frog with a curious expression. Who is that? The leader of the Divine Bat Emperor's Divine Guardian Squad, the Peerless Saber Demon. The divine poison frog replied in a trembling voice, and Lin nodded upon hearing this. That beast was most likely the one that had detected his divine sense. As expected of the Divine Guardian Squad leader, it was indeed quite powerful. However, Enlin and Su Xiaolan's expressions became a little peculiar upon seeing the Peerless Saber Demon. It's so cute, Su Xiaolan remarked in a surprised voice. It is indeed very adorable. And Lin nodded in agreement. The Peerless Saber Demon at the forefront of the group of beasts was a groundhog about half as tall as a grown man. Its fur was golden and luscious, and it appeared extremely soft. Terrifying might exuded from its adorable, golden eyes, and it held two huge snowy white sabers, from which extremely powerful energy fluctuations could be detected, giving it a valiant, ferocious look. Even though it did look quite ferocious, it was extremely adorable compared to all the menacing beasts around it. No, it was extremely adorable even without those beasts in comparison. And Lin was initially a little intimidated by the surging aura sweeping toward them. But a strange emotion welled up in its heart upon seeing the Peerless Saber Demon. He was very fond of eating groundhog meat in the past. He was wondering if a groundhog this big would be more delicious. The Peerless Saber Demon drew closer and closer, and it finally caught sight of the human who he detected a certain sense of pressure from. However, what was a little frightening to it was that it could see a hint of scorching desire on the human's face, along with some sort of translucent liquid dripping from the corner of his lips. Could this be a hallucination? The Peerless Saber Demon's golden eyes widened. It simply couldn't shake the feeling that that human wanted it. That's right, he either wanted to own it or to eat it. This was an animalistic instinct, but its instincts were uncannily accurate. Stop! The Peerless Saber Demon suddenly instructed the group of beasts behind it to halt in their advance. What is it, team leader? A soul formation stage soul beast asked. Suddenly stopping like this would affect their morale, so all the beasts were a bit curious about why this decision was being made. The Peerless Saber Demon looked at the human male in the distance, and its mouth twitched involuntarily. The man had pulled out a sword, which wasn't anything out of the ordinary. But why the fuck had he also pulled out a frying pan? Was he afraid that his intentions weren't being made clear enough? Something's a little off. Let's not charge in recklessly, the Peerless Saber Demon said with difficulty. The groundhog was sure that the man was the owner of the powerful divine sense it had just detected. As such, it was not going to evaluate his strength based on his cultivation base, as that terrifying divine sense had already cautioned it against judging a book by its cover. The groundhog was not going to get careless. It could even see the disappointment in the human male's eyes as the group of beasts paused in their advance. Humans were much more terrifying than beasts when they went mad. Thus, an odd impasse ensued, and Lin was a little confused. Was he really that terrifying? Or could it be that the beast tribes had suddenly grown intelligent and refrained from charging into battles recklessly? What he didn't think of was how menacing he appeared to the groundhog. What with him holding a sword in one hand and a frying pan in the other, Su Xiaolan also rolled her eyes in exasperation upon seeing Enlin's actions. The groundhog before them did appear to be quite delicious, but it was a highly intelligent life form. Wouldn't it be far too cruel to eat something like this? However, in reality, humans eating the flesh of the beast tribes and the beast tribes feasting on the flesh of humans was quite commonplace on the Taichu continent. This was the reality of the food chain. Everyone was at the top of the food chain. If they didn't want to be eaten, then they could only become stronger than others. For example, if a return to void stage beast was to die, its flesh could be eaten by a normal cultivator, upon which their cultivation base would receive a significant boost. Would they refuse to eat it just because the beast was a highly intelligent life form? What a joke! Even if you didn't eat it, countless cultivators would fight for a chance to eat it. Eating a beast to increase their cultivation base certainly wasn't going to weigh on their conscience. And Lin wondered just what sort of mentality would make people shy away from eating other highly intelligent creatures. There were also bizarre cultivators that refrained from eating creatures that looked like humans and found it much easier to eat other creatures in weird shapes and forms. At its core, this was just a strange concept that was somehow instilled in their minds. However, there were even more extreme cultivators than that. Some cultivators were completely disgusted by the very notion of eating highly intelligent life forms. There was a group of cultivators who refused to eat all living creatures regardless of whether they were highly intelligent or not. Their justification for this was that all these creatures felt pain and emotions, so it would be cruel to eat them. All creatures should be born equal. Thus, the Buddhist kingdom of the West was born. Everyone should become vegetarians. The Buddhist mantra of benevolence and mercy should extend to all living creatures. Apparently, there was even a group of cultivators in the Buddhist kingdom that refused to even eat plants. Plants were life forms too. If all life was born equal, then what right did they have to take away the plant's right to live? However, they couldn't just eat nothing, right? That would just be a cult of mass starvation. Thus, a Buddhist cultivating faction specializing in photosynthesis was born. Just as Su Xiaolan was being led completely astray by her train of thought, the groundhog jerked her back to reality. The peerless saber demon flared up with rage as it caught sight of the traveling frog standing beside Enlin. Divine poison frog, why are you standing together with a human? Are you trying to betray the divine bat emperor? The frog shuddered upon hearing this. What should it do? Both sides were far too powerful for it to mess with. It had no choice but to devise an alternative ploy, which consisted of not saying anything and turning to the groundhog with a pitiful expression as tears streamed from its eyes. These were speechless tears. I have my difficulties, but I can't tell anyone. Sure enough, the groundhog's imagination immediately went into hyperactivity as a series of possible scenarios welled up in its mind, upon which it switched targets from the frog to Enlin. Human scum. Ah! Enlin was a little dumbfounded. Why was it suddenly insulting him? Couldn't they just have a cultured, sensible fight? However, the groundhog's roar really was quite intimidating as it whipped up gale-force winds and shattered the ground around it. "Ah! Kill those two humans!" The peerless saber demon roared as the other 5 soul formation stage soul beasts and spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts unleashed mighty auras before charging toward Enlin. Enlin was given a fright by this sudden turn of events as he slashed a massive black sword projection from his evil-slaying sword toward the oncoming beast army. However, an extremely powerful white saber projection also appeared at this moment before clashing with the black sword projection, upon which boundless light burst forth. In the end, the sword projection and saber projection counteracted each other. However, the peerless saber demon had another saber, and a second saber projection instantly swept forth. The saber projection pierced through space with unstoppable force before descending upon Enlin at extreme speed. The power imbued within the saber projection had already transcended beyond the realm of the soul formation stage and reached a higher level. Enlin's expression shifted minutely. This groundhog really was quite powerful. At the very least, it felt like he was being confronted by Donghua again, which meant that this soul formation stage groundhog could probably fight on par with Donghua. What a powerful groundhog! Streams of white wind revolved around Lin's evil-slaying sword as he blocked the groundhog's second saber strike at a blinding speed. In that instant, the remaining beasts had already converged toward them. Su Xiaolan's aura soared, and the might of a paramount holy beast exploded forth, striking fear into all the beasts' hearts. The dragon sparrow's sword slashed through the air as holy vermilion flames exploded into the sky and engulfed the entire group of beasts within. Most of the beasts immediately hurtled back in retreat, but a few of them reacted too slowly and were incinerated to ashes. Just one sword strike knocked back the entire army. Only now did the peerless saber demon realize that the other human cultivator was also extremely terrifying. There was a chance they would lose this battle. "Retreat!" the groundhog roared. All the beasts immediately fell back in retreat. However, things were always extremely unpredictable in this bizarre world. A pair of blue hands suddenly appeared above the galaxy of stars. This was a flawlessly intricate but infinitely massive pair of hands. It was impossible to describe just how big this pair of hands were. In any case, there was nowhere one could look without seeing those hands. Even if one was to close their eyes, they would still be able to see the pair of blue hands in the darkness. It existed within the starry night sky, as if it were the entire world. However, at the same time, it didn't seem to exist within the starry night sky, as if it were just an illusion. The two hands positioned themselves, one high, one low, and the two sets of fingers slowly bent, as if something peculiar was going to appear between the two palms. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and all the beasts' expressions instantly shifted drastically upon seeing this. This was the third phenomenon of the vast land of blood, the almighty reversal. This was a large-scale attack that encompassed the entire world. When those unfathomable hands appeared, the entire world would be flipped upside down, upon which all living creatures were to fall into the starry sky. Over 90 of the last group of 100 beasts that had been deployed into the vast land of blood died within the starry sky during an almighty reversal. Suddenly, the hands began to slowly revolve around as the hand on the bottom switched positions with the hand on top. Boom! Heaven and earth began to drastically transform. Immediately afterward, everyone felt an irresistible suction power from the starry sky. The gravity on the ground began to disappear as heaven and earth began to reverse. The inky black earth became the dark, rocky sky. The boundless starry sky began to condense to become the invisible earth. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and all the beasts were all sucked toward the starry sky. Heaven and earth really had reversed. They knew that they couldn't resist the process, nor fly toward the black, rocky sky, or they would be oppressed by the sky. How long did it take to plummet from the dark ground to the starry sky? And Lin didn't know just how high up the sky was in the Taichu continent. However, they weren't actually all that far away from the starry sky in the vast land of blood. After plummeting at a high speed for close to 100 kilometers, they crashed heavily onto a section of the starry sky. There were 3 spirit beasts that were instantly reduced to mincemeat as their defenses were a bit lackluster, and they didn't get a chance to decelerate. Boom, boom, boom. One resounding boom after another erupted as all the beasts crashed to the ground. Their attention was no longer focused on Lin and Su Xiaolan. Instead, they were looking around at their surroundings with a shocked and horrified expression. The main threat to them now was the starry sky, and Lin also turned his eyes toward his surroundings. This space was extremely bright as the stars were all around them. They really were situated within a sea of stars this time, and dazzling starlight entered their eyes everywhere they looked. So many stars. I'm getting a little dizzy, Su Xiaolan complained. That's right, there really were too many stars here. Everything was shiny and radiant, and it was impossible to tell which direction was which, thus giving everyone a sense of surrealism. And Lin couldn't help but think of the stars in the divine mirror world upon seeing these stars. These weren't actual stars either, and they were quite small, but they contained extremely mighty star power. He couldn't help but think back to the eyes and hands that had appeared in the starry sky. They appeared to belong to the owner of this world and were seemingly able to transform the world as they saw fit. Could it be that was a god of creation like Tina? Hiss! A panicked hiss suddenly sounded, and Lin turned to discover a huge crimson beetle running away from a pursuing star. The crimson beetle's body exuded a metallic sheen, and its aura was vastly powerful. It was clearly a soul formation stage soul beast, but it still wasn't as fast as the star. However, the crimson beetle persevered in its escape as it knew it still had a chance to live. Two stars in the sky suddenly formed a thin string of white star power between them, and it landed right in the way of the fleeing beetle. Rip! The beetle was too slow to react before its momentum carried it past the thin line. The thin line cut its body cleanly in half like a steel wire cutting through tofu, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. A soul formation initial stage soul beast had just been slain in an instant. The stars here were killing machines. Some of the beasts tried to escape from the starry sky by flying into the air. However, all of them were gnashed between the pitch-black sky and the starry ground before dying in an extremely gruesome manner, where even their bones had been pulverized to powder. If the beasts wanted to live, they could only wait for the next almighty reversal. The stars seemed to attack at random, so the beasts that walked out of here alive were not necessarily the most powerful, but they were definitely the luckiest. In this aspect, it was quite similar to the heavenly judgment, in that survival essentially hinged on luck. Ribbit. Boss and Lin, please take me with you. The divine poison frog jumped toward Lin. Moo! Aonyo is awaiting further instructions. Aonyo also came to Lin and Su Xiaolan's side with fawning expressions. Even though this was a trial of luck, Lin and Su Xiaolan were so powerful that there might be a way for them to combat the stars. A strong urge to live pushed both of them toward Lin and Su Xiaolan, and they both put on enthusiastic performances in order to curry favor. And Lin didn't say anything upon seeing these two beasts. The frog also pledged its loyalty to Lin, as if it was adamant that Lin was the only one who could take it home. The peerless saber demon's teeth ground together in hatred upon seeing this from the distance, but it didn't dare to move. This starry sky was simply far too unpredictable. Despite its power, it still had to tread with caution. And Lin didn't look at the groundhog anymore as he silently put away his frying pan. He turned his eyes below him. Even though he was standing on an empty space, it was as if he was standing atop an invisible spatial force. Below him lay a dark sky with specks of starlight stretching as far as the eyes could see. Ah! Another blood-curdling cry erupted as the support from under a spirit beast's feet suddenly disappeared, and its body began to plummet before being pulverized by star power. Even if one didn't move, there was still a chance of danger befalling them. This was the truly terrifying part about the starry sky. And Lin did not want to remain standing rooted to the spot, where he was completely at the mercy of heaven and earth. As such, he activated his divine inspection technique and looked around in an attempt to find something that he could use to escape. Even the beast teams had not encountered this situation too many times, so there were definitely many undiscovered things here, some of which could perhaps lead to the way out. The divine inspection technique was capable of finding all weak points in the world, and it really did help Lin discover something. Come with me. And Lin suddenly made his way toward a certain direction. Su Xiaolan followed him without hesitation, and Aonyo and the divine poison frog also tagged along like two lackeys. Roar! Another beast was placed in a dire situation. This was a purple lightning tiger, and it was clawing at its own face, as if it had entered some sort of frenzied, crazed state. In the end, it clawed itself to death. All the other beasts were petrified upon seeing this. The lightning tiger had clearly fallen victim to some sort of illusionary realm before killing itself. This was absolutely terrifying to the other beasts. They were all extremely despondent after assessing the situation they were in. There was a rate of survival of less than 10%, and they couldn't do anything aside from relying on their luck. Another beast's footing gave away, and it desperately tried to flap its wings, but a terrifying suction force pulled it into the abyss of death. Horrifying events like this continued. However, an extremely baffling scene suddenly emerged. All the beasts turned toward a certain direction with shock and befuddlement on their faces. In the distance, Lin was holding Su Xiaolan's hand as they abused single people in public. Lin walked with Su Xiaolan, hand in hand, with Ao Nyo and the divine poison frog trailing behind them. They looked like a couple taking their beast pets for a leisurely stroll. That's right, they were on an unhurried, leisurely walk. All the beasts were dumbstruck. This was a perilous realm of life and death, but Enlin and his group were strolling through it like it was their backyard. On top of that, Enlin was even in the mood to look around and appreciate the surrounding scenery as he walked. What the hell were they doing? Furthermore, the starry sky under their feet seemed to be providing extremely stable footing, and the stars around them were extremely docile, placing them in no danger at all. All the beasts were extremely shocked upon seeing this. Was this a coincidence? Or had they discovered something? Most of the beasts felt like it was the latter. After all, if this were just a coincidence, only a stupid cunt would be walking around aimlessly in a place like this. The groundhog wielding twin sabers bared its buck teeth as all the golden fur on its body stood on end. And Lin and his group were currently approaching it. The peerless saber demon's entire body tensed up, and it hoisted its snowy white sabers at the ready as it glared at the approaching Enlin. However, Enlin completely ignored it as his footsteps faltered, and he continued in another direction. The groundhog's expression faltered upon seeing this. Was the human male scared? No. The groundhog came to a sudden realization. The human was only taking the ideal route that he had planned out for himself. Many of the other beasts had also discovered this, and they all turned to Enlin with admiration and envy on their faces. On one side, there were all these beasts trapped in a dire situation with less than 10% survival rate, but on the other side, there was this man casually strolling through the stars as if to say, "Danger? That doesn't exist here." How could the beasts accept this? A huge crocodile with its entire body submerged in liquid tremored as the protective fluid around it began to turn murky. It was so envious that it was shedding particles from its scales. A huge yellow dog was gritting its teeth so hard that it was making a grinding noise, as if the harder it bit down, the more hatred it was expressing. In comparison, the frog skipped along behind Enlin with undisguised joy and excitement on its face. It was commending itself for finding the best person to follow, and it was getting carried as a result. That's right, even though it was getting carried, this was still something to boast about. After all, following Enlin was the best way to get out of this dire situation. As for that groundhog, thank God it hadn't followed that stupid cunt instead. Look at how it stood rooted to the spot like an idiot. And Lin's gaze constantly roamed around him as he maintained his divine inspection technique and ran through a series of high-speed calculations in its head. All the stars within this starry sky were constantly changing locations. They were like real stars being influenced by faint gravitational forces as they revolved around extremely complex trajectories. If one didn't survey the situation around them with extreme attention to detail, it would be very difficult to notice this. The light shining from each of the stars stacked in layers under everyone's feet, thereby forming the basis upon which they stood. The type and amount of star power contained in each star was different, and they weren't all equidistant away from one another either. The stars in the sky were constantly moving, so the starlight stacked up underfoot would also be constantly changing. When there wasn't enough starlight converging to one place, one's footing would give away, and they would be engulfed by the starry sky. The reason why Enlin was constantly maintaining his divine inspection technique was so that he could find the best way forward, a path upon which the most starlight converged. The distribution of the stars, their brightness, the trajectories at which they revolved, the amount of starlight converging underfoot. All these parameters were within his range of calculations, and this applied to all the stars within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The path he had been walking had been extremely stable and safe, thereby vindicating his judgment. A black wolf finally couldn't resist the urge to charge toward Enlin in order to follow him. However, two of the stars close to the black wolf seemed to have been triggered as they flew toward the black wolf of their own accords. Bam! Bam! The black wolf's body was punctured, and it died a gruesome death. Enlin shot a glance at the deceased black wolf, as well as the stars hanging in the sky, and suspicion began to well up in his heart. It looked like the stars struck according to the density of starlight converging under one's feet. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the direction Enlin was walking in was taking his group closer and closer to the red floating continent. After looking up into the sky, they could already see the upside-down mushroom houses. This was a very unsettling feeling. It was as if there were an upside-down world above their heads. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the red light from that big mushroom has dimmed, Su Xiaolan suddenly uttered, and Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. He then turned to look at the red light exuding from the mushroom. The red light was gentle, and it rippled like water. It really isn't as bright as it was, and Lin remarked with a hint of surprise. This was an extremely important discovery, and Lin and the others knew that the attack unleashed by the restrictive barrier was constructed from that red light. Hence, did the dimming of the red light suggest that there had been a change in the restrictive barrier's power? And Lin turned toward the frog. Ribbit. The divine poison frog turned toward Enlin with a black expression, and it blushed slightly upon seeing Enlin's scorching gaze. Boss Enlin, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Enlin was initially a bit hesitant, but it looked like he had no choice but to use this frog as a guinea pig, in case it developed a misunderstanding that Enlin was into some sort of frog fetish. This thought had only just occurred to Enlin when he detected a living creature approaching him from behind. He turned to discover a python enshrouded in darkness, making it appear as if it were a dark shadow. The python was silently following the path that he had tread, and it stared at him cautiously with a pair of beady, yellow eyes while making preparations to escape at a moment's notice. Enlin. So it was trying to force Enlin into carrying it? A cold sneer appeared on Enlin's face. He really wanted to apologize, as the Enlin carriage was not this easy to ride. Furthermore, this python really was looking down on him. To think that it would consider escape as an option in such close proximity. He spread open his wings of wind and instantly tore through space. The python was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger in that moment. It immediately turned and fled without hesitation. However, a golden light instantly appeared behind it as a scintillating golden fist tore through the darkness before crashing into its body. Boom! Devastating golden light exploded forth. All the other beasts were dumbstruck. The groundhog was also stunned. He attacked? How does he have the guts to attack here? This was an extremely perilous place, and everyone was moving extremely cautiously in fear of triggering something. This was also why the python had the confidence to follow Enlin. However, Enlin attacked without any inhibitions. His mountain-quaking fist had almost knocked the python unconscious, and he hoisted the python over 100 feet in length on his shoulders like a gallant general before walking back to his team. What are you doing? The python's body trembled in fear. In order to debilitate it and prevent it from resisting, Enlin continuously unleashed his lightning manipulation technique to send electricity running through its meridians. I'm going to send you into the sky, he replied. The python was baffled. What did that mean? Enlin pointed up at the floating upside-down continent with a smile. I'm giving you a chance to obtain the Kirin blood jade. Are you feeling touched? The python finally came to a realization as it let loose an enraged roar. I will take death before dishonor. I refuse to become an experimental subject for filthy humans like you. Filthy humans? And Lin blinked. That's not what you said when you risked your life to try and follow me. The shadow python. And Lin continued. I'm going to hurl you into the sky, upon which you're going to be oppressed by the starry ground and the pitch-black sky. Your only shot at survival would be to reach the floating continent as quickly as you can. Heaven and earth have reversed, so there might be a chance that the restrictions there have been lifted. This is all going to come down to your strength and luck. You're a soul formation intermediate stage soul beast, so I have confidence in you. In response to Enlin's words of encouragement, the shadow python only wanted to hurl abuse. No, it was already hurling abuse. A blood-curdling cry erupted as the shadow python was hurled by Enlin into the sky with all his strength. It flew toward the upside-down floating continent in the sky like a cannonball. The shadow python was in despair. It now had no choice but to fly toward the crimson floating continent as quickly as it could. The white stars from below were already springing into action as they transformed into white streaks of light that shot forth into the sky, and a certain power was also descending from the inky black sky above. It had no choice but to risk it all. The shadow python roared as it unleashed all its power, and its body transformed into a black shadow as it flew toward the floating continent. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and all the beasts had their eyes firmly fixed on the shadow python. It was essentially testing the waters for everyone else. The crimson floating continent wasn't actually very far away from the starry sky, and the shadow python soon bypassed the restrictive barrier and plummeted to the crimson earth. Boom! The ground exploded, and as the dust settled, the shadow python began to slowly reappear. What was encouraging to everyone was that the stars pursuing it seemed to have lost its target, and it circled around as if it was confused before flying back to where it had launched from. The power descending from the inky black sky also disappeared, and Lin's fists clenched together as he fixed his gaze on the red light in the sky. Whiz! The red light twisted and formed into red beams of energy that flew toward the shadow python at breakneck speed. The shadow python could only stand and fight as it unleashed its soul formation intermediate stage power to the fullest extent, and an inky black shield encapsulated its body. The net of highly concentrated energy beams flashed past the python's body like the scythe of a death god. Crack! Bam! The shadow python's shield shattered, but its body was revealed to be completely unscathed, and Lin took a deep breath as scorching light erupted from his eyes. It survived. The experiment was a success. The shadow python also faltered for a moment, clearly not anticipating that it would have actually survived. However, it quickly came to its senses before charging toward the center of the floating continent. In this reversed world, the gravity of the floating continent is prioritized as the ground once you bypass the restrictive barrier. This is the perfect opportunity to get onto the floating continent, and Lin exclaimed excitedly, "Let's go!" Su Xiaolan was clearly raring to go. Thus, the two of them, along with a cow and a frog, began to fly toward the floating continent. The groundhog and all the remaining beasts also unleashed all their power to fly toward the floating continent. They were doing this to fight for the Kirin blood jade, but most importantly, it was also to escape from this accursed place. Streaks of light flashed toward the upside-down floating continent. Countless stars erupted into the air in hot pursuit, creating a majestic scene akin to a waterfall of reverse shooting stars. However, the stars weren't scenery. They were terrifying killers. The shadow python managed to survive as it was a soul formation intermediate stage soul beast, but the other spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts weren't so lucky. One spirit beast after another had their bodies pierced by the stars, and they died amid a chorus of blood-curdling cries. Some of the fast-flying spirit beasts managed to bypass the restrictive barrier with great difficulty, only to be mercilessly sliced into countless pieces by the beams of concentrated energy. In the end, only the groundhog and two other members of the Divine Guardian Squad managed to survive. They were all soul beasts at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and Lin and the others arrived on the floating continent earlier than the groundhog, and they had already set off in pursuit of the shadow python as well as for the Kirin blood jade. There was no doubt that the largest mushroom on this floating continent was most likely where the Kirin blood jade was located. The shadow python unleashed its most powerful movement technique, and its body transformed into a black shadow as it charged toward the huge red mushroom at an alarming speed. It had no path of retreat. It had to find the Kirin blood jade. It's close. The shadow python raised its head, and it could already see the alluring light shining from the huge mushroom building. Ha ha ha! Kirin blood jade, here I come! The shadow python was filled with excitement as it unleashed its divine sense in an attempt to determine the exact location of the Kirin blood jade. It then suddenly detected something beside it. A red figure flew out from a nearby mushroom house, and a sharp sword pierced through the shadows before puncturing the shadow python's head with extreme accuracy. Hiss! The shadow python hissed in agony as it whipped its tail toward the red figure. Whoosh! The red figure flew back in retreat as the sharp blade in its hand slashed a lethal trajectory into the python's body. The shadow python felt a coldness on its neck, followed by an indescribable sense of agony. Splat! The python's head had been completely decapitated. It let loose a series of heart-wrenching cries, and the two halves of its body spasmed frantically as all of its vitality left its body. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions turned a lot grimmer upon seeing the red figure. This was a crimson humanoid cat. It held a crimson longsword, and its aura was vastly terrifying, even more so than the demonic blood beasts stationed around the mutant blood phoenix. However, Lin's attention was not focused on it. Instead, he unleashed a golden void lightning to the side without any hesitation. Boom! A massive thunderclap reverberated through the air as a bolt of golden lightning reduced a nearby crimson mushroom house to dust. Another red figure hurtled back in retreat as it cackled in a strange voice. Bahaha! These are some high-quality ingredients here. Goat God! Be careful. They must be quite powerful to be able to detect your presence. The humanoid cat shook the blood from its sword as it uttered words of caution, but it didn't seem to be heeding its own advice as it made its way slowly and gracefully toward Lin. This is our chance. They've been held back. The groundhog was ecstatic upon seeing this and immediately skirted around to try and evade the demonic blood beasts and reach the huge mushroom from the side. However, it only managed to smile for less than 3 seconds before a gigantic warhammer descended from the sky. The warhammer was a few hundred meters wide, and the shadow it cast enshrouded the groundhog as well as the other 2 members of the Divine Guardian squad. Boom! The gigantic hammer fell, and the earth rumbled. Fierce battles had erupted, but the huge mushroom construction at the very center of the floating continent remained extremely quiet. A creature enshrouded in dark shadows picked up a clear wine glass, which contained an exquisite, crimson beverage, before taking a sip. Besides this creature, there were 2 other creatures with auras that were just as fearsome. Both of them were sprawled onto the ground, but their eyes were trained on the battles taking place outside. A blue flying tiger with countless skulls hanging from its wings narrowed its eyes. Among the arrivals, there is someone with an aura I utterly loathe. A monster with a goat's body and a human face ground its blood-stained fangs together. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Don't rush. A delicious meal is cooking, so we must be patient. The creature in the shadows placed its wineglass on the table, upon which a dull thump erupted across the entire floating continent. Thump! Boundless crimson blood suddenly began to pour from the crimson earth. Blood instantly surged throughout the entire continent, accompanied by the despair and anguished cries of countless dead souls. Heaven and earth was transformed into a crimson hell. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin as he witnessed this terrifying scene. Could this be the real vast land of blood? Crimson blood surged over the earth. In that instant, Lin suddenly detected a power that made his heart jolt with a hint of fear. He turned toward the huge mushroom building. Is that where it is? You think you can still focus on other things when you're battling me? Hee hee. The crimson humanoid cat made its way toward Lin, and the long sword in its hand trembled lightly as its body disappeared. In the next instant, the humanoid cat had already appeared right in front of Lin as its crimson longsword stabbed toward Lin's heart. Lin's reactions were extremely quick as he wielded his evil-slaying sword to meet the humanoid cat's attack. Boom! The tips of the 2 swords collided, and sword intent exploded forth as the waves of blood were reversed, causing all the houses within a radius of several hundred meters to be reduced to dust. Lin's hand was a little numb from the force of that collision, and the humanoid cat retreated through a series of agile movements. Bahaha! A burst of laughter suddenly erupted. A humanoid goat monster appeared behind Lin before stabbing the crimson spike in its hand directly toward Lin's neck. However, its fur suddenly stood on end in the next instant, and it immediately turned to shield itself with its arms. White holy flames swept forth and engulfed the humanoid sheep as well as Lin. Boom! Flames exploded forth in a sector shape as holy flames incinerated everything in their path. Su Xiaolan was a little perplexed. Why did all their enemies look down on her and ignore her existence, thereby giving her one sneak attack opportunity after another? This humanoid goat was the latest addition to this long list. It had its attention firmly focused on Enlin and completely revealed its back to her. Did it really think that she was some weak trash like Aonyo and the frog? Su Xiaolan was a little enraged, so she immediately unleashed a powerful holy flame sword projection toward the arrogant humanoid goat. As a result of her anger, she unleashed a full power attack that engulfed Enlin as well. However, Su Xiaolan was not worried in the slightest. She was well aware of just how thick Enlin's skin was. These flames were nowhere near enough to cook him. Bah! The humanoid goat's back was torn open, and it felt as if all the blood within its body was going to evaporate as it stumbled back in retreat with blood gushing from its mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaolan, are you trying to murder your husband? And Lin complained as he made his way out from the flames with his robe in tatters. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. Stop acting. Let's beat these two demonic blood beasts first. And Lin tore apart his white robe, and his storage ring flashed as a new set of clothes appeared over his body. The divine poison frog and Aonyo had already retreated far away into the sidelines as they surveyed the battle with shock and horror on their faces. Moo! Those two demonic blood beasts are the most powerful I've ever seen. Their power has already transcended beyond the soul formation stage. Aonyo exclaimed in amazement. The frog was also in awe. Ribbit. I've only experienced such a terrifying aura from the leader of the Divine Guardian Squad, the peerless saber demon. As expected of the most supremely talented cultivators among the human race. And Lin and Su Xiaolan are able to fight on par with them, even though they are at the soul formation intermediate stage cultivation base. Badass. Let's go, Ribbit. Moo. Kill them. The two beasts cheered in loud voices. A slight smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Are you feeling more driven with those two spectators cheering you on? And Lin. The humanoid cat and the humanoid sheep were no longer in the mood to flex, especially the humanoid goat. After copping that flame strike from Su Xiaolan, it was already feeling quite fearful of her. It felt like if Su Xiaolan had unleashed just a bit more power, it would have been reduced to ashes. Cat God, let's switch opponents, the humanoid goat proposed. Ha! The humanoid cat blinked. Didn't you always think you were stronger than me? I concede to you. So let's change opponents. I feel like that man would be an easier opponent, the humanoid goat continued. And Lin, he couldn't let that comment slide. He had just been looked down on. Meow. Great. I was waiting for you to say that. Watch me insta-kill the enemy you're too scared to fight. A smug smile appeared on the humanoid cat's face as it accepted the humanoid sheep's offer with glee. Su Xiaolan. She couldn't let that comment slide. She had just been looked down on. Su Xiaolan's eyes turned entirely golden as she made her way toward the humanoid cat. The smile disappeared from the humanoid cat's face when it caught sight of Su Xiaolan approaching it. A terrifying sword intent soared into the clouds, and it raised its sword to its brows as it adopted a bow stance. Boundless red light burst forth from its crimson longsword, and the waves of blood on the ground parted in the face of its sword intent, revealing a clean patch of ground. However, that patch of the ground soon collapsed as an inky black fissure began to appear, stretching all the way to Su Xiaolan's feet. Its sword had not yet struck, but heaven and earth had already been parted. It had to be said that this humanoid cat already had the poise of a first-rate sword immortal. Boom! The humanoid cat's body pierced through the air as a fearsome might gathered at the tip of its crimson longsword. There was no earth-shattering sword projection, only a terrifying sharpness converging toward the tip of its sword. The space around the tip of the sword crumbled, and it was as if nothing could stop this sword as it hurtled toward Su Xiaolan's heart. Su Xiaolan's expression remained indifferent, and she took a step forward to meet the unstoppable sword. At the same time, the power of her domain instantly burst forth. Boom! Boundless holy vermilion flames and true dragon lightning erupted. An azure dragon suddenly brought with it countless bolts of exploding lightning, and a vermilion bird swept toward the air, turning the heavens into a sea of flames. In the face of such a terrifying power, the humanoid cat gritted its teeth and continued onward even though its body was charred black. It then delivered its sure kill strike. The crimson sword pierced through space before stabbing forward with an unprecedented might towards Su Xiaolan's heart. Die! The humanoid cat threw all its eggs in one basket as it launched an all-out attack. In that critical moment of life and death, its true intent in the way of the sword made a slight breakthrough. It was also in that instant that the azure dragon revolved around Su Xiaolan before suddenly becoming a lot more substantial. The red sword clashed with the azure dragon, and a piercing screech erupted forth. Break through! The humanoid cat relinquished all its defense as it unleashed the full extent of its offensive power, even as the holy flames and lightning wreaked havoc. Crack! The azure dragon barrier began to crack. Relinquishing all defense? Do you think I don't know how to swing a sword? Su Xiaolan's voice was pleasing to the ear, but it was extremely cold at the same time. A shiver ran down the humanoid cat's spine. It looked into Su Xiaolan's holy yet arrogant golden eyes as she swung a mighty sword strike toward it. The humanoid cat suddenly came to a realization. It had never truly understood just how powerful this woman was, and as a result, it had overestimated itself and severely underestimated its opponent. Boom! Her sword strike was imbued with an extremely potent power of the vermilion bird, evaporating the sea of blood below and incinerating everything in its wake before creating a flaming sword projection spanning several kilometers. Since the humanoid cat had completely relinquished all defense, it was instantly reduced to ashes by this sword strike. Even the humanoid goat behind the humanoid cat was struck by this sword strike. After all, they were standing one in front of the other, and the sword projection was several kilometers in width. Fortunately, the humanoid goat reacted in time and activated its defensive spell techniques. However, it was still wounded by that sword strike as it hurtled back in retreat. That human woman was indeed very powerful. It had been right to propose a swap in opponents. The humanoid cat just got fucking insta-killed. However, it soon realized that the choice it had made was wrong anyway. When Enlin appeared before it at an unfathomable speed, it realized that it was wrong. It made no difference whatsoever whether they swapped opponents or not. Both of these humans were freaks. The humanoid goat had been wounded already. It was impossible for it to evade Enlin's sword strike. The black sword projection descended with the true intent of endless night before slicing the humanoid goat apart. Su Xiaolan slew one and injured another while Enlin landed the killing blow. This was flawless teamwork, and it resulted in a crushing victory. Clap, clap, clap. The frog clapped excitedly. Ribbit! Badass! To think they can even insta-kill such powerful demonic blood beasts. Their power really is astounding. Moo! Aonyo nodded with all its might. As expected of the peerless powerful beings that have the right to ride me. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, fearsome explosions of energy rocked heaven and earth again. And Lin turned toward the source of the commotion. The peerless saber demon and the other two members of the Divine Guardian Squad were engaged in a heated battle against a demonic blood beast dragon pig wielding a gigantic warhammer. The dragon pig had the body of a pig and the head of a dragon. It had an explosive temper, and it wielded a crimson warhammer that it used to swing down toward the three beasts below it like a frenzied game of whack-a-mole. The golden groundhog had an explosive temper too, and it wielded its twin sabers as a saber intent erupted forth in a radius of over a kilometer, transforming the space around it into a realm of boundless saber intent. Each and every clash between the two of them triggered a resounding boom akin to claps of thunder as energy erupted forth, creating a vacuum over 100 meters in radius, outside of which gale-force winds surged as the earth shattered open. The other two beasts unleashed one spell technique after another to assist the groundhog, and they were slowly gaining the upper hand. And Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't have any time to spectate the battle. They were competing against the groundhog, so they had to take this opportunity to secure the treasure for themselves. Thus, the two of them immediately charged toward the huge mushroom without any hesitation. At this moment, within the huge mushroom building, the monster with the goat body and human face licked its lips as its crimson eyes glowed with gluttony and excitement. The ingredients are here, but the chefs have died. The blue flying tiger with skulls hanging from its wings asked in a light voice, "What are you planning to do, Gluttony?" He The monster referred to as gluttony revealed a smile that it thought to be quite gentle. How about I eat it raw? Humph. All you think about every day is eat. The blue flying tiger glared at the monster beside it. They trespassed on this place without permission, so they have to be punished. Kill them all and eat them all. This what we should be doing, right? Gluttony chuckled. You're so bad. The blue flying tiger scoffed before a peculiar smile appeared on its face. But I like it. The black shadowy figure sitting at the very center tapped the table before it with a finger. Listen to me. These two humans are even more power than we had imagined. Don't kill them, lust, gluttony. They might be the key to us getting out of here. All right, we won't kill them. But I have to eat all of the other beasts. Gluttony cackled with a sinister expression. Let's go outside. It'll be bad if we fight here and damage the house, Lust proposed. Thus, these two extremely terrifying ferocious beasts burst out the door. The room fell silent again with the exception of the sound of the black shadowy figure tapping on the table. Tap tap, tap tap, tap tap. An extremely dazzling light glowed from the huge mushroom, lighting up the entire floating continent. However, it was completely dark here, with only 2 lamps burning, as if they were candles that would burn for eternity. The blood is getting more active. This pot is boiling hot and ready for meat. An ancient, ethereal voice sounded outside the huge mushroom, and Lin and Su Xiaolan was less than a kilometer away. The groundhog was extremely agitated upon seeing this, and it had no choice but to activate an extremely draining mystical technique. Single strike of the ocean. Its twin sabers glowed with a brilliant white light as boundless saber intent swept through the sky. The groundhog unleashed a total of 18 saber projections toward the dragon pig. Fuck you. Didn't you say this was a single strike of the ocean? The dragon pig blocked the oncoming saber projections frantically with its warhammer with shock and rage on its face. Not only were the saber projections unleashed by the groundhog extremely powerful, but they were also incredibly fast, and several gashes were slashed into the dragon pig's body despite its best efforts to defend itself. This is the single strike you're looking for. After unleashing its 18 saber strikes, its aura climbed yet again as a peerless saber projection descended while glowing with a translucent light. This saber projection was as vast as a boundless expanse of snowy sky, creating a magnificent, yet lethal spectacle. The dragon pig let loose an almighty roar as crimson lightning began to revolve around its huge warhammer, and it unleashed all of its strength to swing its warhammer toward the groundhog's terrifying saber projection. Boom! The horrific clash between the warhammer and the saber rocked heaven and earth. The saber projection and lightning exploded in unison, unleashing shockwaves that swept outward for over a kilometer. The dragon pig finally managed to dispel the groundhog's attack after unleashing all of its might. The golden groundhog bared its buck teeth as its wrist flexed and slashed out another snowy white saber projection that plunged the dragon pig into the depths of despair. Ah! Second strike of the ocean. The dragon pig was dumbstruck. It only just realized now that the groundhog had 2 sabers. Fuck! The snowy white saber projection instantly engulfed the dragon pig. Its body was shredded by the saber projection amid a blood-curdling wail. Ha ha! The groundhog laughed triumphantly after securing victory. Perhaps it was because it had overexerted itself, but its cheeks were slightly flushed. Let's hurry! The peerless saber demon didn't dare to waste more time, and it immediately rallied its 2 subordinates as they charged toward the huge mushroom building. At this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan had also noticed the dragon pig's demise, and they began to run even faster. However, their footsteps suddenly faltered as they stared up at the top of the mushroom building with grim expressions. Upon seeing this, Ao Nyo and the frog immediately stopped running as they turned to find a mushroom house as cover. Ha 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 ha! Humans! Surrender now to avoid unnecessary torment and suffering. A blue flying tiger flew toward Lin as it laughed heartily. There were 2 crimson fangs by its mouth, which were extremely menacing to look at, and the skulls hanging from its wings clattered together, as if they were trying to play a peculiar percussive song. Another figure appeared, from which an extremely fearsome aura erupted. Eat! We're going to eat all of you. Gluttony flew atop a crimson cloud of flames and took a glance at Enlin and Su Xiaolan before turning its attention to a mushroom house nearby. Haha, Lust, let me have some appetizers first. I'll leave these two to you. It completely ignored Enlin and Su Xiaolan as it spoke before flying toward the mushroom house. Gluttony, don't forget what we're here to do. The blue flying tiger cautioned in a cold voice. Haha, I know you've got my back. I'll be back in no time. The monster flew toward a certain direction atop its crimson cloud of flames. Ao Nyo and the divine poison frog almost shit themselves upon seeing this. The monster was flying directly toward them, and Lin's expression immediately became more grave upon hearing the names of the two monsters. Gluttony? Wasn't that one of the 4 great ferocious beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, which would even eat itself when it was in one of its crazed frenzies? Lust was even more of a twisted freak. As one of the 4 great ferocious beasts, it was extremely fond of bustling and lively places. It would go wherever a battle was taking place, and it loved to land killing blows, as well as specializing in siding with the antagonists. For example, a cultivator with a blood vendetta against an evil beast would slay said evil beast, and Lust would immediately pounce on them to swallow them into its stomach. Countless prodigies had fallen victim to Lust's sick, twisted endeavors. Not only that, but it was a creature that applauded evil deeds and ate everyone it encountered that was doing good deeds. It was a creature seemingly with a personal vendetta against all do-gooders in this world. The 4 great ferocious beasts all pledged their allegiance to the demonic blood Kirin. Who would have thought that 2 of them would appear here? And Lin's expression finally shifted. Aren't they all dead? Apparently, they were all terrifying beings at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, but their auras are clearly not right. Could these be imposters? Su Xiaolan spoke with incredulity, but she didn't let down her guard. Even the auras they were displaying now were extremely fearsome. And Lin's storage ring flashed as he spoke, and a silver figure suddenly appeared before flying quickly toward Gluttony. Gundam 3 go! Boom! A circular, purple gravitational field enshrouded Gluttony, while unleashing an extremely fearsome force that stopped Gluttony's forward momentum and sent it plummeting toward the ground. Ao Nyo and the frog were in complete despair. They were trembling uncontrollably from fear, and were so touched by Enlin's gesture that tears were flowing down their faces. Humph! A mere puppet dares to block my way. Watch me eat you! Gluttony roared with rage as the cloud of flames underfoot surged. Even under the gravitational force, it was able to pounce toward Gundam 3 at high speed. Gundam 3 maintained the gravitational force field with one hand, while a particle sword materialized in its other hand before slashing out an arc of blue energy. Gluttony reacted extremely quickly, and the cloud of flames underfoot abruptly surged again, thereby allowing it to evade Gundam 3's sword strike as it continued to approach Gundam 3 with its mouth wide open. Its face was originally the size of a normal human face, but after opening its mouth was even bigger than its entire head. It was like a black hole lined with sharp white fangs. I'm digging in! Gluttony chomped down on Gundam 3's head. Crack! Bam! A crisp crack sounded. Howl! Gluttony let loose a wail of anguish as its teeth chattered. What the hell is this puppet made of? How could it be so hard? Gundam 3 wasn't going to give a reply. It played the role of a powerful man a few words perfectly as it unleashed all types of light waves from one hand while it waved its particle sword with the other, sending attacks raining down like a torrential storm. Gluttony let loose a war cry as flaming saber projections materialized on its claws, and it engaged in battle with Gundam 3. Gundam 3's power level was at the pinnacle of the return to Void initial stage. But even so, Gluttony was able to fight on par with it. The space around their battle, which covered a radius of over a kilometer, was transformed into a no-man's land as destructive energy exploded forth. Ribbit, this is way too terrifying. Is this really a place only accessible to soul formation stage cultivators? A battle of this level is definitely on par with a battle between return to void stage mighty figures. The divine poison frog exclaimed with shock. Moo, have you forgotten about those immortal beasts that had gone insane? Ao Nyo questioned. The divine poison frog had no response to that. Onyo continued. What's most shocking to me is that Enlin still had such a terrifying trump card up his sleeve. With his strength in conjunction with that mechanical puppet, he could sweep through all of the beasts here with ease. The only worthy adversaries he has from the moment he entered this place are the creatures here. Gundam 3 and Lust were caught in a heated battle where neither was able to gain the upper hand. Lust finally withdrew its light-hearted expression as a solemn expression took its place. That's right, the two humans were powerful enough for it to take caution against. Roar! So you're not going to surrender? Lust glared at Enlin as a twisted reddish-brown energy erupted from its body. Enlin's brows furrowed slightly. He had detected an extremely terrifying power with his divine sense earlier, and it did not belong to either of these two ferocious beasts. At this moment, three figures were already charging toward the huge mushroom building at extreme speed as Enlin and the others fought. The golden groundhog was accompanied by a blue flame skeletal bird and an 8-armed lion king, both of which were also soul beasts at the soul formation pinnacle stage with excitement and anxiety on their faces. They were taking advantage of this opportunity to sneak in and take the treasure. This was such a satisfying feeling. However, Lust's expression did not shift in the slightest upon seeing this. And Lin's nerves were also settled upon seeing Lust's reaction. The groundhog could test the waters for them then. Lust shot a glance at Gluttony, which was still engaged in battle, and it knew that it probably wasn't going to be able to swoop in and land a killing blow anytime soon. Hence, it decided to focus on capturing these two humans first. It stared at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with a cautious expression. It didn't attack, but the aura erupting from its body was growing more and more intimidating. Glug, glug, the blood on the ground below began to bubble and boil. Lust was only about 30 to 40 feet in length, but its wingspan was disproportionately large in comparison, at over 100 feet. There was a dense bunch of skulls hanging from its wings, and an unsettling crimson light glowed from the eye holes of these skulls. Ethereal, sinister cackles sounded from within the skulls, creating a sound wave that swept toward the two of them. This was both to create momentum before the battle, as well as a mind game to unsettle its opponent. However, Enlin had endured countless battles before, and he was naturally not going to be affected by tricks like this. Are you sure you want to resist? I want to capture you two alive so you do have a chance at survival. But it won't be very good if you resist and I end up accidentally killing you in battle. Lust stalked its prey as it tried to talk them into surrender. And Lin looked up at the huge mushroom building behind Lust. There are already 3 soul beasts pursuing the Kirin blood jade. Are you not going to take care of them first? Hehe, let them go. They're just bringing food to our doorstep anyway. Lust was not worried in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be quite elated. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. So the Kirin blood jade really was in there. However, there appeared to be a terrifyingly powerful creature guarding the Kirin blood jade, which was something to be cautious of. He should just eliminate the obstacle here first. Lust was still slowly approaching Enlin, and it raised its inky black tail into the air, at the tip of which a frosty light shone. The skulls on its wings were still clattering together as cackles and percussive music combined in an unsettling package. Enlin's eyes turned snowy white, and he stepped forward as heaven and earth fell completely dark. Lust's fur instantly stood on end as its senses were deprived, and a powerful divine sense and killing intent engulfed its body. Heavenly Demon Bone Barrier. It unleashed its protection divine ability without hesitation as the projection of a heavenly demon head instantly materialized to encapsulate its body like an impregnable fortress. A sharp screeching sound erupted at this moment. Lust's body was knocked flying, but it managed to block that terrifying attack. However, it suddenly experienced a sense of loss. Oh, what an interesting ability you have. Let me have some fun with this. And Lin chuckled lightly. Light returned to heaven and earth. Lust, which had been knocked flying by Enlin's sword strike, recovered its senses. However, it didn't even have a moment to breathe before a woman with lightning revolving around her body swept toward it at startling speed. The bright blue lightning and scorching holy flames of the dragon sparrow sword combined to exude a perfected sword intent, which was even more powerful than the power that some return to void stage mighty figures were capable of unleashing. The high-rank Immortal tool and Su Xiaolan's bloodline also formed a perfect combination, thereby unleashing the fearsome power. Lust was only able to use its two front paws to try and defend its head before the dragon sparrow sword fell. Boom! Holy flames and lightning merged to create an unstoppable attack. This was a fast and powerful attack that reduced everything in its wake to ashes. Su Xiaolan had unleashed an attack equivalent to a strike from a return to void stage mighty figure. Lust used its paws to defend itself and was knocked back several hundred meters. Its entire body had been charred black, and there were even two massive gashes on its arm. How could she be so powerful? Lust was extremely shocked, and it raised its head to find that Su Xiaolan was not done yet. She wielded her dragon sparrow sword and unleashed the lightning side of the blade as her sword strikes descended as fast as lightning in a torrential burst upon Lust. Boom, boom, boom. Her blade glowed with dazzling lightning as it slashed one lethal projection after another through the air. Lust didn't dare to underestimate its opponent as its claws left afterimages in the air to defend itself against her sword projections. This human woman was already extremely powerful, and after being enhanced by her high-rank Immortal tool, each and every one of her attacks were capable of wounding it. Never would Lust have thought that a soul formation stage human could be this powerful. However, Lust knew that the woman had unleashed a large portion of her power during that first sword strike, so she was going to lose in a prolonged battle. Now was the time to counterattack. A ferocious light flashed across Lust's eyes as it slapped Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword aside with its paw while its tail abruptly stabbed toward Su Xiaolan's glabella like a bolt of black lightning. Lightning flashed under Su Xiaolan's feet as she unleashed a lightning movement technique, which allowed her to barely evade Lust's surprise attack before rushing back in retreat. A few strands of hair fell from the sky. This was Su Xiaolan's hair, which had been severed by Lust's tail. The blood on the ground below suddenly began to surge violently. Xiaolan, that's enough time that you've bought for me. It's my turn now. It cut your hair, so I'll make sure it doesn't even have any fur left. And Lin harumphed coldly with rage seething in his voice. Lust had actually been paying attention to what Lin was doing the entire time, but it still couldn't manage to figure out what he was doing. Now that he had sprung into action, it was proceeding with utmost caution. Rise up, demonic blood dead spirits. And Lin splayed his hands open as his palms faced the sky. The blood on the ground below began to churn before slowly condensing. Wah wah wah. The wails and shrieks of countless beasts and ghosts reverberated through the air. The power of the earth rose up, and the power of death began to converge. Lust's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. This power, this technique. Why did it seem so familiar? One demonic blood beasts after another began to appear, and they opened their bloodthirsty crimson eyes as terrifying auras erupted from their bodies before they turned resentful gazes toward Lust. Lust was dumbstruck. Holy fuck! Isn't that my demonic blood dead spirit power? It can temporarily summon the beastly power within the blood to serve me. Just as it was talking, over 100 demonic blood beasts had materialized around Lin, all of which possessed the power of a soul formation stage soul beast. Lust's expression shifted drastically, and a feeling of panic was already surging through its heart. How are you able to unleash such power? Humph! Don't get cocky. I can do the same. It spread its wings before unleashing an almighty roar. Waves of blood surged down below from its thunderous roar. And that was it. Lust. Where the fuck is my demonic blood dead spirit power? Just as it was completely paralyzed from shock, a slight smile appeared on Lin's face as he waved a hand. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Over 100 demonic blood beasts pounced toward Lust while exerting an overwhelming power. Damn you! Lust roared as all the skulls on its wings also opened their mouths to roar in unison. Countless sound waves stacked on top of one another, creating a black shockwave of annihilation that exploded outward. Divine ability, demonic roar of sins. The sound waves imbued with boundless sinful power created a substantial force that enshrouded heaven and earth. Pride as cold as ice froze space. Sloth drifted like a dreamy mist. Envy erupted forth like pulverizing blades. Wrath like fire incinerated all things. Greed like mist eroded the air. Gluttony manifested itself in an all-engulfing mouth. Lust threatened to tear souls apart. The power of the 7 capital sins combined to form the most horrific sound wave that swept forth in all directions. All the demonic blood beasts were slain in that instant, and Lin was also struck by the sound wave, and his body hurtled through the air before falling into the sea of blood below. An ordinary soul formation stage cultivator would have been torn apart by that attack, both physically and spiritually. However, Lin's body and consciousness were simply insanely powerful, and he managed to survive that attack completely unscathed. Howl! Roar! Lust chewed up the few remaining demonic blood beasts, and the entire army was soon wiped out. It then stood on the spot, panting heavily. Unleashing that demonic roar of sin's divine ability had depleted a lot of its energy. And Lin was also feeling a little under the weather. Using Lust's power was extremely taxing to him, and he had completely overexerted himself, to an extent that his condition was probably slightly worse than Lust's. Haha! You lost! I'm going to kill you! Lust had clearly also realized this, and it pounced toward Lin with a malicious smile. And Lin chuckled lightly. I lost? No, I have a girlfriend. His voice had only just fallen when a woman in a jade dress appeared before him, while unleashing a relentless barrage of sword projections toward Lust with her dragon sparrow sword. Howl! Lust howled with grief and indignation. Why? This wasn't fair. Why was it so lonely? Lust experienced the crushing despair of being single. How the fuck was it supposed to fight in a 2-on-1 situation like this? Wasn't this bullying? And Lin stood up and swallowed a first-grade spirit pill to quickly recover his energy. Not only was this a 2-on-1 battle, but he was also taking pills. Boom! And Lin's energy quickly surged, and he unleashed the power of the demonic blood dead spirits again. The sea of blood below surged as one demonic blood beasts after another began to materialize. The combined force of love and money struck despair into Lust's heart. After resting for a while, Su Xiaolan was already back to full strength, and her sword projections were imbued with extremely frightening power. She didn't need to worry about conserving energy at all, as Lin was there to cover her when she ran out of energy. Howl! Lust slapped away Su Xiaolan's sword with its paw. Su Xiaolan's blood churned, and her features paled slightly as she borrowed the power of Lust's strike to fall back in retreat. After some vigorous activity, she was a little tired. Lust was just about to pursue her when over 100 demonic blood beasts roared as they pounced toward it, each of which possessed power comparable to a soul beast. Lust? Despair. This was true despair. Lust no longer had enough energy to unleash another demonic roar of sins. It knew that if things continued like this, it was going to lose. Howl! You'll pay for this, shitty couple! Lust roared as it spread its wings and flew toward the huge mushroom building. At that moment, it chose to flee. It had no choice. Couldn't win, so it had to flee. As one of the high and mighty 4 great ferocious beasts, this was an extremely humiliating action. It was going to make those 2 humans pay 1,000-fold for the humiliation they had inflicted upon it. Lust suddenly chose to flee, but Lin and Su Xiaolan were already prepared. And Lin glared at Lust and activated his make-you-poo technique. An intense pain suddenly erupted from its stomach as a terrifying biological reaction swept through its entire body. PFFF? A peculiar liquid burst forth from its backside. Lust's body faltered as pain, humiliation, mortification, countless emotions surged in its heart. It then recalled all types of misfortunate and saddening events as crushing grief assaulted its heart and tears flowed down its face. Fuck! I suddenly want to cry! Lust fled as it shed tears. However, its momentum had been severely hampered. Right at this moment, chains of lightning pierced through the air before binding Lust's back paws together at an alarming speed. True Dragon Lightning Bind! Su Xiaolan unleashed her power of the True Dragon, and the extremely powerful binding force further restricted the movements of Lust. Devastating lightning power flowed over the chains toward Lust, inflicting damage on its entire body. Howl! Lust roared with rage as crimson death lasers shot forth from the eyeholes of the skulls hanging from its wings before striking the chains of lightning. Not only were the lasers extremely powerful, but they also possessed extremely potent corrosive force, thereby allowing them to quickly erode the chains away. However, Lust didn't even get a chance to escape before Enlin charged toward it, while wielding his evil-slaying sword and followed by over 100 demonic blood beasts. Lust's heart plunged into a glacier. Such terrifying power and teamwork made even escape a distant dream. Just when Lust was resigning itself to its fate, energy suddenly erupted from within the huge mushroom building. "Ah!" The groundhog's anguished wails erupted. A figure crashed through the wall before fleeing into the distance. And Lin shot a glance toward the fleeing figure to find that it was the golden groundhog. Waves of crimson blood glowing with a menacing sheen swept toward the fleeing groundhog. The groundhog's body was riddled with wounds as golden blood gushed forth. The waves of blood pursuing it were able to absorb the blood, and all of the golden blood shed by the groundhog was absorbed into those waves. And Lin could see the other two soul beasts at the pinnacle of the soul formation stage through the shattered wall. However, they had all been reduced to bones. That's strange. Why am I still unable to detect the origin of the energy? Could it be that the being inside is far more powerful than I am? Thoughts of retreat began to well up in Enlin's heart. If the enemy was too powerful, then there was no need for him to take the risk for the Kirin Blood Jade. However, if even he was unable to recover the Kirin Blood Jade, then which of the other beasts would have the power to secure it? And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both a little hesitant. Lust was ecstatic upon seeing this, and it yelled in a loud voice, "Blood Lord, save me!" The golden groundhog was also flying toward Enlin. The waves of blood had transformed into menacing spikes that were traveling at an extremely quick speed and was close to stabbing it in the backside. An instinctive cry escaped from its mouth. "Ah! Save me! Enlin!" Save it? Fuck that. Not landing the killing blow was already a merciful gesture. It was also at this moment that the demonic blood beasts suddenly disintegrated back into puddles of blood. Lust felt like some sort of power had returned to it at that moment. The time limit for the divine plunder technique had passed. Lust seemed to have also detected this and was just about to assess its regained power when Enlin appeared before it, and a golden eye insignia appeared on his forehead as golden ripples proliferated forth. Lust felt like it seemed to have lost that power again. "Howl! So you really did steal my power!" It roared with rage as black light erupted from its claws, and it pounced toward Enlin. Enlin used his sword as a shield to defend himself from Lust's attack, and the golden eye insignia appeared on his forehead again as golden ripples proliferated forth. Lust felt like it had lost something again, and Lin used the divine plunder technique twice in a row. The divine plunder technique was a technique that was extremely draining on spiritual power, such that in the past, using it once was his limit. However, now that his consciousness had grown much more powerful, he could use it a couple more times. The system had told him that the divine plunder technique could contain 3 types of powers at once, so Enlin could still unleash the divine plunder technique again. However, Lust didn't give Enlin that opportunity, as it instantly knocked Enlin away with its powerful paws. At this moment, the groundhog had also encroached upon the range in which Enlin and Lust were battling one another. It wasn't seriously expecting Enlin to save it. It was only approaching Enlin to see if the blood spikes would be diverted toward Enlin. Boom! At this moment, a scintillating flaming sword projection swept through the air with a terrifying might. The groundhog was dumbstruck by the sight of this terrifying sword projection. Was this really a sword strike unleashed by a soul formation stage cultivator? The sword strike felt even more power than its most powerful attack. Lust was being attacked by the partnership again, and it tried to stage a hurried defense against the flaming sword projection, but the sword projection still managed to tear into its body. The groundhog nearby was also struck by the flaming sword projection, and it was almost cooked alive. White smoke flowed from its mouth, and it roared like a suicidal madman as it flew toward Enlin. "Fuck off! What the fuck are you running toward me for?" and Lin roared with shock and rage as it caught sight of the crazed groundhog, as well as the blood spikes attempting to give it its first anal penetration experience. "I'm just passing by." The golden groundhog refused to admit what it was up to as its body continued to fly toward Lin like a golden streak of light. The blood spikes behind it had already transformed into a blood python, on which a dense bunch of spikes grew, which gave onlookers an unsettling sense of nausea. It was already extremely close to the groundhog and was going to make contact very soon. And Lin pulled out his frying pan as he looked at the approaching groundhog. The groundhog was a little dumbstruck upon seeing this as a sense of foreboding welled up in its heart. "If you insist on coming here, then don't mind if I help myself." And Lin chuckled. "Sea of divine flames. Activate." Boom! The heavenly void flame, setting moon flame, great holy flame, and demonic star flame appeared all at once, as they incinerated the heavens and boiled the oceans while instantly transforming heaven and earth into an infernal hell of divine flames. "Fuck! Fire again." The groundhog almost cried upon seeing this. Why were both of these humans so fond of playing with fire? Were they trying to target it? Was the high and mighty peerless saber demon destined to end up as a roasted groundhog? The groundhog and the blood spikes almost instantly entered the range encompassed by the divine flames. And Lin's divine flames were infinitely approaching holy flame level after several transformations, and the power of the four flames combined was not inferior to a holy flame. "Ah!" The golden groundhog yelled with pain as it unleashed its domain with all its might to try and keep the scorching divine flames at bay. The blood spikes were also affected as they paused momentarily before splitting into two parts, one of which continued toward the groundhog while the other turned toward the wielder of the divine flames. And Lin. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream erupted from the groundhog's mouth. There was golden blood gushing from its asshole, having clearly just had its defenses penetrated and was now being subjected to a brutal, inhumane attack. The other crimson spikes flew toward Lin with extremely fearsome sharpness, and one could smell the rich, putrid scent of blood from it even from afar. And Lin had wanted to oppose the power being released from within the huge mushroom building for a while now, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. He held his high-rank immortal tool, Divine Flame Bead, as a golden flaming dragon swept forth from within. The flaming dragon was instantly empowered by the sea of divine flames as its aura became even more fearsome, and the golden scales on its body seemed to grow more substantial before it roared and flew toward the crimson spikes. Boom! The collision between the two swept up a horrific shockwave that dispelled sections of the sea of divine flames. The crimson spikes were twisted and mangled by the golden dragon before quickly evaporating under the fearsome temperatures, and the sea of divine flames also slowly dissipated at this moment. This technique consumed far too much energy, so Lin did not dare to use it for a long time. He swallowed an energy-restoring pill before turning to the golden groundhog again. The golden groundhog wielded its twin snowy white sabers as it lashed out at the crimson spikes as if its life depended on it. It had prepared itself for a fight to the death as blood gushed from its ravaged asshole while sending chills running up its backside. After being forced to a certain point, all beasts would enter a frenzied mode where they fought with no regard for their lives. The groundhog had clearly been forced into this state. The crimson spikes were forcefully separated and were weakened after being scorched by the sea of divine flames, thereby allowing the golden groundhog to gain the upper hand. The peerless saber demon will not be humiliated. Oh! Die, 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 die! Single strike of the ocean. The golden groundhog roared as an extremely bright saber projection burst forth from its snowy white saber. The saber projection swept forth like an unstoppable force, slicing through all the crimson spikes and completely wiping them from existence. Huff, huff, huff. The groundhog panted heavily, but a slight smile had appeared on its face as the joy of successfully avenging itself surged through its entire body. It then raised its head to discover a man standing before it with a smile on his face that sent chills running down its spine. The golden groundhog. An ominous sense of foreboding welled up in its heart. Was it going to pay the ultimate price for its impulsive moment of hot-headedness? And Lin was just about to take this life with his evil-slaying sword, but he didn't get a chance to do so before his eyes turned to Su Xiaolan. upon which his expression drastically shifted, and he activated his wings of wind and wind sword techniques all at once. Bam! And Lin suddenly disappeared from the groundhog's line of sight with only the howling gale force winds left in his wake that indicated that he had once stood before it. The golden groundhog faltered slightly before turning around to look behind it. Su Xiaolan was just in the process of bashing Lust when a twisted shadow appeared at the section of the wall that had been damaged before opening its crimson eyes. Whoosh! An invisible ripple proliferated forth as peculiar sounds began to erupt between heaven and earth. In that instant, Su Xiaolan's clear eyes suddenly glazed over as she fell into some sort of trance. An opportunity. Bloodlust shone in Lust's eyes as it pounced toward the woman before it without hesitation. "Fuck off!" An enraged cry sounded. Boom! An inky black circle appeared under Lust's feet as a terrifying gravitational force acted on its body, causing its bones to creak and crack. Abyssal gravity technique. And Lin charged toward Lust as black mist erupted from his body, and his aura elevated to a monstrous level. He opened his mouth toward Lust. Roar! Lust's expression shifted drastically, as this was one of its signature divine abilities, the demonic roar of sins. Sound waves imbued with boundless sinful power created a substantial force that swept toward its body. Pride as cold as ice froze space. Sloth drifted like a dreamy mist. Envy erupted forth like pulverizing blades. Wrath like fire incinerated all things. Greed like mist eroded the air. Gluttony manifested itself in an all-engulfing mouth. Lust threatened to tear apart souls. The powers of all 7 capital sins instantly erupted as they ravaged every inch of Lust's body. Howl! This was the first time Lust had been struck by its own attack, and it roared with pain. The powers of sins were so terrifying, but also so wonderful. The black shadow in the mushroom building suddenly pointed a finger at Enlin. Space twisted as a crimson arrow pierced through the air like a shooting star while heading toward Enlin with a vastly terrifying force. Even though Enlin possessed a super-powerful divine body, he was still struck by an extreme sense of danger. He too pointed at the arrow, and the sea of blood surged as the power of death created a round shield before him. This was also one of Lust's signature techniques, which was another way of using its power of demonic blood-dead spirits. Boom! Energy exploded forth, but the arrow still penetrated the shield in the end. Just as Lust thought Enlin would have to unleash his power to defend against the arrow, Enlin completely relinquished all defense as golden void lightning spiraled around the blade of his sword, which swung down toward Lust. Howl! Are you insane? You're going to take me down with you? Lust roared frantically. In its eyes, what Enlin was doing was exchanging his life for its own. However, Enlin was confident that the weakened crimson arrow would not be able to break through his body of the war god. Lust's body was already riddled with wounds, and it frantically tried to unleash all of its power to defend itself against Enlin's earth-shattering sword strike. At this moment, the crimson arrow had already struck Enlin's chest. Golden void lightning was a type of return to void stage divine lightning, which possessed the power of great annihilation, and as such it was able to easily pierce through the severely debilitated Lust's defense. Lust stared intently at Enlin. It wanted to see what he looked like when the crimson arrow pierced through his body, sort of like a dying wish. However, the scenes that transpired before its eyes sent it plunging into complete despair. The arrow struck Enlin's chest, upon which an extremely sharp screeching sounded, but it was unable to penetrate even a single inch into his chest. A rainbow light burst forth from the place on Enlin's chest that had been struck, creating a seemingly indestructible barrier that kept the arrow at bay. It didn't penetrate? Lust's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, boundless golden void lightning sliced apart its body. No, this isn't fair. Lust roared with despair. Why are you unscathed? It's not fair. Weren't they going to die together? Why was it the only keeping its end of the deal? Lust roared at Enlin with fury and despair, only to hear an answer that made him fall apart even further. Why? Because I'm stronger than you, Enlin replied coldly. Lust. His voice had only just faded when Lust's body was completely shredded by the golden void lightning. The crimson arrow also disappeared, and aside from a bit of redness on his chest, and Lin sustained no other injuries. A soft "huh" escaped the lips of the black shadow in the mushroom structure. It was clearly a little surprised by what it saw. Gluttony's expression shifted drastically as it fought Gundam 3 elsewhere. Lust had been killed, but why didn't it feel a sense of danger? Gluttony believed in the Bloodlord's strength, but that didn't mean it would be in the mood to save everyone. Lust's death was a perfect indication of this. Gluttony immediately picked an opportunity to flee from its own battle before flying toward the huge mushroom building. It had no choice. The two humans were far more powerful than it had predicted them to be. And Lin couldn't see the feature of the black shadow, but its stature looked quite humanoid. The power that had struck fear into his heart was coming from this shadowy figure. The black shadow was also appraising him, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to escape. The effects of the divine plunder technique hadn't vanished even after Lust's death, so he could still use its power for a few more minutes. And Lin waved a hand, and several dozen demonic blood beasts materialized on the ground before pouncing toward the black shadow. "You're using the power of demonic blood dead spirits against me?" The black shadow looked at Lin as it spoke in a husky voice. "All right then, let me show you what true life is." The black shadow spoke in a husky voice, but its tone was filled with a sense of majesty and prestige, as if it ruled over all living beings. It pointed a single finger at all the demonic blood beasts that were materialized from blood. "Godsend. All demons in this world submit to me." A red ripple spread from its fingertip throughout the entire heaven and earth as it spoke. All the demonic blood beasts that were materialized by Lin suddenly faltered in their advance, as if they had been frozen in midair. And Lin could feel his power being overwhelmed, followed by a complete loss of control over the demonic blood beasts. The demonic blood beasts' powers climbed yet again as they turned to Lin with sinister smiles on their faces. "Do you see that? I bestowed power, intelligence, and sentient will upon them. This is the true power of life. What do you think?" The black shadow looked at Lin with its crimson eyes. And Lin's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. What was this question supposed to be? Was it trying to get Lin to compliment it? Expecting Lin to compliment an enemy? What a joke! He was the invincible sword immortal Lin, the tamer of divine lightning who feared no lightning. How could he possibly praise an enemy? As expected of a mighty figure proficient in the power of life. "I am in awe of your power." And Lin joined his hands in salute as he praised. The black shadow's eyes faltered slightly. "I apologize, Senior. We were trying to escape the almighty reversal phenomenon and accidentally encroached on your territory. If there's nothing else you would like to say, then I will be taking my leave." And Lin continued. The black shadow, Su Xiaolan, Gluttony, which had just fled to the black shadow's side, was also a little dumbstruck. This was clearly not the reaction they had expected. The black shadow was expecting Lin to be unconvinced, upon which it would personally beat these two humans into submission before capturing them. But Lin was not delivering according to the script. He really did give it compliments before bidding farewell. Su Xiaolan quickly understood Lin's intentions, and she began to surreptitiously inch backward. Lin didn't want to be such a coward, but he had just evaluated the situation, and he wasn't even sure if he could beat these several dozen demonic blood beasts that had been enhanced by the black shadow. If that was the case, then how was he supposed to beat the big boss controlling the demonic blood beasts? He had just unleashed his divine sense to try and detect the black shadow's aura, only to find that he was unable to do so. This made the situation scarier. An extremely powerful enemy of unknown power level was always an extremely daunting prospect to face. The enemy forces consisted of a terrifying enemy of indeterminate power level and Gluttony, which was at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. On his side, there were two soul formation stage cultivators, Gundam 3, and two useless cheerleader beasts. There was also a third force consisting of a half-cooked groundhog. How the hell was he supposed to fight? It was quite clear that they had no chance of winning. It simply wasn't worth taking such a big risk just for the Kirin blood jade. And Lin and Su Xiaolan slowly backed away while keeping an eye on what the Black Shadow was doing the entire time. You wanna run? The Black Shadow came to a realization, and Lin shook his head. How can this be called running? There is no vendetta between us. We're just here to survey the scenery and now we're leaving. Not only did you kill my demonic blood beast guards, but you also killed my pet as well, and you still say there is no vendetta between us? The Black Shadow said in a cold voice. And Lin had no response to that, but he was still slowly retreating. As for Ao Nyo, the frog, and the groundhog, they were even faster in retreating. Fuck this. Even Lin and Su Xiaolan were running away. What the hell were they gonna stay here for? Were they waiting to be eaten? The Black Shadow seemed to be preparing an attack, so Su Xiaolan immediately offered an explanation. What we did was self-defense. Your guards and lust wanted to kill us, so we could only retaliate. We couldn't just allow ourselves to be killed, right? And in the process, we accidentally killed them. Self-defense. The Black Shadow blinked. That makes some sense. Bah! Bloodlord. Why are you wasting so many words with them? Let's eat them. Gluttony urged at the sight of the retreating humans. But the Black Shadow did not heed its words. Calm down. This is my house, so they won't be able to escape without my permission. I'm a reasonable person. Tell me how I can rebut their arguments. The Black Shadow replied in a slightly distressed voice. Gluttony was a little dumbstruck by this question. It had always just eaten anyone it didn't like, and had never talked sense or reason with anyone. If everything could be resolved through words, then why did it grow teeth? If it couldn't win in a war of words, then it would just eat its opponent. We don't actually have to be reasonable. Gluttony thought for a moment before suggesting. Only weaklings turn to words and use reasons as their weapons. The strong can do whatever they want as no one can hold them accountable anyway. The Black Shadow hesitated momentarily. But I wouldn't feel justified then. Gluttony was unconvinced. Reason stands with whoever has the biggest fists. There's no need for justification. The Black Shadow paused momentarily again. Reason stands with whoever has the biggest fists? That sounded barbaric. I want to be a cultured person. Bloodlord, you're not a person. Gluttony corrected. Sigh. The Black Shadow heaved a forlorn sigh. The sigh was quite a faint one. But it was as if the entire heavens had just heaved a disconsolate sigh and all the creatures of this world were lamenting as a result. And Lin and Su Xiaolan, as well as all the fleeing beasts, also heard that sigh. They didn't even get a chance to react before the sea of blood on the ground began to glow with scintillating light. The blood is churning, the Black Shadow murmured in a slow voice. Boom! What seemed like the power of an entire continent swept toward them and the sea of blood surged at once, as if they were demons latching onto everyone's bodies. Moo! My body, Moo! Ao Nyo yelled fearfully. Ribbit! I want to go home. Let me go home. Ribbit! The divine poison frog's feet were locked in place by the blood on the ground, and it tried to skip free to no avail. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were not exempted from this either. The power of the sea of blood had merged as one, and the binding power it unleashed was indescribably fearsome. The Black Shadow stepped forward and appeared before Lin and Su Xiaolan. The darkness enshrouding its body slowly disappeared to reveal its true form. This was a man in a simple white robe with fair skin and a warm smile on his face as he joined his hands in a polite salute. I apologize. I'm going to have to be unreasonable for once. There is something I need you to do, and I can't wait any longer. This was a graceful middle-aged man who evoked a sense of comfort and calmness in the onlooker's heart. If one could ignore the Kirin horn on his head and his crimson eyes. A Kirin horn? Could you be? And Lin's eyes widened. That's right. I am the demonic blood Kirin. The middle-aged man confirmed with a smile. This man was the demonic blood Kirin? And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Ao Nyo, the frog, and the groundhog were all dumbstruck upon hearing this. The groundhog's buck teeth chattered in shock and horror. Didn't the demonic blood Kirin die? Are you a zombie? The middle-aged man turned to the groundhog with an amused smile. Who told you that I died? Do I have to be dead just because others think that I'm dead? Then the Kirin blood jade. And Lin couldn't help but inquire. Heh! The Kirin blood jade will indeed be born following the death of a Dao integration stage Kirin, as that is the essence of the Kirin's Dao realm and power. The middle-aged man turned to Lin and asked, You're still thinking about the Kirin blood jade in your current dire situation? And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. He actually only wanted to confirm the existence of the Kirin blood jade so that he wouldn't feel like a stupid cunt fighting for nothing. Gluttony came to the middle-aged man's side, and it stared at the groundhog with drool rolling from its mouth. It smells so good. Blood Lord, can I eat it? The groundhog was scared shitless upon hearing this. After being roasted by Su Xiaolan's holy flames and in Lin's sea of divine flames, it did indeed smell like roast meat. Having been trapped by the sea of blood, there was no way it could escape from the powerful foodie, Gluttony. Its heart had plunged into complete despair, and it was already envisioning the gruesome scenes of itself being torn into pieces before being swallowed by Gluttony. And Lin's nose wrinkled slightly as he too caught a whiff of the roast groundhog. Some of its body parts were already almost cooked. As a professional foodie who had eaten all types of groundhogs, he could tell that this groundhog would be a top-tier ingredient. The golden groundhog was in complete despair, but the words spoken by the middle-aged man reignited the hope in its heart. This groundhog has a decent aptitude. My lust died and will require some time for resurrection, so I'll use this groundhog in its place for now, the middle-aged man said in an indifferent manner. The groundhog almost shed tears of joy upon hearing this. This demonic blood Kirin really did have an eye for talent. He could see its brilliant aptitude and knew that it would be useful. Although being praised by one's enemy wasn't something to boast about, it still heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this would prevent it from being torn into pieces by Gluttony before being eaten. Let's get back on topic. I need you to help me with something, and this is something only you can do. If you succeed, I can agree to let you go, and I'll let bygones be bygones. The middle-aged man proposed with a smile. What do you need us to do? And Lin asked cautiously. Help me open up a passageway between the two worlds. I have to get out of here, the middle-aged man instructed. Passageway between the two worlds? Su Xiaolan was confused and asked, Isn't that where the yellow star is? What do you need us to do? Humph. Both of these are special stars, so how could there be an exit on the yellow star but none on my blood star? The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. Su Xiaolan. And Lin's mouth gaped open at just how unreasonable his words were. It looked like Su Xiaolan's words had struck a nerve. What the hell was this logic? The yellow star had one, so there had to be one here as well? Do you know why you're only aware of an exit in the direction the yellow star is located, but you don't know about the exit here? That's because all the beasts that have come here have died. The middle-aged man raised his head to reveal a smug expression. And Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't it trying to be a reasonable, cultured person? Just how many beasts had it slain? Let me tell you the truth. The reason why I can't leave the vast land of blood, which is this floating continent, is that I would be killed by the eyes of Pangu if I was to leave here. The middle-aged man lamented. Hence, I can only leave through the passageway on this continent. Pangu? The Pangu that created heaven and earth and the Tai Chu continent. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. That's right. That motherfucker. The middle-aged man looked up with hatred toward the sky. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both shocked upon hearing this. So the eyes they had seen belonged to Pangu? My God. That was the most legendary figure in the entire Tai Chu continent. Why would he appear here? Don't be so shocked. That's only the powers of laws that Pangu left here. He has left a long time ago and traveled to a very faraway place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a chance at freedom. The middle-aged man waved his hand as if he didn't want to speak too much on this matter. There is a passageway between the two worlds here as well, but it can't allow creatures of my cultivation base through. Hence, I need your help to break all the restrictions on the passageway. Are you sure we can do something that even you are incapable of? And Lin was a little perplexed. No matter how much this middle-aged man's power had been restricted, he was still more powerful than them, right? My pets, and I can't even get close to that passageway. As for those beasts that came as reinforcements, they're all trash. None of them could endure the power of dark ice from the core of the passageway, and all of them froze to death after entering the passageway. The middle-aged man explained with a disappointed expression. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. And Lin and Su Xiaolan felt like they had fallen into a ditch. The groundhog's lips twitched uncontrollably. Reinforcement beasts? This middle-aged man appeared to have some sort of misunderstanding with regard to what the word reinforcement meant. They were clearly here to try and secure the Kirin blood jade, only to be used as cannon fodder. Thankfully, the gods have smiled down upon me and sent you two to me. Your cultivation base will allow you to enter the passageway, and you are the most powerful cultivators that I have ever seen at your cultivation base. You are my lucky stars. The middle-aged man clapped his hands together as he surveyed Lin and Su Xiaolan with a gleeful expression. If you had arrived any later, the passageway would have probably closed, and I would be unable to ever get out of this place. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the three beasts all faltered upon hearing this. The passageway is going to close? Isn't it going to be opened all the way, upon which this world is going to descend upon the sinister spirit beast cesspool? The golden groundhog exclaimed. Ha 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 ha! The middle-aged burst out laughing as he turned toward the groundhog with a doting expression. Do you believe everything everyone says? You are adorably stupid. I like it. The groundhog. Pangu has left this place for too long, and this world has become unstable. Even the passageway between the two worlds has been opened, and the power of blood has escaped into the outside world to affect the living beings there. But that is going to be the extent of it. This small world's self-repair mechanism has already been activated, and I don't have much time left, the middle-aged man continued. He waved a hand, and the space around them transformed. After a rush of dizziness, everyone appeared within the huge mushroom building. The restrictive power vanished, and they regained their freedom, but none of them dared to make any rash moves. Instead, they all turned to look upward in unison with shock and befuddlement etched on their faces. There was a piece of blood jade there that was releasing a soft glow. The light glowing from the blood jade was sucked away by a black spell formation that guided the power toward the roof of the building before releasing it outside. And Lin felt like the crimson light enshrouding this entire continent most likely came from this blood jade. He could detect an incredibly vast amount of power within the blood jade. The golden groundhog had also seen it before, but it didn't even have a chance to try and grab it before it almost died. After seeing it again, it stood obediently on the spot as it tried to repress the impulse to make a lunge for the blood jade. As for the frog and Aonyo, both of them were too scared to even say anything. They were the only ones that hadn't been assigned a duty by the middle-aged man. In fact, they hadn't even been mentioned. In the face of this emotionally unstable mighty figure, they were trying as best as they could to conceal their existence in the hope that they would continue to be ignored. Do you all think that this is the Kirin blood jade? The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes crinkled up in a warm smile. Everyone remained silent. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the blood jade trembled lightly before flying toward the middle-aged man's hand, where it floated and emitted a warm, red glow, as if it was the most perfect piece of jade in this world. The dazzling red light at the top of the mushroom building suddenly disappeared, and the entire floating continent completely dimmed. In the starry sky, the blood star suddenly disappeared. That's right, it is the Kirin blood jade, the middle-aged man confirmed. Gasp! Everyone drew another sharp intake of breath as they stared at the blood jade with scorching light glowing from their eyes. The Kirin blood jade was the manifestation of the mythological beast, the Kirin's power, and its Tao intent. This was a treasure even Tao integration stage cultivators sought after. Senior, didn't you say that the Kirin blood jade would only be born following the death of a Kirin? Then why are you? And Lin couldn't help but inquire. Because I died. The middle-aged man maintained his warm expression as he looked around at everyone. But then I revived. And Lin? But my current life has a dependency. The middle-aged man stroked the blood jade in his hand as he explained in a slow voice. I'm not afraid to tell you this. I resurrected myself through the use of a mystic technique, but my survival is now dependent on this blood jade. The blood jade was about the size of a goose egg, and it was absolutely flawless. It exuded an alluring glow, and one could sense an abundance of Tao intent, energy, and even intelligence from it, as if it was the most perfect gem. The middle-aged man was quite pleased upon seeing the yearning in everyone's eyes. It could be said that this Kirin blood jade is my body. Isn't the blood jade that was materialized after my death beautiful? Everyone? And Lin felt like there was something wrong with this question, but he couldn't quite put a finger on it. Speaking of which, why was this middle-aged man so excited to display the manifestation of his death to everyone else? The middle-aged man was also seemingly entranced by the beauty of his blood jade. The more powerful a Kirin is, the more perfect their blood jade will be after they die. This blood jade is the most perfect blood jade I've ever seen. Everyone, badass. The frog finally found a chance to deliver some flattery. The middle-aged man ignored it, but his expression gradually became more ferocious. Countless living beings yearn for my blood jade, but do they have what it takes to own this blood jade? He looked up at everyone. They're not worthy. There is no existence in this world that is worthy of owning such a perfect blood jade. The middle-aged man waved a hand, and the Kirin blood jade flew toward the golden groundhog. The might of a mythological beast exuding from the blood jade instantly had the groundhog turning pale in fear, and its legs almost gave out from under it. You possess the inheritance of the true intent of sabers from a mythological beast, and you possess the myriad beast holy soul, but you're not worthy. He waved his hand again, and the blood jade flew toward Su Xiaolan. Red ripples proliferated forth, and Su Xiaolan felt as if she were being confronted by an almighty mythological beast as her body trembled, and she took a backward step. You possess the bloodlines of the true dragon and the vermilion bird, and your aptitude in the way of the sword is among the best in this world, but you are still unworthy. He waved his hand again, and the blood jade flew toward Lin. In that instant, Lin felt as if he had just seen a mythological beast that had slaughtered an entire continent. It bared its fangs as a suffocating aura erupted forth, striking Lin with a powerful sense of asphyxiation. The aura of the demonic blood Kirin erupted forth, and Lin's heart skipped a beat as an instinctive sense of fear welled up in his heart. You have attained the extraordinary true intent in the way of the sword at the soul formation intermediate stage. You attained an incredibly divine body, and your aptitude is unheard of in this world. But you are also unworthy. The middle-aged man's expression was the epitome of arrogance. There is no one else in this world who is worthy of such a perfect blood jade. The blood jade won't acknowledge them, so absorbing the power of the blood jade is just an overambitious dream to them. The only person in this world worthy of this blood jade is me. The middle-aged man's voice grew louder and more animated as he spoke, while everyone's expression darkened. Fuck off. Was all that just a massive flex? Was he expecting everyone here to suck him off? The middle-aged man was extremely satisfied after delivering that rambling tirade. Countless pieces of trash had been yearning for his blood jade, and now that he had all these prodigies gathered here, he simply had to deliver this flexing speech in order to show them what true power and pride was. However, a sudden development caught him off guard. This was the sound of someone retching. And Lin? Erg. The middle-aged man's face convulsed. Was this provocation? This had to be provocation. He was expressing his disdain by making this insulting gesture. Even Su Xiaolan was a little frightened by what Lin was doing. You're throwing up from hearing what I just said? Just as the middle-aged man was about to flare up, Lin retched again. Lin? Erg. This time, a golden baby with a white cape on his back suddenly flew from his mouth. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted upon seeing this. The frog, groundhog, and Aonyo's mouths all gaped open in shock. They didn't even get a chance to react before the golden baby opened his mouth and swallowed the Kirin blood jade. Rumble. The golden baby swallowed the Kirin blood jade, but he did not seem to be satisfied as he patted his stomach. Burp. Deathly silence ensued. Not only were the beasts all completely dumbfounded, but even Lin and Su Xiaolan were also staring at the golden baby in shock. The golden baby was none other than the Inkirin who had not appeared in this form for a long time. The middle-aged man's lips trembled as his proud facade shattered, as if he was unable to comprehend what had just happened. Where is my blood jade? Where had the middle-aged man's blood jade gone? What a stupid question. It had clearly been swallowed by Inkirin. However, the middle-aged man was unable to comprehend how the blood jade had been swallowed. How could it have been swallowed? Whoosh! The middle-aged man flashed toward Inkirin before plucking him into the air by his 2 feet as he shook his upside-down body. Spit it out. Spit it out right fucking now. Yeah. Inkirin struggled to break free. It didn't look like he was going to be spitting out anything anytime soon. You forced my hand. The middle-aged man's rage had clearly reached a boiling point as he launched an enraged palm. This was an extremely fearsome palm that caused the space around him to tremor and warp. Bam! Inkirin was pulverized by the palm. Lightning exploded, and his body completely disappeared. However, the Kirin blood jade also disappeared. Oh! The middle-aged man clawed at his own face with his hands and unleashed a groundhog-like roar. Where is my blood jade? How could it disappear? Ah! The middle-aged man stood rooted to the spot like a broken man before turning to Lin with a ferocious expression. What did you do? The Kirin blood jade is far too regal and perfect for the likes of you to absorb. Tell me where you hid it. If you don't want to die. He didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before the lightning in the air gathered and Inkirin's body re-emerged. The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly before flashing toward Inkirin again. He immediately unleashed a spatial seal before grabbing on tightly to the golden baby in fear of him disappearing again. Inkirin gripped onto his own stomach with a painful expression, as if he had eaten something bad. The middle-aged man was ecstatic upon seeing this as he patted Inkirin's back. Is your stomach feeling uncomfortable? Spit it out. You'll feel better once you spit it out. Hurry up and spit it out. Inkirin yelled loudly as the lightning around his body crackled and exploded. A red light suddenly shone from where his heart was located, and the overwhelmingly fearsome power of a mythological beast erupted forth. Thump, and Lin's heart thumped with Inkirin's heartbeat. His blood then began to churn. Boundless red light erupted from Inkirin's heart, within which was contained the paramour power that governed slaughter and life, making him appear as if he were a mighty mythological beast trampling over all living beings. This was the Tao intent and power of the demonic blood Kirin. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as his mouth gaped open in incredulity. He felt as if he didn't have enough brain capacity to figure out what was going on. Wasn't that his power? Why was the golden baby able to use it? The white cape flapped on Inkirin's back as boundless red light erupted from his entire body before converging to form an extremely vibrant crimson t-shirt and a pair of shorts of the same color. The middle-aged man stared at Inkirin, and he could detect a power identical to that of his Kirin blood jade from the t-shirt and shorts. A bizarre thought began to surface in his mind. The middle-aged man's breathing accelerated with incredulity. My Kirin blood jade was transformed into clothes? And Lin, Su Xiaolan, all the beasts. What the hell was going on? No. How could that be possible? The middle-aged man clawed at his own face like a madman. How could my Kirin blood jade become something like that? He began to try and strip off Inkirin's clothes as he snapped, "Take it off! Even if it is now clothes, it's still my blood jade." However, the clothes seemed to have fused together with his body. The middle-aged man was unable to strip it off him no matter how hard he tried. The middle-aged man continued to try and strip Inkirin while Inkirin resisted with tears streaming down his face. This was a scene that would most likely land the middle-aged man in prison on Earth. Hey, you're going too far. He's just a child. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but stand up for Inkirin. Fuck off. The middle-aged man glowered at her as killing intent erupted in waves from his body, and Lin instantly positioned himself in front of Su Xiaolan. Release Inkirin, he's mine. This little shit needs to be taught a lesson. I'll kill you all if I can't get the Kirin blood jade today. The middle-aged man glared at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with crazed eyes before turning to Enkirin again. He hoisted Enkirin up while Enkirin bombarded him with golden void lightning. However, the bolts of golden void lightning were all dispelled by an overwhelmingly powerful armor of vital energy around his body. This was not enough to even land a scratch on him. I haven't died, which means the Kirin blood jade hasn't disappeared. I can sense that the Kirin blood jade has transformed into these clothes. Give it back to me. The middle-aged man used his hand as a blade as he tried to forcefully rip the clothes off Enkirin's body. However, a certain connection suddenly acted on his body, preventing him from being able to strike. This was an instinctive reaction that prevented him from hurting himself. Fuck off. That's not me. I'm the demonic blood Kirin. The middle-aged man roared as he chopped down with his hand toward Enkirin again. Whoosh! Gale force winds swept up, and his hand stopped an inch from Enkirin's body. His hand trembled with exertion, but he was unable to force down even a millimeter further. Not only could he not attack the clothes formed by the Kirin blood jade, but he couldn't even attack Enkirin anymore as he felt a master and slave connection between himself and Enkirin. What the fuck? Have I really become his clothes? With rage burning in his eyes, the middle-aged man roared before turning to Enlin. If he couldn't hurt Enkirin, then he would just have to kill Enlin. Die! The middle-aged man instantly appeared before Enlin. His killing intent surged as the power imbued within his fist was viscous enough to congeal the space around him. However, for some reason, his fist hung in the air and simply refused to land. This was because he also sensed a master and slave connection from Enlin. The middle-aged man roared, Fuck your grandma! At this moment, Enlin had already instinctively unleashed a mountain-quaking fist, and the middle-aged man was instantly knocked flying. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. The demonic blood Kirin was knocked flying by Enlin? The middle-aged man crawled up from the ground and his eyes were dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Impossible! This doesn't make sense. All the beasts were dumbstruck once again. Had the middle-aged man been knocked senseless by Enlin's punch? The middle-aged man was starting to doubt his very existence. The Kirin blood jade was his, so how did it become a set of clothes? Not only that, but what the fuck was this master and slave connection? Was this a beast pet contract? This was a fucking beast pet contract. Impossible. I must be dreaming. I'm still in a dream. Tears flowed from the middle-aged man's eyes as he shook his head incessantly. Fake. It's all fake. I'm a mighty Tao integration stage mythological beast. How could I have inexplicably entered that sort of contractual relationship? All the beasts present as well as Su Xiaolan were beginning to figure out what was going on. And Lin was even more aware of why the demonic blood Kirin would be so distraught. He could feel a certain connection between himself and the middle-aged man. It was one thing to have the Kirin blood jade taken from him, but what was most distressing to him was that a master and slave relationship had been established. He was extremely angry and indignant, but there was no way for him to resist, and Lin placed himself in his shoes, and he knew he would probably be acting the same way if he were in the same situation. That's right, he was a thoughtful human man who empathized with even his opponents. After regaining freedom, Kirin pointed to the distraught middle-aged man with a shiny golden finger and let loose a string of indiscernible syllables, as if he was scolding a naughty child. After scolding the middle-aged man for a while, he flew back into Enlin's sea of vital energy. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on completing the required condition for progressing to the soul formation final stage, giving Enkirin a good-looking item of clothing to wear. Enlin's body trembled with shock and elation as he looked at his system. After so long, he had finally managed to break through his bottleneck. Thank you, Enkirin. Thank you, demonic blood Kirin. Never would he have thought that Enkirin's clothes would be obtained from the Kirin blood jade. And Lin didn't even know what to say anymore. This was fate. Crack. A crisp crack sounded, and Enlin felt a certain power erupt forth within his body. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. And Lin immediately summoned Gundam 3 to protect him before sitting down with his knees folded in a meditative position. He was going to progress to the soul formation final stage. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had finally broken through this bottleneck after an entire year. This is... Aonyo stared with incredulity at Lin, who had sat down in a meditative position. The divine poison frog detected the surging sea of vital energy and the massive vortex converging toward Lin's body, and it trembled in shock. He's making a breakthrough, ribbit. He's making a breakthrough after taking the Kirin blood jade and bashing the demonic blood Kirin? The golden groundhog was also staring at Lin with incredulity. Su Xiaolan chuckled lightly before descending beside Lin to protect him. The demonic blood Kirin couldn't hurt Lin, but if any of the other beasts wanted to attack him, then they would have to eat her sword. The middle-aged man fell into another daze at this sight. Why is he making a breakthrough now? Is the world trying to bully me? Is it because he absorbed my Kirin blood jade? No. If he really has absorbed my Kirin blood jade, then I would cease to exist. Could it be that I really did establish a certain master and slave connection with this man, and that my life is now dependent on him? He felt like he really needed to calm down and assess the situation. There wasn't really anything else to assess, he was just unwilling to accept reality. His Kirin blood jade had become in Kirin's clothes, and Kirin appeared to belong to Lin. That was why it looked like there was no way he could separate himself from Lin. Why did it become like this? The middle-aged man felt as if the world had played a prank on him. How had he encountered such an uncanny human male? Blood Lord, should we go and eat him? Gluttony glared at Lin with menacing eyes, clearly planning to launch an all-out attack. No. How could you think about hurting him? The middle-aged man immediately refuted this suggestion. His expression then faltered before coming back to his senses. Why couldn't he even muster up the urge to hurt this human male anymore? The middle-aged man was in complete despair. It was fucking over for him. And Lin was officially commencing his breakthrough as well. A shackle was broken as a vast amount of vital energy surged into his body while refining his divine body, expanding his sea of vital energy, and even further enhancing his consciousness. Roar! An earth-shattering roar erupted. The projection of a crimson Kirin appeared behind Lin. The middle-aged man's mouth gaped open again. What the fuck? Isn't that me? Regardless of whether it was the aura or the appearance, the projection looked exactly like him back when he was alive. And now, the projection of the Kirin was looking down on him disdainfully, as if it was demonstrating its might. The middle-aged man felt extremely crushed. Why was he being looked down on by his own projection? Not only was the projection of the Kirin extremely fearsome, but it was also relentlessly passing on its blood power toward Lin. It was passing on everything it possibly could to Lin, as if it was trying to completely offer itself to Lin. The middle-aged man almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. How had things become like this? Such a perfect blood jade should only belong to someone like him. However, it wasn't all that difficult to accept as this man was his master. Huh? Why did he just mentally refer to him as master? The middle-aged man shuddered as he came to a sudden realization before despair swept through his body again. He felt like if things continued like this, he was going to go into cardiac arrest from heart failure. And Lin's power was still climbing relentlessly. Even his divine body received a slight enhancement. Within his sea of vital energy, and Kirin was also becoming extremely active. After putting on his demonic blood Kirin clothes, he seemed to be a lot more confident and was challenging the vermilion bird in the air above. It looked like a battle between them was inevitable, and Kirin was actually looking forward to their battle. After all, and Kirin had been abused by the vermilion bird for such a long time, and he was eagerly anticipating the day when he would be able to turn the tables. The demonic blood Kirin's true intent in the Tao of Blood was extremely useful to Lin. In particular, the observations he gleaned from the Tao of Life was slowly pushing his evergreen technique to a higher level. No, it wasn't just pushing it to a higher level. A green divine halo suddenly surfaced above Lin's head as boundless vitality burst forth. Boom! An extremely fearsome shockwave erupted forth in all directions. The green divine halo seemed to have been elevated to a new level. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Is that the power of life? How profound! How vast! Su Xiaolan pursed her lips involuntarily at the sight of the green halo above Lin's head as powerful life energy erupted forth. What an environmentally friendly color! After a short while, the vital energy vortex spanning a radius of close to 10 kilometers began to dissipate, and the Kirin projection also disappeared as silence ensued. And Lin opened a pair of bright eyes and stood up. The vast and profound aura exuding from his body was like that of an ancient giant beast that had just been awakened from a long slumber. Soon the aura was subdued, and everything returned to normal. And Lin did some light stretching, and he felt as if his body was leaping for joy. His divine body, his meridians, his sea of vital energy, and his consciousness all received significant enhancements. Not only that, but he was also able to borrow on the power of the demonic blood Kirin to upgrade his evergreen technique to the second stage. As he was now, his life force, resistance to poison, and regenerative abilities had all leveled up. Even regenerating a severed limb would not be very difficult for him. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to soul formation final stage. And Lin, Su Xiaolan's pleasant voice sounded from beside him. She wore a genuine smile, which came from the bottom of her heart, on her exquisite features. And Lin couldn't help but smile as he pinched her delicate cheek. Sorry to make you worry. I'm invincible now. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Lin. Ao Nyo and the frog finally came to their senses and heaped truckloads of praise onto Lin. Who was the top dog here? Not the unfathomably powerful demonic blood Kirin. Instead, it was this soul formation stage cultivator Lin, whom even the demonic blood Kirin couldn't do anything about. Moo! Congratulations, Senior Lin, on progressing in your cultivation base. I am honored to be your steed and to able to carry you as you conquer this world. Ribbit. Senior Lin absorbed the Kirin blood jade and bashed the demonic blood Kirin, thereby receiving the blessing of the heavens to instantly make a breakthrough. You are truly an almighty being, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Badass. The divine poison frog was not sparing in the slightest with its word of praise. And Lin couldn't be bothered paying attention to these two clowns. He made his way toward the demonic blood Kirin before joining his hands in a grateful salute. Thank you for giving me everything and helping me break through my bottleneck, Senior. The middle-aged man's tears almost began to flow again upon hearing this. Don't call me Senior. The middle-aged man waved his hands in discomfort. Just call me by my name. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable being referred to as Senior by Lin. Ever since his Kirin blood jade became in Kirin's clothes, he couldn't even bear to think about hurting Lin. It was as if he had become Lin's woman. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly widened, and his expression twisted as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Woman? My fucking ass. I'm a male Kirin. In fear of being attacked, Lin and Su Xiaolan immediately pulled out their weapons upon seeing the middle-aged man's twisted expression. Senior, are you all right? Lin asked hesitantly. I told you not to call me Senior. The veins on the middle-aged man's forehead bulged. Refer to me by my name. Then your name is? Lin asked. The middle-aged man calmed his surging emotions before replying. My surname is Dongfang. Dongfang? This was a human name. Lin nodded. And what is your full name? The middle-aged man raised his head with a smug expression. My name is Dongfang Xianxia. Everyone instantly fell silent. Ao Nyo's eyes looked like they were about to bulge out of their sockets while the groundhog silently picked at its ears. Xianxia won. Lin was doubting his ears. That's right. It's a great name, right? She gave me the name. A gentle, reminiscent smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. She said I was strong, stalwart, and full of vitality. The name Xianxia contained the purest, most simple emotions. It is perfect for my Tao of life and extremely easy to remember and understand. And Lin's lips twitched. Su Xiaolan's face was bright red from trying to suppress her laughter. Perfect for his Tao of life, my ass. This middle-aged man must have gotten swindled by some vixen. What a fucking down-to-earth name. Dongfang Zhuangshi? My god. It's certainly unique. Eft. Ha ha ha. Rib bit. The frog was the first to break as it roared with laughter. Dongfang Zhuangshi's expression immediately congealed as his terrifying killing intent swept forth toward the frog. What are you laughing at? Rib bit. The frog's laughter instantly faltered as it scrambled for an explanation to save its life. Senior Dongfang, I wasn't laughing at you. I suddenly thought of a joke. And I simply couldn't help but laugh because it was so funny. Hey, a joke? What joke? Why don't you let me hear it? Dongfang Zhuangshi asked in a cold voice. The frog took a deep breath before speaking. Once upon a time, there were two monsters who were bored, so they decided to experience human life. One of them transformed into a handsome man and the other transformed into a beautiful woman. The two of them met before falling in love with one another and getting married. In order to not blow their own cover, they made sure to age their appearance every day. After 100 years, both of them were getting extremely disgruntled, and they kept thinking to themselves, why isn't this old fuck dead yet? Ha ha ha. Isn't that hilarious? Ribbit. Ha ha ha. The frog chortled with mirth as he prayed frantically in his heart. Laugh. Please all laugh. Dongfang Zhuangshi remained expressionless as he turned toward Enlin and the others. Was that joke funny? Enlin wanted to turn the page on this chapter, so he immediately laughed along. It is pretty funny, but not as funny as your name. Perhaps these people simply had a low amusement threshold. Dongfang Zhuangshi harumphed coldly before changing the subject. Now then, it's time to talk about the Kirin blood jade that you've taken from me. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions became quite grave upon hearing this. Was he finally going to make them pay for what they had done? Hey, don't be like that. A hint of loss and sadness welled up in Dongfang Zhuangshi's face upon seeing Enlin's expression, as if he were a pet that was being rejected by his owner. I'm a cultured person, so I'm only going to reason with you. A gentle smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. And Lin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What was there to talk about? It was quite apparent that Enlin had wronged him here. He would probably feel better if Dongfang Zhuangshi tried to kill him. Instead, Dongfang Zhuangshi proposed a placid conversation, which was quite disconcerting. All right, Uncle Dongfang, tell me what you want to say. And Lin decided to see what Dongfang Zhuangshi's intentions were. In any case, it would just come down to a fight if worse came to worst. Oh right, Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't attack him. This was quite a critical point and was probably the reason why he wanted to talk. He couldn't fight a physical war, but he could still initiate a war of words. With an earnest expression, Dongfang Zhuangshi said, And Lin, I'm going to be honest here. I've discovered that I can't live without you. And Lin. Su Xiaolan's eyelids twitched. Uncle Dongfang, please finish your sentence all at once to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. And Lin urged with a dark expression. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded. All right, this is the situation. The Kirin blood jade is the manifestation of my essence. It is essentially the entire me, aside from my sentient will. The person standing before you right now is a manifestation of the demonic blood Kirin's sentient will. I am like a flame with no source, and I need to constantly be with my body, or I will cease to exist. The middle-aged man pressed his hands on Enlin's shoulders with a scorching expression as he continued. Hence, I can't leave your side. Enlin, let me stay by your side. You took my Kirin blood jade, so you should take responsibility. Isn't that the logic? Enlin's chest constricted upon hearing this. Take responsibility? My ass, do you think you're a beautiful celestial maiden? It's disgusting having a grown man follow you around every day. Su Xiaolan massaged her brows with an exhausted expression. How had things become like this? The middle-aged man's words were a little suggestive, but they were extremely reasonable. They would probably be the antagonists here if they rejected him. Then, do you have to constantly stay with me? And Lin was developing a headache. Comment Dongfang Zhuangshi. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. I only need to absorb energy from you at intervals so I don't have to stay by your side all the time. During this period of time, I will do my best to recover my strength and reconstruct a mythological beast body. The day my mythological beast body takes shape is the day I will be able to live independently, and also the day that I will be able to leave you. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. There wasn't really any other way, so he could only nod in agreement. Thus, a weird middle-aged man became a member of Lin's party. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this turn of events. Not only had he obtained the Kirin blood jade, but the resurrected demonic blood Kirin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, had also joined his party. He was technically the master of Dongfang Zhuangshi now, so Dongfang Zhuangshi's pets, which comprised of Gluttony and the Groundhog, also became his pets. This party was getting weirder and weirder. Sigh. This was clearly supposed to be a final boss. But now, he's someone who's depending on me in order to survive. And Lin heaved a long sigh. Now that the conflict had been resolved, it was time to figure out how to get Dongfang Zhuangshi out of here. Dongfang Zhuangshi had been essentially detained here as a criminal. This was a fate much more gruesome than death. Wasn't the demonic blood Kirin renowned for its powerful life force? Then it could endure more torture. Tens of thousands of torture methods were devised, and they were used one by one and in combinations on the demonic blood Kirin. He had endured unbelievably horrific torture before being tortured to death, thereby forming the Kirin blood jade. If you thought that was the end, then you would be far too naive. His consciousness was extracted from the Kirin blood jade following his death. It was prevented from entering the cycle of life and death, nor was it allowed to dissipate. Thus, the torment continued. This was an incredibly tragic fate that he had been subjected to. However, it was all thanks to Lin's arrival that he had a chance to escape from these dark days. After hearing about Dongfang Zhuangshi's experiences, everyone was quite sympathetic toward him. And Lin inquired why Dongfang Zhuangshi was sealed away here and tortured by Pangu. After all, no one would go through the trouble to deliver judgment on a Dao integration stage mythological beast unless it had committed an incredibly heinous crime. Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't hide the truth from Lin. His crime was that he had slaughtered an entire continent worth of living beings as blood sacrifices, thereby incurring Pangu's wrath. The hair on the back of Lin's neck stood on end upon hearing this. He stared at the middle-aged man standing before him with a warm expression, and he found it extremely difficult to understand why he would do something like that. Why would you do that? There had to be a reason for his actions, and Lin was extremely curious about the incentive behind the middle-aged man's actions. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head slightly. Everything is already in the past. So what's the point of talking about it? You're trying to gloss things over like this? Don't you know I have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Dongfang Zhuangshi, I command you to tell me the truth. And Lin demanded in a solemn voice. Dongfang Zhuangshi's body trembled, and he was quite reluctant to speak, but he still confessed after much difficulty. The being that ruled over that continent deployed their army to destroy the city in which my lover lived in. She died in that disastrous event. Hence, they all deserve to die. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions faltered upon hearing this, and they didn't know what to say. Taking revenge on an entire continent just for the death of one's lover? That was crazy. However, Lin couldn't find it in him to scold the middle-aged man from a moral high ground. He simply couldn't find the words, as he would probably do something even more deranged if Su Xiaolan was killed by someone. He was thinking from the perspective of others again. This was a good habit, and Lin felt like he was such a kind and thoughtful protagonist. What was most surprising to him was that he was actually able to force the middle-aged man to tell him the truth through a verbal command. It appeared that his words were quite effective. Could he perhaps command the middle-aged man to do some weird things in the future? This topic of conversation was a little heavy, so Lin and the others soon turned their attention to another topic, which was how to lift the restrictions on the passageway between the vast land of blood and the outside world in order to free Dongfang Zhuangshi. Dongfang Zhuangshi led everyone through the mushroom buildings and continued toward the central region of the floating continent. This is the passageway between the two worlds. Dongfang Zhuangshi pointed to a massive blue gate over a kilometer away, from within which an ominous frosty aura exuded and threatened to freeze the space around it. What do we do? And Lin asked. This passageway is guarded by a frost symbol carved out by Pangu and has extremely fearsome restrictive power on creatures of my cultivation base. However, its effects on soul formation stage cultivators like you guys are quite minimal. Dongfang Zhuangshi pointed to the blue gate as he spoke. And Lin's lips twitched speechlessly as he pointed to the large number of soul formation stage beasts that had been frozen to death within the gate. You're saying it has a minimal effect on soul formation stage cultivators? A disdainful expression appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. What kind of trash are those soul formation stage cultivators meant to be? They're just as useless as the frog and cow you've brought with you. In my eyes, you two are the only ones who look like you're at the soul formation stage. Ao Nyo and the divine poison frog almost threw up mouthfuls of blood upon hearing this. Why were they getting insulted all of a sudden? Was this boss Kirin a little confused with regard to what soul formation stage cultivators should be like? They were the normal soul formation stage cultivators here. Those two humans were freaks. However, despite what they thought, they could only plaster smiles across their faces and nod in agreement with everything the Kirin said. And Lin heaved a sigh. I'm just your normal, average soul formation stage cultivator, so I won't be able to complete the task if it's too difficult. Tell me the specific details first. Ao Nyo, the divine poison frog, and the groundhog almost fucking knelt down before him. Normal, average soul formation stage cultivator, and Lin. Sure. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded. The frost symbol left behind by Pangu would increase in power as you walk further into the gate. You can use your flame power to dispel the frost power, and when you get to about a kilometer into the gate, you'll find a power core there. All you have to do is to destroy that power core for me. Among all the trash that came here before, the strongest one only went 600 meters past the gate before being frozen to death. They were all so weak. And this was a soul beast at the soul formation pinnacle stage too. They're getting weaker with each subsequent generation. The middle-aged man shook his head as he lamented. The frog, Ao Nyo, and the groundhog's bodies trembled in unison as they thanked the gods that they weren't chosen to undertake this insane task. A job like this could only be left to hack lords like those two humans. There are no other hazards aside from the frost power, right? And Lin asked. No. The power is targeting me, so none of you will be targeted by its full force. It can only be said that those beasts were simply too weak and couldn't even withstand a tiny sliver of the restrictive power. Dongfang Zhuangshi raised his head with pride, as if to say everyone else here was trash. And Lin rolled his eyes. Are you proud of being sealed here by a powerful spell technique? If you keep showing off, I'll just leave you here so that you can keep flexing. Ah. Please don't that, Mr. Lin. Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately put on an apologetic smile. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Gluttony was in complete shock. The demonic blood Kirin was once like a proud god that overlooked all living creatures as if they were mere ants. When had he ever apologized? Was this a fake Kirin? Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't want to have to stoop to this either. But if Lin really was just going to leave him here, he couldn't do anything as he was unable to harm Lin, so he really would be forced to remain here for all of eternity. After seeing the cocky middle-aged man bow his head to him, Lin was feeling a lot better, and he patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. Don't worry, a mere Pangu sigil is a piece of cake for me. Watch me free you from this place. Gasp! Dongfang Zhuangshi drew a sharp intake of breath. For some reason, he felt like Lin had suddenly grown in stature before his eyes. It was quite an ordinary sentence, so why was it so thrilling to hear it coming from Lin's mouth? Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Lin. Dongfang Zhuangshi saluted respectfully toward Lin. Lin waved his hand as he made his way toward the blue gate. Su Xiaolan trailed along behind him. Just stay here, Xiaolan. I can take care of something like this by myself. Lin dissuaded. If it really is that easy, then why can't I tag along for some fun? Su Xiaolan was unconvinced. Besides, I'm more proficient at playing with fire, so don't even think about leaving me behind. And Lin could only heave a resigned sigh at the sight of the determination in Su Xiaolan's eyes. All right, but do be careful. Both of them knew that Lin was only bluffing. What they were facing was a source of power left behind by Pangu. Even though this power wasn't going to specifically target them, it was still going to be extremely dangerous. Oh, right. And Lin, try your best to control that little golden baby so that it doesn't use my power. Otherwise, Pangu's power might target you as well. Dongfang Zhuangshi suddenly cautioned, and Lin rolled his eyes. Use the power of the demonic blood Kirin? He was overestimating Kirin. And Kirin was currently far too busy priming himself in Lin's sea of vital energy in preparation for a battle against the vermilion bird. In his current state, he was definitely not going to be in the mood to come out anytime soon. The two of them made their way toward the blue gate. An aura of extreme frost enveloped the opening of the passageway, and there were many beast tribe powerful beings inside the passageway that had been transformed into ice sculptures. All of them had expressions of shock and horror immortalized on their frozen faces. They stepped into the gate, upon which an overwhelming frost power swept toward them, and Lin could detect an indescribable power within the passageway. This was an absolute power, which seemed to be threatening to cleave apart heaven and earth. Thankfully, that power ignored them, and Lin unleashed his divine flames while Su Xiaolan unleashed her holy flame as they continued onward. They walked very quickly and passed the 600-meter record in no time. Dongfang Zhuangshi's fists balled up involuntarily as he saw this. As expected of Lin and Su Xiaolan, they are the true soul formation stage cultivators of this world, and they are not going to disappoint me. Ao Nyo, the divine poison frog, and the groundhog. On a frosty blue path, the further they walked, the more terrifying the frost power became. 700 meters, 800 meters. Before he knew it, and Lin had already unleashed all 4 of his divine flames. Even so, the formidable chill still managed to seep into his body, and he felt as if he was slowly being frozen solid. He shuddered slightly as he pulled out his high-rank immortal tool, the divine flame bead, in order to enhance the power of his flames. They were still being assaulted by waves of extreme frost, and the frost power had well and truly transcended beyond the soul formation stage to reach the return to void stage power. 900 meters, and Lin looked at the white light about 100 meters away, and his body shivered from the cold. Right at this moment, the power of pure yang flowed into his body, giving him an indescribable sense of warmth. This is... And Lin turned with astonishment on his face to discover Su Xiaolan's familiar warm, smiling face. Her holy flames surged and fused together perfectly with his divine flames. The two flames fusing together was not just a simple 1 + 1 equation. Not only did the temperature of the flames elevate explosively, but even the intent realm and the purity of the flames had received a significant boost. Boom! Sweltering temperatures erupted as the power of frost around them was forced into retreat. The white holy flames fused with the 4 divine flames, creating a rainbow spectrum of flames that were extremely radiant and enchanting. And Lin was struck by a feeling that every time he felt cold, Xiaolan would appear before him and bestow upon him the most glorious warmth this world had to offer. He was no longer fearful of the cold, and his footsteps quickened as he approached the power core. In the end, Lin and Su Xiaolan arrived directly below the power core. The power core floated 100 meters in the air, and it was in the form of a blue sigil that unleashed boundless frost power. Even the space around the sigil has been frozen and sealed. It looks like normal flame attacks won't be able to reach it. And Lin squinted as he looked up. Only now, when they were standing right below the sigil, did they manage to comprehend just how terrifyingly powerful its restrictive power was. Pangu's power was not targeting them, but that didn't mean that a power core of such immense power could be easily broken. The demonic blood Kirin had told them that the power core could be easily broken if they arrived directly under the sigil and attacked it from there, as that was where it was most vulnerable. However, this was only a simple task from the demonic blood Kirin's perspective. He never considered it from a soul formation stage cultivator's point of view. Just the frosty spatial seal around the sigil was enough to stump all soul formation stage cultivators. Whoosh! A red streak of light flew into the sky. This was the realm-piercing nail, and it was the only way Lin could think of that could break this spatial seal. The red streak of light pierced through the spatial seal, but the boundless power of frost immediately converged toward it, and the resistance became more and more powerful before it finally stopped right in front of the sigil. No good. It can break through the spatial seal, but the power of frost is too strong. And Lin's brows furrowed. The overwhelming power of frost was still sweeping toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. In this situation, their energy was being drained at an alarming rate in order to keep the frost power at bay. If they didn't think of something soon, they would have to retreat for now. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Wouldn't we be able to break through it if we had something that simultaneously possessed extremely high temperatures and the power to pulverize space? And Lin immediately realized what she was referring to, and at the same time, a soft, warm hand had already latched onto his as a certain connection began to appear. It was as if they could see into each other's hearts, and there was no need for words as the power of the mutant blood phoenix erupted forth. Two halves of a phoenix projection appeared in the air before fusing together to create a perfected phoenix. Red flames exploded forth like an exploding red sun as energy engulfed heaven and earth, scattering the power of frost around them in a most violent manner. Crack! The sound of spatial seal cracking erupted. Boundless flames soared into the air, breaking open the spatial seal. A destructive power then exploded forth like a nuclear bomb explosion as they drove away all the frost power and engulfed the blue sigil.